Alexander. Narrated by Lori Prince. Chapter 1. Morgan Chesson thumped the screen of her GPS, certain that it was playing a joke, or had lost its electronic mind. She was supposed to be looking at a town. Instead, sugarcane and cornfields spread out for miles before her. Through the bug-encrusted windshield of her Jeep, she spotted a truck in the distance. Next to it sat a white sign with the word shrimp spray-painted in red. She'd only passed a few cars during the last 10 miles, and wondered why anyone would pick such a desolate backwoods highway to peddle seafood. As Morgan pulled off the road, she noticed an old man sitting on a lawn chair in shade provided by a ratty tarp. He gave her a smile and a nod as she climbed out of her Jeep. "I'm lost. By any chance, have you heard of a town named White Oak Lake? It's not on the map, and my GPS swears I'm there." "Yeah," he said with a nod. Morgan's heart sank as she looked at the sugarcane blowing in the breeze. She knew it was a small town, but had assumed there was an actual lake, perhaps people and a building or two. "This is it?"
"We used to have a sign, but the last hurricane tore it down."
The old man stood and hoisted his sagging pants over slim hips.
"Chet Aucoin, at your service,"
he said with another crooked smile that enhanced the jagged scar on his cheek, and put out his hand.
"You got people in White Oak?"
"I inherited property there recently," Morgan said as she shook his hand. "My dad, Robert Chesson, owned it." Chet scratched at his cheek.
"Don't know him."
"He used to come here often, but not so much in the last few years."
"Where you from?"
"Atlanta." Morgan looked around again, almost wishing she could go back. "My dad was from Baton Rouge."
"Baton Rouge Bob, a tall fella, walk with a limp."
Chet squinted against the sun.
"Was that your daddy?"
Morgan smiled weakly and nodded.
"Yes, I do remember him now. I had coffee with him every now and then at the bait store. He used to tell a whole lot of jokes. You say he's passed on?"
"Yes, sir, almost 4 months ago."
"I'm real sorry. He was a nice fella."
Chet pointed down the road.
"Now look, if you go another half mile, you'll see a turnoff on the right. You take that and go about 5 miles. It'll put you right on Main Street. Go to the end and hang another right. That road will run you right out around the lake. You know how to go once you get there?"
"I have a hand-drawn map. I should be able to find it then."
"Here."
Chet walked over to the truck, opened a cooler, and pulled out a bag of shrimp.
"You go on and take these. Kind of a welcome present."
Morgan's face colored. "That's really very kind of you, but I'm allergic to seafood."
"Well, I never seen it. A coon ass that can't eat shrimp. Chesson, that's a Cajun name, but you ain't got much of an accent. City living will do that to you."
Chet dropped the bag back into the cooler, then picked up a basket of tomatoes.
"These here, my late-year girls. Won't find them in any grocery store. No tomatoes you find in a store will taste like these neither."
He held the basket out to Morgan.
"Go on and take 'em. It's a gift."
"Well, thank you, Chet, for this and the directions," Morgan said with a smile. "I hope I can find a way to repay the kindness." Chet waved a gnarled hand.
"You come down to the bait store some mornings and have coffee with me."
"I'll do that," Morgan said with a wave, and climbed back into her Jeep. She found the turn Chet mentioned and began to feel like a mouse in a maze with the walls of corn and cane growing on either side of the road. She was reminded of what Celeste Carmichael, her best friend, had told her the day they packed up her things. "You aren't going to be happy in the sticks." Morgan was inclined to disagree as she looked up to enjoy an unobstructed view of blue sky. October wasn't particularly cool in Louisiana, but on this day, the mild weather had mercy on a wandering soul cruising in an open Jeep. As if some demon focused on her inner thoughts had realized that she was enjoying a moment of peace, it began to remind her of hard days in her recent past. She could hear Risa's voice clearly in her mind, as if her ex was sitting right beside her. "This isn't working out. I'm not happy. Sorry." And then her former employer. "I'm sorry, Morgan. Business isn't picking up. I'm going to have to let you go." And then the many voices of those offering their condolences began in a mournful chorus. "I'm so sorry for your loss." If there were two things Morgan was truly sick of, They were the words sorry and change she didn't cause. There had been too much of both lately. She'd taken some semblance of control by packing her things and retreating to the cabin her father had oddly chosen to leave to her, instead of her brother Brad. Though she was thankful to have the cabin, her father's choice made no sense. Brad had spent many a weekend there with their father. It had been Brad and his wife Tanya who took Robert into their home when he could no longer live on his own. In Morgan's opinion, Brad was more deserving. It meant more to him, and he'd been their father's caregiver to the end. The fields on either side of the road gave way to cypress trees growing out of marshy terrain that changed just as quickly to a wooden landscape with dense brush. Long fingers of sunlight wove their way through thick foliage and made Morgan blink from the strobe light effect on her eyes. And then the town came into view. There were no tall buildings, no traffic lights, buses, or cabs. Morgan brought the Jeep to a smooth halt at a stop sign, where she rested her arms on the steering wheel. There was no one behind her to honk and complain that she was taking too long. Buildings lined one side of the street. A hardware store, bakery, cafe, and an office building stood in a neat little row facing the lake on the other side of the road. In the distance along the water, Morgan could see a few houses, a church, and a long pier protruding from a large wooden store into the lake with boats gathered around it. Oh, my God. I've landed in Mayberry, she said as she began to move slowly. People on the sidewalk gave her curious glances, then a wave. Children played in a park on the banks of the lake. Someone was taking advantage of a beautiful Saturday afternoon, grilling beneath a pavilion while others fished. Morgan chuckled as she waved at two men playing chess at a picnic table. White Oak Lake was lovely, wholesome, serene, and scary as shit to a lesbian from the city. She put the scrap of paper with her map drawn on it in front of the odometer and referred to it as she turned on Lakeshore Drive. Most of the houses were old, some Victorian style. All had large porches where people waved while they sat in rockers and on porch swings. Morgan waved back as she took in the surroundings. The Lure, a bait shop and general store with a big hook on the top, was a landmark on the map. The parking lot surrounding the store, which sat over the water on pilings, was filled with boat trailers connected to pickups. Boats fanned out behind it on the lake in the late afternoon sun. Morgan began to count the driveways when she passed it and turned right at the fourth one. Gravel crunched under her tires as she navigated down the shaded path. What she beheld when she turned off the engine wasn't anything like the stately homes she'd passed on the way. She quit smoking many years ago, but as she gazed at the cabin overgrown with vines, she wanted to get a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of bourbon and consume both until the heebie-jeebies went away. "The inside will look better," Morgan said aloud, needing to hear the audible assurance. "It's paid for, and it has great potential." She repeated what Brad had said, but when he'd uttered those words, they sounded comforting. Rolling off her own tongue, they didn't have the same effect. Brush had grown mostly over the front porch. Spiders and large cobwebs almost deterred Morgan from trying one of the steps. The seat of a weather-worn chair near the door gave way and landed with a thud. Along with the spiders, it too seemed to say, "Go back to where you came from and do it quickly." But, tempted as Morgan was to heed the warning, she was reminded there was nowhere else to go, unless she wanted to stay with Brad. Her father had died in his house, and Morgan had not been back there since that night. The key slid into the lock roughly, and it took some effort to get it to turn. Slowly, Morgan pushed open the door and peered inside. The place smelled musty and felt damp as she stepped in. The hardwood floors were scuffed and in need of refinishing, but were surprisingly sturdy, as Morgan dared to go deeper into the small living room. In the muted light, she squinted at a plaid-covered couch resting against one wall, and a matching chair in the corner next to a table with a lamp. Both faced a small brick fireplace. She crossed the room and opened the drapes, needing more light. They came down in her hands, and she gasped at the view. The large window overlooked a deck. Beyond it, a small yard covered in brush and pine straw. Then the lake in all its dazzling glory. The sun's reflection danced on the surface, making it shimmer like diamonds. Okay, Morgan said with a nod. I found a positive. She jumped as the cell phone in her back pocket rang.
Are you there yet?
Brad asked excitedly. Yes, and I just about turned away when I pulled in the drive.
It's kind of overgrown. I didn't have a chance to get it cleaned up. Have you found the breaker box yet?
No, lead me to it. I'm in the living room and maybe the kitchen, I think. Morgan squinted at the adjoining room. It's daylight. Why is it so dark in here?
All the windows are closed and the place is completely shaded. Your electricity bill isn't going to amount to anything because you won't have to run the AC units as much in the summer. That little fireplace will near about warm the entire cabin in the winter. But there are space heaters in the hall closet. Go down the hall to the first door on the left.
Morgan followed Brad's instructions to the door and opened it. I can barely make out anything, it's so dark. I'm gonna have to use my phone for light.
It's the top breaker. Just throw it. I'll wait.
Morgan threw the breaker and heard the refrigerator compressor kick on. She switched on the hall light, then the one in the bathroom as she put the phone back to her ear. I can shower and pee at the same time.
Yeah, the bathroom is kind of small. There are towels, washcloths, and a couple rolls of toilet paper in the closet with the breaker box. Now look in the bedroom.
Morgan could tell Brad was smiling as she moved down the short hall. She stepped into the room and flipped the light switch. Oh, Brad, did you do this?
I had help,
he said proudly.
Tanya picked out the bedding and the rug because she knows you like blue. I made the bedside table and the dresser. What do you think of your baby brother's craftsmanship?
Morgan ran her hand over the smooth finish of the light wood, the color in contrast to the dark blue of the comforter on the bed. You are a master, she said as she opened one of the drawers.
I wanted you to be comfortable. We were in such a hurry that we didn't have time to do anything with the living room. The place is clean, though. All the appliances in the kitchen work. Tanya put a few canned goods in the pantry for you.
I can't thank you both enough. She bit back a sigh and asked, When will I see you again?
Soon, I promise. We'll come up for a weekend. You okay?
I'm good, thanks to you and Tanya. Give her my love.
Oh, hey, there's a TV in the bedroom closet. I didn't want to leave it out in case any kids were snooping around the place. The cable's hooked up and ready to go. I hooked up a router so you can go wireless, but you'll need to recycle the modem. And you may want to let the water run for a while because it kinda stinks. You're on a well. Dad always said it was safe to drink, but I'd stick to the bottled stuff if I were you.
I'll definitely do that.
Okay, sis, I'm gonna let you go and get settled in. I love you.
Love you too. Morgan tucked her phone in the back pocket of her shorts and looked around. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. You'll get back on your feet and life will begin again. Her words echoed in the emptiness of the cabin, and she wished that she could believe them. Morgan unloaded the Jeep, took a shower, and ate a tomato for dinner because she was too lazy to go in search of food. She lay in bed, listening to the TV playing in the living room. Hearing other voices made her feel less alone. She was tired from the trip and felt if she switched off the lamp next to the bed, she might fall asleep. It was foolish to be afraid of the dark at 36, but she'd never grown out of the phobia, though her father had tried to help her with it.
Lights out, baby. It's time to go to sleep.
Morgan pulled the covers up to her neck. Can I keep my closet light on?
You have a night light and you're 6 big old years old,
her father said, pointing at it.
Isn't that enough?
Morgan shook her head. He sat on the side of her bed.
What are you afraid of?
Monsters. I saw them on TV. One had a wolf face.
Where do these monsters live?
In the dark. Outside behind the trees, Morgan whispered. He held his arms out.
Come with me, baby. Let me show you what's really outside.
There was no place safer than in her daddy's arms. As long as he held her, Morgan believed nothing could harm her. She rode on his hip with her arms around his neck as he opened the back door and hugged him tighter when he stepped into the grass. Where are we going?
To see what's in the shadows. What do you hear?
Morgan listened intently for a moment. Crickets. And a bird.
That's all that's out here, baby.
He walked amongst the trees with Morgan tight in his arms.
It's very peaceful out here, don't you think?
Do you have a silver bullet? Morgan asked seriously. That's what you have to kill the wolf people.
I don't need a silver bullet. Are you kidding me?
He asked as he tickled her ribs.
I'd take that wolf man by the arm and bang him on the tree if he were real. But he's not, honey. I promise.
Morgan held on to his neck, looking behind them just to be sure that nothing followed.
Daddy's not going to let anything happen to you or Brad,
he said as he sat with her on the porch swing.
I'll always protect you, and you know what?
Morgan yawned, and they rocked back and forth. What?
One day when you're bigger, you're going to have a little girl or a boy that you'll protect, and you'll live in a house like this one, and you'll have a husband that'll watch over you.
Morgan reached up and switched off the lamp, thinking her dad had been wrong about a lot of things. Chapter 2. Jacqueline Wyatt felt as though someone had strapped a load of bricks onto her back as she trudged home. She climbed the slight rise to her house above the lake, and it seemed as though she was trying to conquer Mount Everest. Working 7 days a week was beginning to take a toll on her 39-year-old body. After being on her feet for 12 hours, all she wanted was to drop into her porch swing, and if the mosquitoes weren't bad, she'd seriously consider sleeping there. Wooden steps creaked beneath her feet as she used the last of her energy to propel herself to the swing. She'd almost reached her goal when the screen door flew open.
Hey, Mom, I made you a glass of tea.
Jacqueline released a grateful sigh as Austin set the cool glass into her hands.
You're the best son a woman could have, she said as she sat. I think the roast is ready. Want me to make you a plate? Not yet, but thanks. I'm gonna go get a plate, Austin said as he turned to go back inside. I'm starving.
Jacqueline sipped her tea and surveyed her freshly mown yard in the waning light of day. Her eyes narrowed.
Austin?
Yes, ma'am, he said behind the screen door.
Where's the plum tree I just planted? Well, the buds to my iPod, my hands were sweaty, I'm sorry.
The last time the sun was in his eyes. The time before that, he'd simply claimed he hadn't seen it. Jacqueline sighed, thinking she never had to ask her son to mow the grass. Maybe having a plum tree in her yard wasn't that important. 3 had already been murdered. She tore her gaze from the mulch that had been around the tree and was now scattered over the yard. She knew every inch of the lake where she'd grown up. In the evenings, she loved to watch the lights come on in the houses along its banks. On this particular evening, she noticed light where normally there was none. The house that sat on a small protrusion was lit up like Las Vegas. Someone new had come to White Oak Lake. If a local had bought the place, Jacqueline would have heard about it. She was kind of surprised that her sister hadn't called her with news about the newbie. Usually, fresh blood was a hot topic. Austin? Yes, ma'am? Do you know who's staying in the old cabin? The screen door creaked on its hinges. Austin was gnawing on a chunk of roast he held in his hand. It's lit up. I know, that's why I asked. I think I was 9 the last time I saw somebody in that house. Me and Logan used to dig for arrowheads in the backyard. Logan found a good one. Jacqueline looked at the gravy dripping off of Austin's hand. Please tell me you are not eating directly out of the crock pot. I was hungry, Mama. Go into the kitchen, get a plate out of the cabinet, and put the food on it. Then wipe up the mess I'm certain you've made. Jacqueline fanned a hand in front of her face. After you eat, go upstairs and take a shower. Use soap. Lots of it. I'm 14, Mama, not 5. Austin sniffed at his armpit. I don't smell that bad. Trust me when I say you do. Austin shrugged and opened the door. Do you have to work tomorrow? No, Chet's going to take my place. Good. Austin stepped inside, and Jacqueline was certain she heard. 'Cause you're grumpy. She was, and exhausted. Bailey, her new hire, was almost ready to be on her own. She'd take a lot of the pressure off of Jacqueline's shoulders on the weekends. Chet did, too, but he only worked when he wanted to, and Jacqueline was never really sure when that would be. A widower, Chet Aucoin would call the day before and say he was available, but getting him to commit to any kind of schedule was impossible. Jacqueline pulled her phone from the pocket of her shorts and pressed the number 1 on her speed dial. Maddie, her younger sister, answered on the second ring. I was going to call you. Mom and Dad are in Utah. I just hung up with them. Dad's complaining that Mom's rock collection is costing them extra money in gas, and Mom is complaining that everything Dad eats is giving him gas. Any word on when they'll be home? Thanksgiving. Sooner if the weather up there turns really cold. I don't know if I could roam the country with Heath. I'd probably kill him after the first 100 miles. I think Mom wants to do the same with Dad. What's up? Jacqueline looked out over the water at the little house in question. All the floodlights were on, and she could see light in all the windows. Do you know who moved into the cabin down the road from me? She pulled the phone away from her ear when she heard a loud clatter and figured Maddie was opening her blinds. Oh, wow! I haven't seen life in that place for ages. Carolyn said some guy came in 3 weeks ago and had the power turned on there, but he left right after that. That's all you have? Jacqueline asked in surprise. Normally, your information's central. Well, I've been a little preoccupied, Maddie said loudly, probably for Heath's benefit. Someone cut down a tree and sent it through my living room. How's the restoration coming along? Slowly, Maddie said just as loudly. The roof's been repaired, and apparently someone thinks that's all that needs to be done. But I have news for him. If he doesn't want to eat peanut butter for the rest of his life, he'd better get started on the ceiling. Poor Heath, Jacqueline said with a chuckle. Poor nothing! Don't you feel sorry for him? He knew better than to cut that tree himself, and he wouldn't have had I been home. Yes, I'm talking about you, Mr. Man. Do you know how long it took me to clean out the mess you made in here? Maddie's voice rose an octave. I want to sit on my own couch. Is that too much to ask? She cleared her throat and said calmly, I have to go now. If you see an ambulance pull up in front of my house, pay it no mind, and I'll get the scoop on the newcomer. Love you. Bye. The second she put the phone down, Jacqueline heard a crash in her kitchen, then a muffled, oh, that's not good. She rolled her eyes as Austin called out, Mom, where's the broom? You may not want to come in here. Jacqueline laid her head against the back of the swing and looked at the giant pair of sneakers lying next to the back door. It didn't seem that long ago when she could hold both of his shoes in the palm of her hand. Where had the time gone? Jacqueline wondered as memories of birthday parties and building Lego towers flashed through her mind. Time would speed on, and Austin would be going off to college in a few years. She had no idea what she'd do with herself then. Jacqueline couldn't see leaving White Oak Lake, the town where she'd grown up and made a life with the help of her grandmother. She'd followed in Augusta Wyatt's footsteps with the house and the store, and like Augie, Jacqueline was afraid that she was headed for a life of solitude and loneliness. Augie had never remarried, though she was a young woman when her husband died. Everyone in town thought she was too determined and independent to have a man in her life. Augie had been fond of that reputation, but had confessed to Jacqueline alone that it was all a facade. Love had never come knocking at her door again, and she was too afraid to go out and find it. Jacqueline had done some searching and thought she'd found someone special at least once, but things never panned out. It seemed that White Oak Lake was shallow when it came to available suitors, and Jacqueline had grown tired of casting out her heart, only to have it come back to her. Mama, where's the Windex? Jacqueline winced. What do you need that for? I was going to use it to clean the gravy off the ceiling. Chapter 3. By 9 the next morning, Morgan had already sweated through the t-shirt she was wearing, and she'd made hardly a dent in the front yard. She'd picked up sticks and large branches. The pile she'd made was impressive, but still, the sliver of land looked untouched. Needing to vent her frustration, she took an axe she'd found in the storage shed out back to a fallen tree that lay sprawled across the front lawn. The wood wasn't as soft as she'd hoped it to be. She paused and wiped her brow as something moved in her periphery. A teenage boy on a bike passed by on the road, watching her as he went. He slammed on the foot brake, making the back tire slide sideways on the asphalt when she caught his eye. Hey, he called out as he headed toward her. Hey, Morgan said with a wave and prepared to go back to work on the tree. The boy dropped the bike in her driveway and walked over to where she stood. You bought this place? I own it, yes. He appeared to be about 17, Morgan thought as she looked him over, and figured he was nearing 6 feet. He tossed his head to the side, sending blonde bangs from his blue eyes, and stuffed his hands into the pockets of his long shorts. "You like Van Halen?" she asked, nodding at his t-shirt. "I saw them play in Baton Rouge when I was around your age." The boy squawked out the first line to Panama as he strummed the front of his shirt like a guitar. "That must have been a long time ago." Morgan tried not to feel insulted as she nodded. "Yeah, it was." "I'm Austin Wyatt. My mom owns the lure. Did you see it?" "Morgan Chasson, and yes, I noticed it on my way in." Austin took his hands from his pockets and set them on his hips. "Is that axe all you got? You're gonna need a chainsaw for this." "It's good exercise, and I figured I'll have this tree cut up by winter." "Next winter, maybe. Mr. Harlan has a saw. Be right back." Morgan called after the flash that took off toward the road, but he didn't listen. She wasn't hip on borrowing anything from a stranger, and she wasn't going to allow a teenager to use a power saw in her yard. Whoever Harlan was, she hoped that he wasn't home. She wiped her brow again and went back to chopping on the tree. A while later, a man showed up with Austin carrying a chainsaw. "Got yourself a big mess here. I'm Harlan Schaefer," he said, offering Morgan his hand. Morgan took it. "I'm Morgan Chasson. I know. Austin here told me. Is your dad Bob? You look like him." "Was," Morgan said as she looked away. "He died a few months ago." Harlan was quiet for a moment. "Well, that's a damn shame," he said lowly. "I tried to keep this place up for a while, but after the last hurricane, there was too much to do." He pulled a pair of gloves from his back pocket. "I'd be willing to bet that by the end of the day we'll have it looking good." "Mr. Schaefer, I'm on a limited budget and—" Harlan held up a gloved hand. "This is what neighbors do for one another around here." He turned his attention to Austin. "Go see if Clark's up and tell him to bring the tractor." Austin tore off again before Morgan could say anything. Harlan cranked the saw he'd brought with him, startling her. He'd cut through a portion of the tree before she knew what was happening. He was a slight man, thin and not much taller than Morgan's 5 feet 9 inches. Red and silver hair poked out from beneath a green John Deere cap he wore high on his head. He looked up at Morgan and yelled over the sound of the saw, "My wife will be over shortly. She's putting her face on." In less than an hour, Morgan's yard was abuzz with activity. Harlan was cutting, Clark was bush hogging with his tractor, and his 2 grandsons, Wade and Scott, along with Austin, were stacking the wood that was being cut into a pile in the vacant lot next to the cabin. Every time Morgan tried to do something, someone would run her off and say, "Relax, we have this." "Welcome, neighbor," a woman said as she approached Morgan while she stood in the driveway, not sure what to do with herself. "I'm Betsy Schaefer. You just call me Betsy." She pressed a dish into Morgan's hand. "That's fresh chicken salad. I figured you'd need it for the troops. I'm so glad you've moved in. Tell me, will you be staying here, or is this just a vacation spot for you? Where are you from? Are you alone?" Morgan blinked at the barrage of questions. "This is home for me right now." She held up the dish. "Thank you for this." "Think nothing of it," Betsy said with a wave. "You said, 'for right now.' Does that mean you have plans to leave?" "I'm kind of in transition." Betsy smiled kindly. "Well, darling, you've come to the right place. Harlan and I moved here when we were barely out of our teens. We started out in a little camper trailer and eventually built the house. The first time we came to this town, we fell in love with it and the people, and we've never wanted to leave. Maybe in time you won't either." Morgan smiled and nodded. If she were frugal, she had enough to live on for 3 years, thanks to her savings and the money her father left for her and Brad. But the second she found a job, White Oak Lake would be history, and the cabin she would give to Brad. "We're directly across the street. Ida and Clark Poche are over there. They just finished building this spring." Betsy pointed to the house beside hers, then to the mobile home on the other side, with the driveway lined in hot pink milk jugs and an overgrown flower bed edged in multicolored painted cans. "That's Clarice Minden's place. She's a little eccentric, but very nice. We're the best of friends. The house right next to yours is vacant most of the time. Kyle and Linda Landry use it for a camp, but they just had a new grandbaby and haven't been around for a while. And then there's Chet Aquan's place a little bit down the way from Clarice's. The house across the street from the lure belongs to Skip and Renee Crawford, all good people. We tend to stick close together here, but the folks on the other side of the lake are just as nice." Betsy seemed to have not taken a breath the entire time she was speaking, and Morgan wondered if she planned to point to every house on the lake and give a brief history of each one. "I'm Morgan Chasson, by the way." "Oh, I know. Austin told us. So nice to meet you." Betsy smiled brightly. "So it's just you, then, right?" Morgan nodded as Betsy's gaze flickered over her. "You'll have to meet Jacqueline. She's Austin's mother, and I suspect y'all are about the same age. She runs the lure and lives in the house on the other side of the store. Nice woman. Very nice." Betsy patted Morgan's arm. "I've got a couple of pies in the oven. When they're done, I'll bring them over. Keep these men fed, and they'll renovate the entire house," she said, then headed toward the road. She turned on one heel and with a big smile asked, "Honey, are you married?" No," Morgan said. "Divorced, then?" "No, I've never been married," Morgan said politely, though she resented the invasive questioning. But her answer seemed to please Betsy, and her grin grew wider as she turned and walked away with almost a spring in her step. Morgan looked down at the dish in her hand. She had a few canned goods, tomatoes, and some bottled water in the fridge. Aside from the chicken salad, that was it. "Hey, Austin? Ma'am?" he said as he glanced her way. "I'm going to run down to the store and pick up drinks and ice. Would you let the others know?" He nodded. "Say hi to my mom if you see her." Morgan put the chicken salad in the refrigerator, jotted down a quick list of the things she felt she needed, then headed for the lure.
"Well, hello again,"
the man behind the counter said with a wave as Morgan walked in.
"I see you found us."
"Thanks to your directions, Chet," Morgan said gratefully.
"Everybody, this is Morgan Chasson." "Aye!"
one of 3 men sitting at a small group of tables sang out.
"Chasson, that's Kunes, yeah? Where you people from, Sha?"
Morgan grinned at the term she hadn't heard in a long time. When she was young and jotted a note to her father, she'd spelled it Shaa, the way it was pronounced. The first time her father corrected her and showed her the actual spelling, Cher, she was blown away. "Baton Rouge."
"But she's been living in Atlanta."
Chet's comment brought on grunts and groans of disapproval.
"Glad you came back to your senses. Georgia ain't got the crawfish like we do, no."
The guy who was doing all the talking for the group patted his chest. His tan skin was almost the color of his dark hair, and he had a pair of bright blue eyes that stood out in contrast.
"I'm Skip Crawford."
He pointed to his right.
"That's RJ. His real name is Rufus Jewell, so you know why it goes by RJ."
Skip laughed when RJ took off his hat and hit him upside the head with it.
"This here's Todd Melicone. He lives nearby in Jeanerette."
"Nice to meet you all." Skip pushed out a chair.
"You want to sit down?"
he asked in his strong Cajun accent.
"We don't bite, but we all married, so don't be making no love eyes."
Morgan smiled. "That's good to know. I'll try to behave myself." She held up her list. "I'd better get started on this. I have a lot of people working in my yard right now." Morgan's boots thudded on the wooden floors as she moved down the aisles. There were no shopping carts, so she filled her arms with as many bottles of sports drinks as she could carry and took them to the front. "Can I leave these on the counter while I get the rest of the stuff?"
"Well, sure."
Chet stepped from behind the register.
"Let me help you. What you got next?"
"Paper plates and towels, plastic cups."
"Over here."
Chet led the way. By the time Morgan had checked off everything on her list, the front counter was piled high with bread, chips, drinks, and paper goods. "I'll need a bag of ice, too," Morgan said. "Is it inside or outside?"
"Outside, next to the dock."
Morgan turned toward the female voice with a slight Cajun accent, expecting to see someone like her with olive skin and dark hair. There was no sign of Cajun French heritage in the blonde who stared back at her with blue eyes that were almost gray. Morgan recognized the thin nose and mouth. "You're Austin's mother, aren't you?"
"Jacqueline Wyatt,"
she said as she put out her hand.
"Morgan Chasson's from Atlanta, raised in Baton Rouge,"
Chet answered in Morgan's place as he pointed at all the bottles of sports drinks.
"She got folks working in her yard, and she don't know nothing about sweet tea."
Morgan raised a brow as she regarded him. Sweet tea is very important around here. Jacqueline looked over Morgan's shoulder to the orange Jeep parked outside. Is that yours? Morgan followed her gaze and nodded. Skip, do me a favor and put 5 or 6 jugs of tea in that Jeep. Jacqueline returned her attention to Morgan. Sweet tea is the language of love in White Oak, especially during the summer and most of the winter. Give them the sports drinks and water while they work and the tea later when they're done or when they eat. Never beer, unless the work is done. Jacqueline smiled and looked at RJ and Todd. They'll get drunk, cook up whatever they kill in your yard, and worse, they'll never leave. "Ah, bull, Jacqueline," RJ said. "You make us sound like dogs. You know we shared a squirrel and rabbit." See what I mean? Jacqueline said under her breath. I assume my son is down there in the middle of things? Morgan nodded. He is. Actually, he's the one that invited everyone over. They all came and just started working. I feel like a mooch. Accept the help, Morgan. It's what we do, Chet said as he rang up the items she placed on the counter. Don't charge her for the tea, Jacqueline said. That's my housewarming gift. She raised a finger when Morgan opened her mouth. Don't argue, just accept, like Chet said. You won't fit in unless you let people be nice to you. That's how things work around here. Well, thank you, Morgan said, feeling a little embarrassed. How do I show my appreciation? The tea. That and conversation go a long way. I'll come down in a little while and make sure Austin's behaving. One thing you should know about him is that he'll say just about anything that crosses his mind. Don't be afraid to call him on it if he gets out of hand. He's been very polite, Morgan said as she put her money on the counter. Skip rounded the corner with 3 jugs of tea in his hands. RJ, get off your ass, boy, and go get more tea, and Todd, carry the ladies' bags. Skip looked at Morgan and rolled his eyes. I gotta tell him everything. Jacqueline smiled when Morgan turned back to her. Welcome to White Oak. Thanks, Morgan said gratefully. Skip and RJ were admiring Morgan's Jeep when she stepped outside. Todd dug the ice out of the freezer and dropped it on the floor of the back seat. This is a nice ride, Morgan. You off-road? I've never put it in 4-wheel drive. I love it because it sits high and I can take the top off. You ever want to take you to the mud, you let me know. He pointed at the house across the street. I live right there. We'd all be down there helping in your yard, but we're about to go check on my boat. I got a little shrimping business. If you ever want to go out on the water, let me know. Maybe if you go, Jacqueline will too. I've been trying to get her out there for years. Todd and RJ exchanged glances and grinned. Morgan wondered if maybe Skip, the married man, had a thing for Jacqueline. I'll think about that. Thanks for the offer. See you later, Skip said as he and the boys went back inside. Morgan hopped into the driver's seat and waved at Jacqueline as she stood in the window watching her. Austin's mother was a cutie, and Morgan had always had a thing for blondes. Jacqueline's hair was all one length and lay just at her shoulders. Morgan wondered how it would feel to sift her fingers through it before she caught herself. She didn't intend to be here long, so there was no sense in starting something new, even though she'd gotten the vibe that she and Jacqueline had their sexuality in common. Chapter 4. Fine woman, Chet said as the others walked back into the store. Jacqueline watched the Jeep leave the lot. Yeah, she seems nice. She turned around and noticed a smile on Chet's face and steeled herself for what she knew was coming next. Didn't see a ring on her finger, Chet said. Not too feminine. I wonder, don't start. But Jacqueline's warning was ignored by the others. Todd jumped in. You look good standing side by side. Y'all are almost the same size. You ain't gonna have to bend down to kiss that one goodnight. She got a nice smile. I saw it a lot when she was talking to you, Jack. Skip put a hand to his ear. Oh, what's that? Wedding bells do I hear? Jacqueline took the ribbon good-naturedly and gave Skip a playful shove. Why are you in such a hurry to pair me up with every woman that passes through town? Because my Renee say I spend too much time here in this store. She know it ain't the coffee, it's no good. She know it ain't the boudin, hers is better. So it must be the company I keep. That little woman's gonna come in here with a pitchfork one day and put it to both of our asses. Just yours, Skip. She knows I'm not after her man. Jacqueline don't want no man, Skip said,
looking at the others. "She shoot, she fish, she crab, and do it all with a pretty face. A face that had a Morgan smiling, yeah. We gonna sit back and watch the love happen. Laissez les bon temps rouler. Let them good times roll, yeah?"
I'm leaving before Skip picks out my wedding dress. I'm sure it would be adorned with crawfish, shotgun shells, and empty beer cans. Jacqueline stopped at the door. Thanks, Chet. I needed the break.
You got it, baby.
Jacqueline could hear Skip and the others laughing as she made a retreat. She was thankful that everyone took her sexuality in stride. But it had not always been that way. She'd caused quite a stir in town when she'd been caught in the act with a woman she'd met in a neighboring town. She learned a lot that night. Like Carolyn Dunn had insomnia and liked to take walks when she couldn't sleep. She also learned it wasn't wise to get caught up in the heat of the moment because good sense tends to lapse. It had been her idea to park behind the power company office. Carolyn Dunn, being nosy, peeked into the car she didn't recognize and got an eyeful. That was bad enough because Carolyn told everyone in town, and the news spread to neighboring towns. A jealous husband heard the story, recognized the description of the car, and unfortunately, his wife. Jacqueline was unaware that Gwyneth was married, but when her angry spouse showed up at the lure looking for the woman who had forced herself on his wife, it was revelation time for Jacqueline and her grandmother, who had not heard Carolyn's tale. The confrontation brought in the police and just about everyone in town. In an effort to protect Jacqueline, Carolyn told Gwyneth's husband in startling detail what she'd witnessed, and the encounter was obviously mutual. Two things stopped Jacqueline from being throttled that day: Skip, who happened to be at the right place at the right time, and Carolyn's embarrassing testimony. That was the problem with White Oak. Nothing ever happened there. No one was ever robbed at gunpoint, no houses ever broken into. There was an occasional rumor that Clarice Minden was growing marijuana amongst the other herbs behind her house. But that was all the excitement there was in the sleepy little town. So when Jacqueline was literally caught with her pants down, the gossip mill churned at a frantic pace. Augusta Wyatt was the most influential woman in White Oak Lake at the time, and no one wanted to cross her. Eventually, everyone took Jacqueline's sexuality in stride. The teasing was good-natured. "Hey, Jack, pick one with a little husband next time." Or, "Try the cornfields like the teenagers do." Jacqueline bore it well, her parents not so much. Pillars of the community and servants in their church, they found no amusement in the jokes. Jacqueline often wondered if that was the reason her folks took to the road as soon as her father retired from the bank. Jacqueline's sexuality was like the proverbial elephant in the room that no one talked about when the family was together. Jacqueline's mother, Liz, had stopped asking her when she was going to get married and pointing out that Maddie had a husband and children. Gail was never brought up. She, too, was a black sheep in the Wyatt clan. But her sins were lesser in the eyes of the elder Wyatts than Jacqueline's, and that stirred an old resentment that Jacqueline carried for her younger sister Gail and her parents. "Choppin' junipers, the welcome wagon has arrived," Jacqueline said under her breath as she watched the commotion surrounding Morgan's house. There was sawing and pruning, and Clark flew by with a wave on his tractor. Morgan stood on the porch at a table made of sawhorses and an old door and scooped ice into glasses, flanked by Betsy Schaefer and Ida Pochet. No doubt, both were extracting every piece of information from the newcomer as they could. As Jacqueline regarded Morgan, she was forced to agree with Chet's assessment. Morgan didn't fit into the typical feminine mold. She carried a wallet in the back pocket of her jean cutoffs, instead of a purse, and looked comfortable in the work boots she was wearing. The gray tank top she wore showed off her arms and shoulders, which in Jacqueline's opinion were way too thin, but she did see muscle tone. Had Morgan been wearing a shirt with a collar, her wavy dark hair would have just touched it. If Chet suspected Morgan was gay, then no doubt the others did too. If Morgan was single, the hens would find out. Then Jacqueline's problems would begin. Most everyone in White Oak Lake, aside from her parents' religious contingent, wanted to see Jacqueline paired up with someone who would make her happy.
"There you are,"
Betsy said when she noticed Jacqueline.
"We were just telling Morgan all about you."
"Oh, and I just thought my ears were burning because I got in too much sun on the walk over here." Jacqueline stepped up on the porch. Morgan, it's probably best if you don't believe everything you hear. Jacqueline kissed Betsy on the cheek and gave Ida a hug.
It's all nice,
Betsy said, a bit too cheerily for Jacqueline's liking. Hey again. Morgan handed Jacqueline a glass of tea. You learn fast, Jacqueline said after she'd taken a swallow. Real glass, too. That's a special added touch. We're running low on plastic cups, Ida said in her brash tone as she entered the conversation. I have more at the house. Betsy, you come on and help me carry them. Jacqueline watched the two hens strut away. Betsy in her navy polka dot capris with a white billowy top, and Ida wearing her husband's shirt and jeans that were too long and dragged the ground behind the heel of her boot. Their heads bobbed up and down just like chickens pecking at the dirt as they walked, and they were probably clucking away about Morgan as they went. Hey, Mom, Austin called out as he passed with an armload of sticks. Hey, bud. Jacqueline regarded him with a smile as he tossed the debris into a cart. It's a good thing you caught these guys today, she said as she turned back to Morgan. On weekdays, this place is a ghost town. Everyone leaves for work and the kids are in school. I didn't mean to catch them, but oh my God, I'm so glad I did. The backyard doesn't look like a jungle anymore. Morgan held her glass to the side of her sweating face. I figured it would be a long time before this place looked like someone actually lived here. There's no mistaking that now, especially with all the lights you had on last night. Jacqueline pointed at a floodlight on the corner of the porch. They're still on. Morgan pursed her lips as her face colored. Be right back. She opened the front door and reached in to flip the switch. I've been in the city for a long time. I'm used to hearing horns and motor noise, but last night, it was too quiet. Okay, Jacqueline said slowly. I was able to hear other noises, animal sounds. I hoped the light might make them go away. Ah, Jacqueline said with a nod. I imagine there's quite a few that have taken up residence here since it's been so quiet. I have a raccoon that sits on top of my grill and looks inside all the time. Yesterday was cool, but it's hot as hell today. Morgan watched Clark go by on the tractor. He'd traded the bush hog for a cart that was filled high with brush. Harlan says they're going to make a bonfire out of the trees and limbs. I hope they wait until January. Humidity's up. Jacqueline looked up at the sky. We might get rain tomorrow. Maybe tonight. Is your roof good? I think so. I didn't see any stains on the ceilings. Morgan looked down at the covered dish. That's Betsy's chicken salad. I could make you a sandwich if you'd like. I've already eaten, but thanks, Jacqueline said as she scooped up the bowl. She uses mayonnaise, so you should probably put it in your fridge and what's left of the ice in the freezer. Morgan grabbed the bowl with the bag of ice sitting in it and opened the door for Jacqueline. Have you lived here all your life? Yep, there's no place I'd rather be. I like to visit New Orleans, but a weekend in the city is all I need to convince me that I'm a country girl at heart. She handed the chicken salad to Morgan when she opened the fridge and walked over to the windows facing the backyard. You're going to need to seal your deck again soon. My sister and brother-in-law own the hardware store. Maddie will probably give you a good deal on sealant, and Austin will put it on for you if you keep him fed. He works for snacks. My brother used to eat everything he could get his hands on like he was starving to death. I could get him to do almost anything with the right bait. Morgan pointed to a photo pinned to the fridge with a magnet. That's him and his wife, Tanya. You don't look anything alike, Jacqueline said as she looked at it. Dad used to say Brad was a carbon copy of my mom. She had the reddish hair and green eyes. Morgan's eyes widened as a black cat strolled into her kitchen, plopped down, and started bathing itself. Aw, is it yours? Jacqueline asked as she knelt to pet it. I've never seen it before. I must have left the front door open. I bet it belongs to Clarice across the street. She has a few. Jacqueline picked the cat up and scratched it under its chin. Morgan smiled as she stroked the silky black fur. He reminds me of a cat I had when I was a kid. You should get one or two. They'll help with unwanted guests. Clarice's cats are probably the reason your place hasn't been overrun by rodents. The cat began to purr loudly as Jacqueline scratched along its jaw. Now that they're disturbing the brush outside, things will look for a new home if you get my drift. I haven't had a pet in ages because I was never home long enough to care for one. I don't plan to be here long, either, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea to get one now. Put out some food and Clarice's cats will come by and chase off the mice. That way you don't have to make a commitment," Jacqueline said as the cat began to squirm, and she walked over to the door. The cat leapt out of her arms and landed on the porch with a solid thump. "I need to get back home. This is my first day off in weeks, and I have a mountain of dirty laundry to do." She smiled. "If you need more tea or anything else, just send Austin down to get it." "It was very nice meeting you." Morgan put out her hand. "Thank you for the tea and the hospitality." "My pleasure," Jacqueline said as she shook it. Morgan watched Jacqueline walk down the steps and kiss Austin on the cheek as she went. Betsy and Ida had returned and paid Jacqueline close attention, then looked back at Morgan with a smile. Morgan didn't know them all that well, but she thought they looked as though they were up to something.
"What's she like?"
Ida frowned at Clarice, who sat at her kitchen table mixing piles of herbs that she'd ground nearly to a powder. "Had you come over today, you would have met her yourself."
"I think they like each other." Jacqueline seemed a little nervous,
Betsy said with a wide smile.
"I took that as a good sign."
Clarice pushed her glasses higher on her nose with her middle finger.
"I told you I saw it in the leaves. This is the one for Jacqueline."
Ida rolled her eyes.
"What could it hurt to believe?"
Betsy asked as she fiddled with a strand of her freshly dyed dark hair.
"We drink a little tea, make a little wish. If it doesn't work like Clarice says it will, then we'll have just shared a cup of tea."
"Because it's a little stupid," Ida said with a hand on her hip.
"The magic won't work if you don't believe, Ida,"
Clarice said in her sing-song voice.
"You have to believe in the potion and the magic."
Clarice lit a joint and took a healthy drag from it. She held it up to Ida.
"You'll believe in magic after you smoke this."
Ida took a seat and the joint. She inhaled deeply and blew out the smoke. "I have a feeling I'll believe in the Easter Bunny after this." She held it out to Betsy, who shook her head.
"I'll drink the tea, but I'm not gonna smoke that."
She fanned at the smoke, feeling lightheaded from having to breathe the haze that filled Clarice's tiny kitchen. Ida watched as Clarice dropped her concoction into a metal ball, then set it in a cup of steaming water to steep. "Shouldn't we make Morgan and Jacqueline drink the tea?" Clarice shook her head.
"We have to cast the spell."
She took the joint from Ida and took another hit.
"Does wonders for arthritis. Betsy, you should try it."
Clarice looked at Betsy over the top of her glasses and grinned.
"For medicinal purposes, of course."
"I'd prefer to just drink the tea. Harlan is suspicious of our gathering. He says I smell funny when I come home. I tell him it's your homemade arthritis cream."
Ida snorted. "This is really dumb, aren't we? Her eyes glassed over as she stared off into space.
"It's for Jacqueline," Betsy argued. "Can't you just try, Ida? Pretend it will work."
Clarice shot Betsy a look.
"You can't pretend to believe."
"Believe what?" Ida asked blankly.
"We believe in the potion and the power of love's magic."
Clarice nodded.
"Right, Ida?"
"Oh, yeah."
Ida took another puff from the joint.
Clarice removed the ball and scooted the cup in front of Betsy, who picked it up and sniffed at it. She made a terrible face and whispered,
"For Jacqueline?"
before she took a sip.
"Dear God,"
Betsy rasped as she moved the cup in front of Ida. Without hesitation, Ida picked up the cup and took a drink that she struggled to swallow. "Why did y'all make me drink cat piss?"
"Potion,"
Clarice corrected, then lifted the cup to her own lips. When she had drained the liquid, she took Betsy's and Ida's hands.
"We believe in the power of the potion. We believe in love. For it has come to White Oak Lake," Betsy interjected. "Wherever we are,"
Clarice said with her eyes clamped shut.
"Love has come to claim our Jacqueline. May Morgan—"
She opened one eye and looked at Betsy.
"What's her last name?"
"Chasson,"
Betsy whispered, as though she were afraid to disturb whoever was listening. Clarice closed her eyes and continued.
May Morgan Chasson be strong in body, soul, and mind. Let her heart be pure and kind. Let her face stir desire in our younger sister. Let her be all these things so Jacqueline cannot resist her. So be it.
So be it, Betsy and Ida repeated. Betsy wasn't sure what was in the potion, but she suspected catnip because Clarice was partial to using it for just about everything and extolled its healthy virtues often. Her cats were nip addicts. Betsy hid her smile behind her hand as she listened to her two best friends discuss the best herbs for the female libido. Clarice considered herself a naturalist. She grew herbs and most of her own food. But lately, she'd decided that she was also psychic, a notion probably brought on by the herbs she liked to smoke. She made predictions like Ida's cat was going to have kittens, the price of gas was going to go up again, and Chet was going to have a bumper crop of tomatoes. Of course, all of these things were correct, but anyone with half a brain would have been able to predict that as well. But Clarice had told them that someone new was coming to White Oak Lake, and Morgan most certainly had. Betsy didn't put any stock in ethereal powers, but their secret meetings were fun, so much better than playing bridge. And the romantic notion that they somehow could be responsible for bringing someone special into Jacqueline's life by mixing potions was just too exciting not to toy with. Betsy was certain it was just a silly game, but some part of her did believe that well wishes of loved ones did have a magic all their own. And a little catnip didn't hurt. Chapter 5. Morgan's internal alarm clock went off at 5:30. She sat up and rubbed her eyes as her brain shouted a litany of orders. Get up, make coffee, shower, check your email. Birds chirped outside, reminding her that she wasn't in Atlanta anymore, and there was no need to rush through morning chores. Aside from grocery shopping, there was no need to do anything. She sank back down, unsure of how she felt about that. There were times she wished she could just spend the morning leisurely sipping a cup of coffee and watch the sun come up. But there was never any time. Money had to be made. And now she had plenty of time that she couldn't relax and enjoy because her future seemed so uncertain. She got up with a groan. She wouldn't be enjoying a cup of coffee because she didn't have any. Grocery shopping was the first order of business, then who knew? Maybe she'd get around to unpacking her things, which would take all of 30 minutes. The seats of the Jeep were wet with morning dew and stuck to the pair of running shorts that Morgan had thrown on after her shower. Dust and leaves covered the dash from the work done in her yard the day before. Morgan decided that cleaning it would be her next project. Just keep moving and doing, she said aloud. She was determined to do anything to keep her mind off of the last few months when her life went to hell in a handbasket. Morgan breathed in deeply, catching the hint of creosote from the docks and piers jutting into the water. It brought back memories of when her father used to take her and Brad fishing at False River. Morgan allowed herself a second to visualize her dad, with the bottoms of his jeans rolled up, wading into the muddy waters to catch a turtle for Brad. She blinked and shook her head when the images of his last hours began to filter into her mind. Instead of turning left onto Main Street, Morgan crossed over, and the road went from Lakeshore Drive to Blackwater Road. There were a few offices on either side. Then White Oak Grocery came into view. Morgan wheeled into the lot that was virtually empty and parked. Two cashiers were chatting at one of the registers and waved as Morgan picked out a cart and headed for the produce. The smell of lavender mixed with something else hit her as she passed a woman looking at the fruit. Morgan tossed a bag of celery into her cart and was about to pick up a cucumber when the woman whispered,
You're better off growing your own.
I just moved here, Morgan said with a shrug, taking in the woman's odd apparel. The white gauzy dress looked more like a nightgown and was almost as sheer. Morgan looked down when she noticed the woman's nipples poking at the material. Her feet were in a pair of sandals that looked handmade by a child.
I know,
the woman said in an airy tone. She picked up an apple and scratched at the skin with her fingernail, shaking her head.
So many pesticides. Chemicals to make the breasts of a chicken larger, hormones to make the cow grow faster, and where does it all go? To us. She dropped the apple back into the bin. Rabbits, 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 they ate everything.
The woman reached out and grabbed Morgan's arm hard enough to nearly make her lose her balance.
When you plant your garden, surround it with a fence and bury the bottom at least a foot into the earth.
Her voice rose with every mournful word.
Learn from my mistakes, so you won't be forced to eat the chemical-laced filth you find here.
You don't have to shop here, Clarice, someone called out from another aisle.
It's a conspiracy,
Clarice whispered as she released her hold on Morgan.
My breasts used to be so beautiful, and now,
whoa! Wait a minute, Morgan cried out when Clarice began opening her dress. Don't show your boobs in the store, Clarice, the same voice called out a little louder. You gonna make me call the cops on you again? Clarice shook a finger at Morgan.
You were warned.
Morgan stood, mouth agape, as she watched the woman stalk off, dress billowing. And then she heard Betsy's voice in her mind.
That's Clarice Minden's place. She's a little eccentric.
Morgan swallowed hard as she realized she just met another one of her neighbors. Oh, my God, she whispered as she went back to her shopping. Morgan sighed happily as she nibbled a protein bar and admired her well-stocked pantry. The fridge held milk, water, and beer. There was fruit in a bowl on the cabinet, and next to it laid a loaf of bread. The kitchen looked as though someone actually resided there. The living room was another story, as she stepped around the bar that divided the two rooms. She went over to the small pile of boxes in the corner and opened one. Inside were a few books, and wrapped in a hand towel was a framed photo of Morgan, Brad, and their dad, taken in Brad's backyard. She tried not to look at it too closely as she set it aside. The towel made Morgan laugh as she thought of Celeste. That bitch kicked you to the curb and you're leaving all your shit with her? Oh, hell no. Celeste snatched the hand towel and washcloth from the rack in the bathroom. Morgan watched as she wrapped something in the towel and set it in the box. That's part of a set, Celeste. They match the bath towels. And half of it is yours, fool. Celeste took the bath towel and wrapped Morgan's glass jar of keepsakes in it. If I could get the love seat in your Jeep, I'd stuff that in there too. Celeste's black curls bounced as she looked around the room. That chair was yours before you met her. That'll fit in the back seat. I don't want it. It's just junk. All I want is what has sentimental value to me. Risa can keep the rest. I'm feeling really sentimental about this damn watch. Celeste picked up the Movado and waved it at Morgan. You gave this to her when she got that promotion at work, and this is how she treats you? It's hers. Leave it, Morgan said as she taped up a box. Celeste folded her arms. I don't think you looked hard enough for a job. I've combed my network and yours. I've sent out 1 million resumes and beat the pavement until my feet are as bruised as my ego. Besides, I need a change. But what if you go off into God's country and you get a hit on a resume and have to come right back here? Morgan smiled. Then I'll stay with you until I find a place. You could stay with me right now. And Keisha would kill us both. There's barely enough room at your place for the two of you and all of your hair accoutrements and clothes. Celeste opened her eyes wide. I know you didn't just make fun of my weave. I love it. And when your real hair grows back in, it'll be beautiful. Keisha and her experiments. She needs to practice on her own damn head. I don't know what that shit was, but my hair was on fire and melted in my hand. Celeste put a hand on her hip. She knows she's in the doghouse with me. She won't say a damn thing if I tell her I want you to move in. Morgan hefted a box and set it on the floor. I'm going. Brad's already been there and had the utilities hooked back up. I'll be closer to him. It's only 1.5 hours from where he lives. Fine. Celeste threw her hands in the air. But if I hear that you're wearing overalls and wrestling alligators, I'm dragging your scrawny white ass back to Atlanta. She waved a finger. Don't expect me to come visit you down in no hole, either. There better be a Hampton Inn or something close by. Celeste don't do no shack in the woods. Morgan laughed out loud when she opened the next box and pulled out a fork, Risa's favorite coffee cup with the handle broken off, and the espresso maker Celeste had given her. It had never been used. The sticky note inside the small glass pot said, "Bitch, I bought you this. You better damn well use it. Love, Celeste." Chapter 6.
You know what I want to know, so start talking.
"Good morning, Maddie," Jacqueline said as she stocked the liquor cabinet behind the register. "I'm doing fine after my day off. I did laundry, cleaned the house, and paid my bills."
Well, that was mighty exciting. I think I'll sit down because my heart is about to flutter out of my chest. I know you went there yesterday, so spill it.
"That means you've already talked to Betsy. You probably know more than I do."
She's never been married and is apparently single. She's obviously not into makeup. She's from Baton Rouge, but came from Atlanta. There's a big gay scene there, you know. I saw it on TV during Pride Month. Oh, and she lost her father recently.
"Well, then I was right. You do know more than I do." Jacqueline kicked an empty box away and opened a case of bourbon whiskey. "How'd they talk you into posing for the picture on the front of the wild turkey bottles?"
The same way they got you to pose for the... Oh, come on, Jacqueline. Tell me what you know.
"Slow on the uptake this morning. The tree in the living room smashed your coffee pot, too?" Maddie ignored the jab.
Here's what I think your problem is. You don't advertise enough. Strangers coming into town don't even know you're gay unless we tell them. Now, Morgan, she's easy to spot, even though no one will mistake her for a guy."
Jacqueline closed her eyes when Maddie said,
"She's got the wallet in her back pocket, the strut, and the cool, messy hair.
"I'll run out and buy some flannel," Jacqueline said as she kicked the box she'd just emptied. It bounced off the counter and hit her in the head, which made her madder at her sister.
My point is, how is she going to know you're on her team and available? I know you won't tell her, and you'll get pissed if I do."
"Didn't you just say she lost her dad recently? She's probably going through a hard time and wants to be left alone. And I want to be left alone. I don't need you and the hens swooping down on every woman that comes into town on my behalf."
"Hens don't swoop. You get the point."
Jacqueline waved as Skip walked in. "I've work to do."
"Don't be mad. I want you to have someone in your life that makes you happy like Heath does me. I want to kill him every other day, but really I'm happy with my life."
"Then quit meddling in mine." "Crickets? Yes, we have them. I'll be right with you. I have to go, Maddie." Jacqueline hung up the phone as Skip set an energy drink on the counter. "I didn't ask you about no crickets," he said with a furrowed brow. "You okay?" Jacqueline nodded as she rang up the drink. "I needed an excuse to get off the phone with Maddie. You're gonna have to take a cricket so I won't be a liar." Skip yawned. "She on you already about Morgan?" "Yes, and unlike you, she's serious. I wish she'd find a hobby that didn't embarrass the hell out of me." "That's what little sisters are for. Mine, she still likes to tell the story when I had that stick hanging out of my ass cheek. She always forgets to tell people she put it there. Never turn your back on that girl when she mad, 'cause she can be evil like my Renee. She puts hot sauce in my coffee when I forget to take out the trash." "And you wonder why I'm still single," Jacqueline said as she took his money and handed back his change. "You'll be happy like me one day, you watch," Skip said as he walked toward the door. "I didn't get my cricket, so that makes you a liar. I won't tell nobody, though." Jacqueline watched him go, thinking she'd been called worse. She walked over to the large window overlooking the parking lot. In the distance, she could see the orange Jeep parked in front of the old cabin. Morgan was attractive. Jacqueline could admit that to herself. Unlike everyone else, though, she didn't hold out hope that a romance would spontaneously occur. Just because they were both lesbians didn't mean they'd automatically have anything in common. And then there was Austin. Some of the women she dated didn't appear to be interested in raising a teenage boy. The woman Jacqueline dreamed about would accept her and her son as a package deal. But it seemed that those women were in short supply. Morgan pulled her Jeep around the side of the house when she'd wiped down the inside and put the top back on. She'd filled a pot with water and dish liquid and grabbed the hand towel that Celeste had packed into a box. Risa would be furious to know that she was scrubbing bugs off her Jeep with her ivory towel. She smiled as she hooked a hose she'd found in the tool shed to the hydrant and turned it on. Water shot out of the hose, but not where Morgan expected it to come from. A thin spray erupted from behind a kink, hitting her legs and the crotch of her shorts. She wrapped the breach with duct tape and tried again. Before long, the green hose was almost entirely covered in gray tape. And that was when Morgan lost her mind. A slow, burning rage had been steadily building inside of her. Anger at the loss of her father, her job, and Risa's heartless timing bubbled over. Just fucking once! I need something to go right, just fucking once! Morgan screamed as she grabbed the hose and began beating it against a tree. Die, you green bastard, die! Her rage spent for the moment, Morgan staggered a step, then turned to find Betsy staring at her, open-mouthed.
Hi, how are you?
She said shakily. Betsy's gaze slowly drifted down to the pine bark around Morgan's feet and the mangled hose.
Honey, Harlan will cut that tree down for you. Won't take but a minute.
Sweat and water streamed down Morgan's face. The laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside. Betsy took a step backward as she began to cackle hysterically.
I can see that you're busy. I'll just come back later,
Betsy said as she turned and walked off.
Okay, forget everything I said earlier, Maddie said when Jacqueline answered the phone. And stay away from Morgan Chesson. She's certifiably insane.
I don't have time for this, Maddie went on, undaunted.
Betsy just found her screaming and beating a tree with a hose pipe.
I may join her then. Jacqueline put the last of her new spinnerbaits on the display rack.
Betsy said she was all wet and sweaty and laughing like a hyena. Do you think maybe Clarice gave her some of the tea she drinks? My God, I bet no one thought to warn her.
Social networking sites were totally unnecessary in White Oak. One's status was automatically transmitted by the nosy hens who tended the business of everyone in town. Morgan's had just been updated to insane at home.
She's sitting on her deck, very unladylike, staring up at the sky,
Maddie said, slowly. Jacqueline slammed her hand down on the display, sending all the baits she just arranged flying. Put the binoculars away, Madeline, and leave her alone.
Fine. I have to get back to work anyway. You stay away from that nutbag and keep Austin at a distance, too. Local nuts like Clarice we can deal with, but this one is foreign, and we don't know what to expect. She could be a killer hiding out in...
Jacqueline ended the call with a push of a button and growled at the mess she'd made of her display. Chapter 7. Morgan washed the last of her dinner dishes and set them on the rack beside the sink to dry. She went to the couch and stretched out with the remote in her hand. As she flicked through the channels, she tried to recall the last time she'd actually just watched TV, and determined it was in a hotel a few years ago when she was too ill to do anything else. She wanted a movie, something she could get lost in and live vicariously through someone else's life. What she found channel after channel was news, religious programming, reality shows where people fought endlessly, and sitcoms too boring to hold her interest for a second. Morgan had been at the cabin going on 3 nights and regrettably realized that she was bored out of her mind. I can't live like this. She dropped the remote and got up. What was I thinking? I'm gonna hyperventilate. She sat back down and put her face between her knees. Gotta get out! Despite the hot, humid air, Morgan found it easier to breathe as she jogged down her driveway to the road. The pavement felt solid beneath her sneakers, and the sound of her steps padding steadily was all she heard aside from the insects. No horns, no booming bass, no voices could be heard in the stillness of the evening. Morgan was so out of the element she'd grown accustomed to that she felt like she was in another country or possibly on another planet. The light from the lure was the only sign of human existence, except for an occasional lit window in the houses she passed. Jacqueline was sweeping the floor when Morgan walked in. Hey, I'm closed, but come on in unless you're looking for hot coffee, she said with a smile that slipped from her face. Something wrong? Anxiety attack, I think, Morgan rasped out as she clutched her chest. Jacqueline dropped the broom. Well, sit down. She took Morgan by the arm and led her to the tables near the coffee station. Should I call an ambulance? Morgan shook her head. I just had to get out of there. Walls closing in, angry mob wives, chunky kid and dog shit, tiny food processors, and oh my God, the car insurance commercials. Jacqueline nodded, knowingly. TV overdose. How long were you watching? Morgan shrugged. 10 minutes? This is serious. Jacqueline looked at Morgan grimly. I can help. Wait right here a minute. Morgan stared at the floor, feeling like a fool as Jacqueline rustled around. She looked up when Jacqueline went to the drink station and filled 2 large plastic cups with ice. There was a bag tucked beneath her arm. Feel well enough to walk? I think so, Morgan said as she stood. Follow me. Jacqueline locked the front door and switched off the main lights. Neon signs in the window illuminated the path they took out a side door of the store. After Jacqueline had locked it, she pulled a cell phone from her pocket and made a call. Hey, sweetie. I'm going down on the pier with Morgan. Call me if you need anything. Love you too. Jacqueline smiled at Morgan. Watch your step. Moonlight danced on the water as Jacqueline led Morgan down the long dock behind the store. There were no chairs, and Jacqueline motioned for Morgan to join her as she sat dangling her feet above the water. Is that bourbon? Morgan asked as Jacqueline pulled a bottle from the bag she had carried out with her. Jacqueline hesitated a second before opening it. I should have asked if you drink. Socially. Morgan licked her lips. Bourbon is my favorite. Mine too. Say when. Jacqueline poured the amber liquid into one of the cups until Morgan motioned for her to stop. Straight or 7? 7 up, please. Morgan listened to the fizz of the soda as Jacqueline poured, then accepted the drink gratefully. I'm really embarrassed now. Don't be. Jacqueline mixed her own drink. Everybody has a bad day. I've had 4 months' worth, and I'm beginning to wonder if this is going to become the norm. Jacqueline shook her head after she'd taken a sip from her cup. No, as they say, one thing you can count on is change, or this too shall pass. But when you're going through stormy seas, it's hard to adopt that attitude. Morgan looked out over the water, then into the sky as the moon peeked out from behind the trees. I've had about as much change as I can stand. I know you lost your father recently. I should also tell you that anything you say in front of Betsy or Ida, it spreads like wildfire through town. They don't mean any harm, but they can't keep their beak shut to save their lives. 4 months ago, Morgan said with a sigh. And after him, my job and my girlfriend. I don't even know who I am anymore. And when I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm not really sure where I'm at. It all feels like a dream I can't escape. That's shitty. Morgan grinned. Thank you for not saying sorry. I've heard too much of that, too. Jacqueline took a drink and said, I understand. Ironically, I thought I needed change amongst all the change, so I came here. And my life feels like it has come to a screeching halt. Well, it has, Jacqueline said thoughtfully. You're kind of in suspended animation. Morgan raised her glass. That's it exactly. I was very close to my grandma. Jacqueline waved a hand at the store and house sitting nearby. All of this was hers. It became mine after she passed away, and even though I was very busy taking care of everything, I felt like I was standing still and life was going on all around me. She took a part of me when she left, and I felt lost without it. How long did that last? Jacqueline smiled wanly. I'm speaking into past tense because it's gotten easier, but there's still that part that I'm lacking. Were you close to your father? Morgan patted her chest as she stared at the water. In here, but I didn't see him as often as I should have. I was a product manager for a chain of grocery stores in Georgia. I managed a team of 19 people, and we were responsible for choosing the items carried in the menagerie food stores. I traveled around the state a lot, worked long hours, and there never seemed to be enough time for me to visit my family. When Dad got sick... Morgan inhaled deeply and closed her eyes. He'd been seriously ill for a while, and we didn't know what it really was. The disease made him frail and pitiful. I couldn't bear to see him like that. The frustration on his face when he needed help to stand, or the inability to even hold a fork, tore my heart out. And when I should have been there more often, I stayed away. Morgan shook her head slowly. He needed me the most then, and I let it all fall on my brother's shoulders because I was a coward. Was it cancer? Morgan shook her head. Multiple system atrophy. Just as bad, I suppose. There's no cure for it. We thought it was Parkinson's. That was the original diagnosis. He started passing out or having seizures whenever he stood up, so they ran more tests and found that brain tissue that controlled just about everything was dying. He hallucinated a lot, found it difficult to articulate things. He was in pain but couldn't tell us what hurt. Morgan looked down at her drink. In the end, he couldn't even swallow, and the night he died, all we could do was stand there and watch him go. Did he know you were there? Yes, he did. We talked to him a lot, and the hospice nurse was there keeping him pretty doped up. He'd respond to something we said with a grunt, then that stopped. When he took his last breath, the whole world seemed to stop that night. Where's your mother? Jacqueline asked softly. She died when I was 6. Morgan inhaled sharply. He's with her now. Jacqueline studied Morgan's profile as she gazed out at the water. I wish there was something I could say to make you feel better. I beat a water hose against a tree today, and surprisingly, that took the edge off for a while. Morgan shrugged and took a drink. I know. I heard all about it from my sister, who heard it from Betsy. Jacqueline smiled when Morgan looked at her. You can't sneeze in this town without someone hollering, bless you. If you worry about what people think, you may want to have your catharsis indoors. Morgan chuckled. She must have thought it was insane. Yep, Jacqueline said and crunched a piece of ice between her teeth. You're right up there with Clarice Minden now. Morgan's eyes widened. She tried to show me her boobs in the grocery store this morning. Jacqueline laughed. I bet Angie ran her out of there. She does it every other week. Someone yelled at her, but I didn't see who it was. Would she really have flashed me? Oh, yeah, Jacqueline said with a laugh. Most of the time, she roams around her backyard naked. Says it makes her feel one with nature. That's why Betsy had Harlan build that strip of fence that divides their property. And I thought I'd found Mayberry. You have, just in an alternate universe. We even have moonshiners. Every now and then, one of the stills will explode in someone's garage or in the woods. I don't understand why they go to all that trouble. This town isn't dry. Chet says it's exciting, though. Chet makes moonshine? Jacqueline nodded with a grin and crunched another piece of ice. That's why half of his teeth are missing. He got hit in the mouth with a pipe when his still exploded. Morgan started laughing. You're screwing with me. I'm not, I swear. Look at his hands the next time you see him. He's missing a thumb. I know you noticed the scar near his mouth. He'll tell you he got that in a bar fight. People around here do all sorts of crazy shit like the fall regatta. What's that? It's a not boat race, and actual boats can't be used. Competitors construct a vessel without a motor that's supposed to float and try to get it across the lake to the finish line. Only 3 made it to the end last year, and that was a record. And they do this the weekend before Thanksgiving when the water's getting cold. Jacqueline shook her head. I don't understand the logic, but it's pretty funny to watch. If I don't get a hit on my resumes, I may still be here then. I think I'd enjoy seeing that. You need a hobby. Jacqueline dug another piece of ice from her cup. Collect driftwood and make planners out of the pieces or paint random objects like Clarice does. Find something that you enjoy. It'll take your mind off your worries, and time will fly by. Morgan took a healthy swallow of her drink and began to feel a little lightheaded. That's good advice. I've noticed that you've eaten most of your ice and drank very little. Jacqueline smiled. No one likes to drink alone. I wanted you to be able to take the edge off and not feel self-conscious. I have a teenager who is supposed to be doing a history assignment, and I need to be clear-headed when I go in and find it incomplete. You have responsibilities. I'm sorry for keeping you. My son has to learn to be responsible enough to do his homework without me hounding him. I listen to fish stories all day and town gossip until it makes my head spin. Sometimes I need a break from everyday life, so you did me a favor too. Morgan looked out at the water and listened to the sounds of night birds and crickets. It really is peaceful here. No wonder Dad liked it so much. I hated it when I was a teenager. I thought it was so uncool to live in the swamp. All the kids on TV lived in cities and had plenty to do, places to go. For entertainment, we'd hide out in the cornfields or the marsh and drink the beer Skip stole from his dad. Instead of going to the mall, I shot skeet and fished. But you know what I do for entertainment now? I shoot skeet and fish, and for some strange reason, I enjoy it. Do you still drink stolen beer in the cornfields? No, Jacqueline said with a smile. I just make sure Austin doesn't do it. She shrugged. Now that I'm older, I know I didn't miss out on anything. I like not having to worry about locking my door, and as much as I complain about it, I feel safe that everyone is watching out for everyone else. Jacqueline crunched another piece of ice. Maddie's probably watching us right now through her binoculars. She has a night vision pair. Jacqueline shot her the finger just in case. I should get going, Morgan said as she stood. Thanks to you and the bourbon, I feel really relaxed now. She extended a hand and helped Jacqueline to her feet. Should you have another anxiety attack, I'll keep this bottle beneath the counter at the store. I just might, Morgan said with a smile. At least tonight, I may sleep with the lights off for a change. Jacqueline looked toward the cabin and grinned. You're gonna blind the raccoons. Son of a bitch, it's working! Ida exclaimed excitedly as she stomped into Clarice's kitchen. They were just sitting together on the pier. Clarice, brew up some more of that potion. Betsy rubbed her hands together, then looked alarmed. Do you think we're making it too strong? I did see Morgan beating a tree with a hose pipe. Clarice looked over her shoulder as she filled a teapot at the sink. I'm gonna have to make her some of my calming blend. This gave Ida pause. Can we have picked the wrong one? I don't want to saddle Jacqueline with a maniac. Why would anyone beat a tree? The leaves are never wrong, Clarice said as she set the water to boil. They told me that the one was coming, and Morgan showed up the next day. Should we put this much faith in tea leaves? It could be a coincidence, Ida said. Not tea leaves, oak. They blow in a pattern, and I read them. Betsy and Ida stared at Clarice blankly. Oh, come on. How the hell does anyone make sense of tea leaves? You swallow half of them. Clarice pulled a joint from her special box and lit it up. The leaves are talking plenty right now. Clarice, you're acquainted with fall, aren't you? Ida put a hand on her hip. I've got a shitload of leaves on my patio and they ain't saying anything to me. Clarice waved the joint she held pinched between two fingers. Your negativity is jamming me up. Please. Betsy leaned wearily against the table. This is supposed to be fun and to help Jacqueline. Can't we keep our focus on that? Ida huffed, but wasn't too put off to take the joint from Clarice's hand. She inhaled deeply and exhaled a lungful of smoke. All right. Tell me what the leaves say. Clarice leveled her gaze on Betsy. They say not to meddle. Things between Morgan and Jacqueline have to unfold as they will. Betsy looked like a rabbit caught in a snare. I haven't. I barely talked to Jacqueline, and I was only going to bring Morgan a pie. But you talk to Maddie all the time and she jumps in with both feet. Ida took another long drag from the joint and passed it back to Clarice. Have you told her anything about this? No, but I still don't understand why she can't be a part of our group. She is Jacqueline's sister, after all, and I know she loves her the most. Maddie can't keep a secret to save her life, Clarice said. And I don't want her telling everyone that I smoke weed. Ida patted her hip. I have bursitis, you know. Betsy didn't look convinced. It's the power of 3, Clarice explained. Any more would throw off the juju. Ida nodded, as though this reasoning made all the sense in the world to her. Chapter 8. Morgan stood on her porch the next morning, looking at Clarice's artwork. There was a beach scene painted on the mailbox. Chunks of cement lined the road painted with angry faces, and the words "Keep Out" beneath each one. Morgan never had a flair for art, and apparently, Clarice didn't either. She walked back inside, racking her brain, thinking surely there was something she could do that would be fun and useful. She set her coffee cup on the floor as she sat on the couch and frowned at her laptop. Not a single hit on her resumes. She'd applied for every job she was remotely qualified for. Since she'd graduated college, she worked at Menagerie. It was all she knew, and it was intimidating to know she'd have to start all over somewhere else. Her father had always told her to find a good job and stick with it. But that mentality had gone by the wayside. Corporations no longer wanted experience, they wanted cheap. There was someone else sitting in her desk now, making half her salary, and spitefully, Morgan hoped that Menagerie got what they paid for. With her foot, she closed the lid to the laptop, no longer willing to look at her empty email inbox, and began to ponder other things. She felt as comfortable talking to Jacqueline as she did Celeste, yet she'd never told her best friend why she'd not visited her father more when she learned how serious the illness was. She'd thought a lot about that before she'd gone to bed, and chalked it up to the alcohol. But clarity comes in the morning, as they say, and Morgan decided that she'd enjoyed Jacqueline's company, and there was no harm in making a friend. It would make the time she had to spend at the lake tolerable. Morgan bent down to pick up her cup, wishing she had a coffee table to put it on, and that was when the idea hit her. When she got out on her own, she couldn't afford much in the way of furniture and had refinished old pieces she found at secondhand stores and garage sales. She could do the same for the cabin, and it wouldn't cost her much. Furnishings would make it feel more like a home, and she'd have a hobby to keep her occupied. She grabbed her keys and hit the road. Morgan thought about stopping in at the lure and asking Jacqueline for the lay of the land, but decided that exploring would take more of her plentiful time. At the intersection of Lakeshore and Main, she took a right, where she passed a diner and a couple of old warehouses. A left turn took her into a residential area where small wood-framed houses sat in neat rows beneath oaks and pines. Another left brought her out to White Oak Grocery. She continued on Burberry Street until she came to a building comprised of storage lockers. Several were open with a sign out front that said, "Sale." Morgan eyed several pieces with interest as she walked into the office. A portly older woman with thinning brown hair greeted her with a smile. "I'm interested in a few pieces of furniture you have outside." "And I'll make you a great deal, Morgan. I need to clean out a few lockers, so I'm very motivated." Morgan was taken aback. "How did you—" "Oh, everybody knows who you are. This is a small town, a newcomer makes a splash. I'm Shauna Richard," she said as she walked around the counter and grabbed Morgan's hand. "Maddie's sister-in-law. She's Jacqueline White's sister." "Oh, okay. Nice to meet you." "Atlanta," Shauna said, dreamy-eyed. "I've always wanted to go there, but the farthest east I've ever gotten was Biloxi. That was before Katrina, mind you. Now, my daughter's been everywhere. She's at Claiborne now, got married to a nice boy from Jeanerette last year. I went back to my maiden name of Richard after the divorce. Now, you want to talk about someone who's traveled? That was Charlie. I didn't mind so much because we bickered a lot when he was home, but then I started seeing lavish dinners on the credit card receipts, and Charlie Boyette was cheap, but when I saw a purchase at—" Shauna lowered her voice to a whisper, but no one else was around. "A purchase at a sex shop. I knew that rotten bastard was cheating on me. Now, you want to talk about mad? I put all his things out in the yard and burned them, and that was mild compared to what I did to him when he got home." Shauna sighed. "Maddie and Heath were nice enough to bail me out of jail." She fluffed her hair with one hand. "Now, what was it you were interested in?" Morgan paid more for the coffee table and bookshelf than she would have liked, but decided not to haggle on the price for two reasons. First, Shauna had admitted that she'd been jailed for doing something to her husband, and Morgan imagined all sorts of grisly possibilities. Second, Shauna talked nonstop, and it took Morgan nearly 2 hours to make her purchase. And the kicker? She'd have to make 2 trips, since both items wouldn't fit in the Jeep at the same time. Shauna was still yammering away when Morgan drove out of the lot with the coffee table. She cranked up the music in an attempt to purge Shauna's voice from her mind and tried to decide on painting the wood or restoring it. At Main Street, she made a right and parked on the curb in front of the hardware store. Inside, it smelled of feed, and birds chirped as they flew in and out of the open bay doors. Morgan searched the aisles until she found the Sanders. "May I help you find anything?" Morgan turned to the woman who was at least an inch shorter than Jacqueline, Her hair was a shade darker, but she had the same thin nose and mouth as her sister. You're related to Jacqueline, aren't you?
Yes,
she said with a smile and spun around.
As you can see, there's no hairy hump on my back, and there isn't a bell tower in White Oak Lake. Jacqueline often refers to me as Quasimodo, but my name is Maddie Richard. It's very nice to meet you, Morgan.
Nice to meet you, too. I just bought a couple of pieces of furniture from your sister-in-law. Maddie made a face.
She talked your ear off, didn't she?
Morgan smiled sheepishly and nodded.
If you can stand her prattling on, she has some pretty good buys. I had my eye on a beautiful set of lawn furniture, but the owners finally came in and paid the rent on their storage unit before their time limit ran out. Did she start off by telling you that Heath and I had to bail her out of jail?
She did mention that, yes? Maddie rolled her eyes.
She does that all the time to the newbies, so they'll be hesitant to haggle. She did break his nose, though. Shona's got a mean right hook. Of course, Charlie was lucky if he was 5'2" and probably weighed 100 pounds soaking wet.
She pointed to the sander.
Doing some restoration?
Yes, on the coffee table, but the bookshelf is painted a hideous pink. I'm wondering if I should save myself a lot of effort and paint it something else. I got a deep brown that will cover nicely, or if you want to go white, you'll probably need a primer. We have that too. Morgan raised a brow. White may brighten up the corner I've intended for the case. I'm really undecided on what I should do. Maybe I'll just sand on it some first. Maddie reached up and pulled a packet of sandpaper from the shelf.
This has varying grades and will work with the sander you have there.
Perfect, Morgan said as she took the paper. I guess that's it then.
Don't need anything else?
Maddie said with a smile. Maybe a water hose. Morgan felt her face heat. Ever have a bad day when nothing goes according to plan? Maddie folded her arms.
I have 2 children, 3 if you count my husband. Need I say more?
I read you loud and clear. Where are the hoses? Follow me. Maddie led Morgan through the store into the patio section, where she selected a mid-grade hose she hoped she wouldn't have to duct tape anytime soon.
I'm glad you moved in so close to my sister. She's surrounded by the older crowd on the other side of the lake, and I'm sure she enjoys having someone her age to chat with besides Skip.
Jacqueline's very kind, and Austin is too. Morgan followed Maddie to the register. It must be nice having your family so close by.
I think so, but I drive Jacqueline nuts. I like to play matchmaker. She needs someone in her life, whether she wants to admit it or not.
Maddie scanned the items and said,
$33.80. I gave you the family discount. Normally, that sander is $40.
Wow. Well, thank you. Morgan ran her bank card through the scanner and signed her name at the prompt. I'm sure the right guy will come along for Jacqueline, she said, testing her hunch. Maddie laughed.
Oh, no, darling, that'll never happen.
She opened her mouth to say something else, just as a forklift dropped a pallet of what looked like horse feed in front of one of the bay doors. Several of the bags burst open, and pellets spread out over the floor. Maddie frowned and put a hand to her forehead.
And that's my husband on the forklift. I'd introduce you to him, but he's about to go to the hospital as soon as I can get my hands on something heavy.
I'll help you clean up. It's the least I can do since you gave me the discount.
Oh, no, but thank you.
Maddie clenched her fists.
It's about to get ugly in here. I suggest you run. I'm gonna go, Morgan said with a slight smile.
It was nice meeting you, and I'm sure Jacqueline will bail you out of jail. Morgan hadn't noticed if there were any other customers in the store, but if they were, they got an earful of obscenities. Chapter 9.
Your new girlfriend is about to throw out her back, Maddie said when Jacqueline answered the phone. She's trying to wrestle a bookcase out of her Jeep.
Jacqueline looked out the window.
Austin,
she yelled out as she pulled the phone away from her ear.
I only ate half a pack of Skittles,
he said as he walked out of the storeroom. Before dinner? Jacqueline bit her lip. Would you run down to Morgan's place and help her unload something out of her Jeep?
Can I have the rest of the Skittles?
Jacqueline pointed at the door. Go now before I pull your ear off.
I met her today,
Maddie said when Jacqueline put the phone back to her ear.
Beautiful smile. Thin, though.
Maybe you should cook her something. Maybe you should get rid of your binoculars.
She thinks you're straight. I told you that you needed to advertise more.
Jacqueline closed her eyes. How did my sexuality come up? I just said you resented my matchmaking, and she said she was sure the right guy for you would come along. Heath happened before I could correct her. Are you going to out yourself to her or what? Somebody in town is bound to mention it before you do, then she's going to feel betrayed. Why on earth would she feel betrayed? Because y'all were friendly last night on the dock. You should have told her then. You better hide those binoculars, because when I get my hands on them, they're going into the lake. I didn't see you, Ida did. Oh, they got the case out. Morgan's right. That pink is vile. I can't see into her living room, but I bet it would look good painted white. Pink is definitely not her color. Jacqueline blinked, realizing that she'd gotten caught up in Maddie's snooping. I'm gonna hang up on you now.
Boy, you're killing me,
Morgan grunted when Austin jammed her into the railing of the deck. Oh, sorry, he said, barely breathing heavy, even though the bulk of the weight was on him where he stood at the bottom step of the deck. How come we're not bringing it inside? The weather's clear, so I'm gonna leave it out here to work on. Morgan took the last step up and back slowly as Austin climbed the steps. Set it down. Easy. Once they'd lowered it to the deck, Austin put his hands on his hips and circled the case. If it had a bow, it would make a fine boat. It's deep enough. Morgan wiped sweat from her brow. For the regatta? Yeah, it'd fit 2 people. Austin looked at her. You have to have 2 people per craft. None of my friends will let me pair with them because they say I'm too big and I'll sink us. He shrugged. They sink anyway. Last year, Logan painted a cardboard box and sank like a stone 2 minutes after he and his partner left the dock. What kind of dork makes a boat out of cardboard? Austin laughed. My best friend. I want to make a Viking ship so I can wear a hat with the horns. I found a really cool one on the internet. Oh, yeah, those are cool, Morgan said with a smile. As she gazed at the bookcase, a Viking ship formed in her mind. You really think that would fit 2 people? Sure. Austin stepped inside. Now you step in between those shelves. He pointed to the other end. Morgan stepped in. It might work. We'd have to put it in the water to know if it would float with us in it. Austin turned slowly. Are you serious? You think it won't float? I think it would. Are you saying you'd be my partner? Morgan shrugged. I think it'd be fun. Oof, she grunted when Austin grabbed her in a bear hug and yanked her out of the case. This is gonna be so great! Even if we don't win first prize, I'll still be so freaking happy. Dude, you're breaking me! Oh, sorry. Austin let her go. His smile was huge, his fists clenched. This is so awesome. Morgan couldn't help but laugh at his enthusiasm. It felt good to make someone that happy. We need to get her in the water and see if she'll float. Jacqueline groaned when she looked at the caller ID. Maddie, it's so good to hear from you. We haven't talked in like 30 minutes. Your son and future girlfriend are on the pier behind her house, and the bookcase she just bought is in the water. What are they doing? Jacqueline looked out her window. I have no idea. They're climbing into... Austin's in his school clothes. They're hugging... No, Austin's climbing her like a cat. Oh, they're in the water. Jacqueline sighed. I hope he didn't have his phone in his pocket. You know, the hose incident made me think she was crazy, but when she came into the store this morning, she seemed perfectly normal. Now I'm not so sure. Oh, man, they're soaked and covered in mud. Austin has his shoes on. Jacqueline waved at Chet as he walked in. Can you do me a huge favor? A 6-pack of Bud will buy you anything, sugar, he said with a smile. You got it if you'll close up for me. Maddie, I have to go. Tell Chet I said hello. By the time Jacqueline walked down to Morgan's, they had what was left of the bookcase up on the deck. Neither of them noticed her as she approached. With looks of determination on their faces, they talked about sealants and pontoons. Do I even want to know why the 2 of you threw a perfectly good bookcase in the lake? The regatta, Mom. Miss Morgan's going to be my partner. Whoa, just Morgan, if that's okay with you, she said, looking at Jacqueline. Morgan had swept her hair off her face with muddy hands. Her t-shirt was stained, and her shorts were threatening to slide off her hips. At that moment, she looked just as young as Austin did. Jacqueline found herself grinning at the sight.
That's fine with me. Mama, I can do it, right? Please say yes. You know I've always wanted a race. Sink, more than likely, but yes, you can be in the race. Jacqueline raised a finger. I have a stipulation, though. I don't want to have to remind you to do your homework, and on your interims, I'd better not find anything lower than a B. Deal? Yes, ma'am. Austin cuffed Morgan on the arm and nearly sent her flying. And you, Jacqueline said, looking at Morgan, need to eat more, because if you don't, the weight distribution is going to be messed up, and you'll sink faster. Yes, ma'am, Morgan said with a smile. Jacqueline nodded. You're a fast learner, Morgan Chesson. Now, Austin, come with me. Morgan, go shower and come down to the house when you're finished. I have spaghetti in the crock pot. Austin cuffed Morgan again. Cool. We'll talk about our plans while we eat. I like her, Austin said as he sloshed alongside Jacqueline toward the house. Oh, I'm sure you do, since she was nice enough to ruin the bookcase she just bought for the regatta. I liked her before that. She hears me, you know. When I talk to her, I don't feel like a little kid, and she looks at me. Sharon, your last girlfriend, used to say, yeah, huh? She was always looking at her phone or something else. Don't take it personally, baby. She did the same to me. That's why we stopped dating. And Morgan's not my girlfriend. We're just friends. But she's like you, isn't she? She likes girls. Yeah, but that's her business, so don't tell anyone. Let her do that in her own time. Austin grinned as he looked at his mother. So you like girls, and she does too, so... You sound like your Aunt Mattie. Morgan and I are like everybody else. Just because we share that in common doesn't mean we're automatically going to get together. And besides, baby, she's just here for a short time. When she finds a job, she'll have to move on. Jacqueline could tell by the expression on Austin's face this news wasn't pleasant, but she felt he should understand that before he let himself get too attached. If she falls in love with you, she might stay. Oh my God, you are your Aunt Mattie in male form. Austin grinned and bumped into Jacqueline, soaking her hip. I'm your kid, though. Jacqueline laughed and looped her arm around his. Yes, you are. I'm the luckiest girl in the world. Chapter 10. Jacqueline couldn't help but grin as she listened to the two sitting at the kitchen table. Morgan's damp hair had begun to curl at the base of her neck and around her ears. A small line formed between her brows as she sketched something. Austin's head was almost touching hers as he watched the drawing intently. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The pontoons would keep us afloat. But we can't paddle if they're on those long arms. Could we glue them to the side of the shelf? There's not enough glue on the planet. Brackets, Jacqueline offered as she set the bread on the table. Some sort of bracket to hold them to the side of the knot boat. She pointed to the top of the squared-off case. That's going to cause a lot of resistance, too. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with that yet. Morgan looked at Austin. Any ideas? They began brainstorming again, and Jacqueline developed a new respect for Morgan. She was intelligent, despite the fact she was going to try to cross the lake in a bookcase. But Morgan asked for Austin's input instead of just taking over. She was making him strategize and think. Okay, set your plans aside. Dinner's coming. Jacqueline began bringing the plates to the table. Morgan jumped up and began to help, and this prompted Austin to do the same. Austin grinned as he sat and picked up his fork. Can't wait to tell Logan that I'm in the regatta. He's gonna crap a kitten. We're eating, son. Jacqueline gave him the shut-up eye. Sorry, he said, looking over at Morgan. First prize is always cool. Last year, Mom donated a stocked tackle box and a rod and reel. Aunt Mattie and Uncle Heath put in a deer stand, and Rosie's gave out a certificate for free pie for a whole month. If we win, we could divide the prize. I'll take the pie, Morgan said with a smile. You can have the rest. Austin looked surprised. You don't hunt? Morgan shook her head. I couldn't kill anything even if I was starving. Austin's brows shut up. Fish? I've never done it. Even Jacqueline's brow rose then. Austin gasped. You've never fished? Around here, that's like being a virgin. He held out a hand. Don't be embarrassed. I'm a virgin, too. I mean, I fished, but I've never, Jacqueline set down her fork and pinched the bridge of her nose. Remember what I told you about his lack of filters?
Morgan put her napkin over her mouth to hide her smile as Austin said, "What? Hey, Morgan, don't tell anybody, okay?"
"I won't," she said with a chuckle.
Austin grinned. Mom gets freaked out when I say penis. Her eyelids flutter and her face turns red. He pointed at Jacqueline. "See?" Jacqueline was doing exactly that. "Son, I don't know what the big deal is. It's a body part and not at the table. Remember your manners." Jacqueline's face was red as a beet as she regarded Austin. "Sorry again," he said as he shot a glance at Morgan, who had completely hidden herself behind her napkin. Her entire body was shaking with silent laughter. Jacqueline cleared her throat. "Do you have homework?" "Yes, ma'am. I have to write a stupid paper on why we shouldn't drink and drive for English class. None of us even has a learner's permit. I don't know why Mrs. Hemphill is making us do this." Austin shrugged. "We made notes in class. All I have to do is comment on each point and type it up." Morgan cleared her throat and took a sip of her tea afterward. "What's the most important reason you don't drink and drive?" "Because you could kill someone or yourself." She nodded. "It's important to understand that. Most people believe it won't happen to them, but it does, all the time. You could look up the statistics on accidents caused by driving under the influence for this area on the internet and add them to your report. That would show your teacher that you really took the time to investigate the subject." "Good idea. I'll do that." Jacqueline looked at Austin like he'd grown another head. Anytime she suggested digging deeper on a topic, she'd been rebuffed. "This is delicious, Jacqueline. Thank you for inviting me over," Morgan said. "Yeah, it is, Mom. Thank you." "You're both welcome." Jacqueline noticed Austin using most of his table manners. He wasn't inhaling the food like he did normally. His napkin was on his lap, and his elbows were off the table. She decided then that Morgan would have to eat with them more often. "Do you work every day at the store?" Morgan asked. "Lately I have," Jacqueline said with a sigh. "Chet helps out some. I hired a high school senior to help me on the weekends. She's just about ready to be on her own." Jacqueline pushed her salad bowl aside and stirred the spaghetti on her plate with her fork. "The schedule isn't as bad as it seems. I open at 6 in the morning and usually close around 6 in the evening. By then, business slopes off. In the summer, she goes in at 4:30 and the store is a madhouse. Phew, talk about grumpy," Austin said, keeping his gaze on his plate. Jacqueline shot him a look. "Summer is our bread and butter. As you can tell, weekdays are very quiet around here, so income from the summer months, when people from the surrounding areas come to the lake, supports us through the year." Morgan looked at Jacqueline thoughtfully. "You don't appear to have any competition." Jacqueline shook her head. "This part of the lake is surrounded by the town and homes. The rest of it stretches out into the marsh and is inaccessible except by boat. Gavin Cullum has a floating bar that's only open May through September, but it really doesn't hurt my sales." She smiled at Morgan's empty plate. "There's plenty. Would you like some more?" "No, thank you." Morgan patted her stomach. "I don't suppose you noticed that I wiped out half the bread." Jacqueline glanced at Morgan's tiny waist. "You could use about 10 extra pounds, you know." "Stress consumes my appetite, but tonight I feel pretty relaxed." "Maybe it was the unexpected swim I took," Morgan said, smiling at Austin. "I'm sorry I used you as a float. I was trying not to get my school clothes wet," he admitted, sheepishly. "You climbed my ribs like a ladder." Austin chuckled. "You better eat some of Mom's pecan pie, then." He got up and collected his empty dishes along with Morgan's. "I gotta go do my homework so I can work with you tomorrow after school." Jacqueline watched him go into the kitchen and looked at Morgan. "Thank you for doing this with him. This is the very first time I haven't had to tell him to get busy on his schoolwork." "I think I'm the one being done all the favors. I'm excited about the regatta, and I haven't had anything that's made me feel that way in a while." Jacqueline nodded, knowing exactly how Morgan felt. "How about a slice of pecan pie? We can sit out on the porch and enjoy the evening." Jacqueline's pie melted on Morgan's tongue as she swallowed the last bite, savoring the sweetness. "Why doesn't Austin have his learner's permit?" "Because he's only 14. Morgan's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? He's what, nearly 6 feet tall, and he's fuzzy. He's not even close to finished growing. Boys don't usually sprout up until high school and sometimes college. Keeping shoes and clothes on that kid is like a monthly car note. The height he got from my father, he's 6'6", but the fur, well, I figure that came from his father.
Jacqueline smiled at the befuddled look on Morgan's face.
My sister Gail is Austin's birth mother. I adopted him when he was 11 months old.
Morgan's brows shot up. I would have never guessed. You both look so much alike.
Everybody says that,
Jacqueline said with a smile that slowly faded.
It's kind of ironic because you'd never know that Gail and I are related. She inherited Grandma's dark eyes and hair. She's short, too. 5'1" is being generous.
Jacqueline smiled again.
I know you want to know why, but are too polite to ask.
Well, Morgan said with a shrug.
Gail was cut from a different cloth. Not only are her looks different, but her personality is totally foreign to Maddie and me.
Jacqueline shook her head.
The minute she turned 18, she took off, and no one heard from her except my dad when she needed money. And then she came back 2 years later with a little cotton top perched on her hip, named after the city where he was conceived. She didn't even know the father's last name.
Jacqueline leaned her head against the back of the porch swing, her gaze far away.
Gail fancies herself a singer, and a recording contract is always looming but never manifests. A baby didn't fit with her plans. I think she returned home intent on dropping off Austin on my parents.
Jacqueline set her pie plate aside and pulled her knees up against her chest.
I took one look at that little face and fell hopelessly in love. I took him everywhere with me, rocked him to sleep at night when Gail was out with friends, made sure he was fed and on a regular schedule. It all seemed so natural. Then Grandma suggested that I adopt him because my sister was never going to be a mother. All it took to get Gail to agree was my portion of the money Grandma intended to leave us when she died. To Gail, it was a business transaction, nothing more.
Jacqueline looked at Morgan.
That's why Grandma left me the store and the house. She wanted me to be able to support Austin without having to leave town for work. I was able to keep him in the store with me until he started to toddle. Then Betsy watched over him until I got off in the afternoons.
That was a major undertaking. How old were you then?
25.
Jacqueline looked out at the water as the breeze tousled her blonde hair around her face.
My whole life changed, and I have no regrets whatsoever.
Does Austin know about Gail?
Jacqueline chewed her bottom lip as she looked at Morgan. He does. There's no way to keep that a secret in this town, and no reason to anyway. He acknowledges Gail as his birth mother, but refers to me as his real mom.
Jacqueline smiled.
I love that kid with every ounce of my being.
It's obvious. Morgan smiled at the blatant adoration in Jacqueline's eyes as she talked about Austin. She'd seen it in Austin's gaze whenever he'd regarded Jacqueline. He's a great kid. You've done an amazing job on your own. Jacqueline laughed.
It's a work in progress. Right now, we're concentrated on filters. What's polite to say and what's not.
She scrubbed her face.
Oh, God, the penis thing. He jumps out at me when I'm doing the laundry or something and proclaims, "My penis is huge!"
Jacqueline's face flushed when Morgan laughed.
Maybe a dad would celebrate that with him, but that's not something a mother wants to hear. I still see him as the squirt running around the house in Batman underwear.
That's a teenage boy thing. My brother was infatuated with his for a few years. Probably still is.
I asked him one day, "Austin, what if I ran around yelling breasts and vagina all the time?" And that little fart looked at me without skipping a beat and said, "I'd say I'd never been there before, but I hear it's really nice."
Morgan exploded with laughter. Her cackle echoed over the lake. Jacqueline covered her mouth as she laughed.
It's true, I swear. I'm just praying he doesn't talk like that in front of anyone else, though. I've warned him. If he's comfortable around a person, he'll say most anything.
I guess that makes dating difficult, but I suppose most men would get a kick out of that. Jacqueline tilted her head to the side.
I don't date men. I'm gay. I should have probably mentioned that the other night when you told me about your ex, but you were upset, and it didn't seem like the appropriate time.
My powers of perception have been a bit dull lately. I wasn't really sure. She smiled. That's so cool to know. I thought I was the only one around.
We're not as rare around here as you may think. There are a couple of older guys that live on the other side of the lake. They celebrated their 40-year anniversary last month, and I have friends nearby in Jeanerette."
"Are you out?" Morgan waved a hand. "Around here?"
"Yes, everyone in town knows, and unfortunately, the neighboring towns do too,"
Jacqueline said as she looked away. "Why is that unfortunate?"
"Well," Jacqueline said after a long sigh, "it's how they came to know. To make a long story short, I had an affair with a woman I didn't know was married. Feeling adventurous, we made the mistake of parking in her car behind the power company building, and we were caught in a very compromising position. Word spread like wildfire, and her husband, who worked with a few guys from town at a plant, found out."
Jacqueline looked down at her feet.
"Grandma was alive then, and we were in the store when he came in prepared to strangle me because Gwyneth told him I'd basically took her against her will. Grandma called the police, and nearly everybody in town followed the squad car. In front of everyone, Carolyn Dunn explained in graphic detail what she'd seen that night when she busted us."
"Oh!" Morgan put her hands over her mouth. Her voice sounded muffled when she said, "What a terrible way to come out."
"Dragged out was more like it. He had me by the front of the shirt. Skipping Du Bois along with the police chief had a hold on him, and Carolyn was fluttering around like a bird, screaming out every last sordid detail. Grandma and Maddie took it well after the commotion died down. Austin was too young to really understand. My parents, however, were mortified."
Jacqueline shrugged.
"I understand how they could be embarrassed by the incident, but they were more upset about being known as the parents of a lesbian. Gail's exploits have always paled in comparison, and they're more than willing to make excuses for her."
Jacqueline waved a hand.
"I won't go off on that tangent. How does your family feel about you?"
Morgan smiled.
"Brad took it with a grain of salt. He'd always see me as an older brother anyway."
"Dad," Morgan said with a wince, "took it really hard at first.
Being a chicken shit, I waited until I'd finished college and moved away before I told him. The visits after that were tense. I think that's when he bought the place here. He thought that maybe since he hadn't remarried and I didn't have female influence, that was the cause. But he was an avid reader and gobbled up everything he could on the subject and gradually grew more comfortable with me." Chet claims he remembers him, and he used to come into the store for a coffee a lot. I wish I did. I think it would have been interesting to have known him.
"You would have gotten a kick out of him."
Dad had the strangest sayings. "Morgan, if I tell you a rooster will plow, you hook him up."
She laughed.
He used his favorite when he was fussing at me. Instead of saying, "Do you hear me?" he'd say, "Do you hear my horn?" Her smile slowly faded. I'd say, "I hear you honking, Daddy." She stood and stretched.
"I should go. Thank you for dinner and all the hospitality. I really do enjoy talking to you, Jacqueline."
"I'm glad." Jacqueline stood. "We'll do it often. I need to keep you fed to keep the weight balanced in the knot boat," she said with a smile. "The water's cold in November, and I'm not looking forward to going in to fetch you and my son."
"I won't turn down the company or the food." Morgan hesitated for a second, then hugged Jacqueline. "Thank you." Jacqueline stared across the lake, hoping that Maddie didn't have her binoculars out. She didn't want to be reminded about all the possibilities there could be with Morgan, because she knew it would only be a matter of time before Morgan left White Oak Lake, and she couldn't afford to have her heart go with her. Chapter 11.
"Okay, wait. You're telling me that you're going to cross a lake in a bookcase, Morgan? You have lost what's left of your damn mind, and you ain't been there a week. Pack your shit, I'm coming to get you."
"It's a regatta, Celeste." Morgan looked up at the sky where she sat on the deck. Dark clouds were moving in from the west.
"You have damage to your medulla oblongata. Girl, I got some info you're going to want to hear. Put bookcases out of your mind for a sec. Stanton blew his top at Dalton the other day. He's got shit jacked up all over the place. He let Crazy Lisa strike a deal and ordered 1,700 dog jackets to be sold in grocery stores. Kevin told me he heard Stanton tell someone on the phone that he made a huge mistake in replacing you with Dalton. All the money he's saving on the lower salary is going out the window because Dalton can't handle the people or the job. Morgan sat up a little straighter. Are you serious? So serious. Everyone is taking bets on when Stanton is going to beg you to take your old job back. Most of us think it's going to be at the first of the year because Kevin said Stanton pulled his budget and started reworking it. And here's the kicker. Stanton asked me if I heard from you and wanted to know if you'd found another job. I told him you were considering some offers while you were visiting your family, and he got nervous. All the air rushed out of Morgan's lungs. So listen up, fool. You play down there in the mud, get a tan, do whatever it is you do because you're really just on vacation. Aren't you glad I didn't get rid of all your suits? You didn't? They're taking up all the room in my closet, and that's where they're going to stay until January when you cram your skinny ass back into them. I'm trying not to get excited. Dalton could get his shit together, and Stanton might keep him. When you were out with your dad, he just followed the guidelines you left. Now he's totally lost. Yesterday morning, he called a meeting and asked for advice. We all shrugged. Ain't nobody gonna help him because we can't stand him. I told everybody to let him hang his little brown-nosing self. Give it to me, baby. Come on, give your girl the love because she's got your back. I love you, crazy bitch. No, scream it loud. Let me hear you. I love you, crazy bitch, Morgan screamed at the top of her lungs. She turned when she heard shuffling, and Betsy was making a hasty retreat with a pie in her hands. I gotta go. I'm meeting Keisha for lunch. We're having Lebanese. Aren't you jealous? Morgan's mouth watered as she remembered the feta salad she used to inhale. Oh, I am, she said with a groan. Well, come January, you'll be having it with me. I love your narrow ass. Bye. Morgan set the phone on her chest. It rode up and down rapidly with her breathing. She tried to remind herself not to get too excited. A lot of things could change before the new year. Then again, Celeste could have been wrong. Her best friend had been right, however, when she said that Dalton looked a bit too comfortable in her chair when she'd taken time off to be with her father during his last days. Stanton, the miser, was always looking for ways to trim the budget in their department, and Morgan's absence had caused him to consider a cheaper option. Keep screwing up, Dalton, Morgan said with a smile. Betsy burst through Clarice's back door. We need to call an emergency meeting. Clarice was stretched out on her sofa, buried beneath a row of cats.
Not now. I'm watching the news. There's been a UFO sighting in Kentucky.
Betsy slapped at the power button on the TV until it went off.
They make bourbon there. They see all kinds of things. Now, Clarice, this is serious. I just heard Morgan telling someone on the phone she loved her. How do you know it was a woman? And how do you know it wasn't a family member? She called her a crazy bitch. She said, no, screamed, I love you, crazy bitch. Do you think she's talking to her ex?
Clarice sat up, sending irritated cats scrambling.
I've got some good Hawaiian. You should try it. It'll take the edge off.
Betsy looked confused.
Hawaiian what?
Clarice pulled out a half-smoked joint and held it up.
No,
Betsy said, shaking her head.
It'll make you see hibiscus flowers.
I don't want to see flowers. I want you to make a stronger potion and call Ada over here. This is serious. Clarice set the joint aside.
The leaves said not to meddle, and that's what you're doing.
I don't trust your leaves, Betsy said in exasperation as she paced. I looked at the leaves on my porch this morning, and they didn't spell out anything to me. You smoke so much of that stuff, you could probably see anything in them.
I told you I saw someone coming for Jacqueline. Then Morgan showed up. They've been talking a lot. I've watched them too, Betsy.
Simple logistics, Betsy argued. Had Morgan stayed on the other side of the lake, she would have talked to someone else. Her father died and left her that cabin. That's why she's here. Clarice threw an arm over her forehead and sank back down.
You have no faith. We're not going to be able to hold the power if you and Ida don't believe. Maybe we should just let love take its own course.
Betsy threw up her hands in surrender.
I believe! That's why I want an emergency meeting!
So desperate she was to have Jacqueline happy that she was willing to drink more of the so-called potion, even though it gave her the runs. She'd lost 3 pounds since they started this whole thing. It was thrilling to think that she and her friends may be instrumental in making things happen for Jacqueline. The weight loss was an unexpected perk.
We'll meet tonight. Call Ida and let her know,
Clarice said as she reached for the remote. Chapter 12. Thunder rattled the building, and Jacqueline looked out the window. A glance at the radar on TV confirmed they were in for rain all day, and that meant no one would be coming through her door anytime soon. But Morgan proved her wrong. She shook her head like a dog and pulled a notebook from beneath her shirt as she walked in. I was going to put sealant on the Zephyr today, and now I can't. She sounded like Austin when he was being petulant and whiny. How about a cup of coffee or soda instead? Jacqueline asked. Serene will move out tomorrow, then you can go out and play. Morgan stabbed a finger in her direction. Mock me, and you'll get a wedgie. Isn't Zephyr Greek? Aren't you going with the Viking theme? Morgan shrugged. Snorri just doesn't say speed to me. I've been looking at replicas on the net all morning. She sat down and opened her notebook. I can't wait for Austin to get home from school because I want to brainstorm and come up with an idea for the pontoons in Hull. Be right back. Jacqueline scampered off into the storeroom. A minute later, she returned with an empty beer keg that she set in the chair beside Morgan. What if you attach one of these to the front and sides of the case? They'd help you keep buoyant, and the one in the front would produce less resistance. Morgan's gaze followed Jacqueline's hand as it moved around the keg. She looked up at Jacqueline for a moment. You surprise me. I've been under the impression that you kind of hoped we'd give up this ridiculous pursuit. It's important to Austin, and it's obviously important to you. That doesn't make it ridiculous in my eyes. Jacqueline held up a clamp. We used to keep a helium tank upright one year when we did balloons for one of the parades. They're light. You can bolt them to the knot boat and use them to secure the kegs. Morgan grinned. You've really put a lot of thought into this. Jacqueline wrinkled her nose. Don't let the hair color fool you. We blondes know it takes a genius to play a fool, as they say. I really am impressed. Austin bolted through the side door and shook the rain out of his hair, just as Morgan had earlier. Man, it's a frog choker out there. His face lit up when he noticed Morgan. Hey, he said excitedly as he walked over to the tables. I don't have any homework, so we can get right to work. We'll have to do it on paper because of the weather. Morgan patted her hand on the table. Sit down and see what your brilliant mother came up with. Hey, you. Austin planted a kiss on Jacqueline's cheek. I read my presentation on drunk driving first, and I got an A. Well done. You've earned a treat. Jacqueline patted him on the back and walked off. Morgan bumped Austin's fist as he sat, then began explaining Jacqueline's idea. Way to go, Mom, Austin said when she returned and placed 2 ice-cold bottles of chocolate milk in front of them. Austin raised his in salute. Mom, you rock. Jacqueline straightened up around the store as the pair sat at the table discussing names and ideas for making the knot boat look like a Viking ship. After much debate, they dubbed it Thor because they agreed it would be mighty when they finished with it. Jacqueline watched them out of the corner of her eye as they became animated while discussing their wardrobe for the regatta. So I'll order the hats tomorrow. They should be here by the race, Morgan said. And I'll talk to Skip. I know he still has some deer hides hanging around his shop. I'm not wearing dead animal carcass. Come on, Morgan, we gotta have the look. Vikings wore animal skins. Morgan shook her head. I'll wear a brown shirt and the hat. When you see me in a hide, you're gonna want one, Austin said as he shook his finger. You watch. I'm gonna run up to the house and start dinner. Will you watch the store for me, Austin? Sure, Mom, what are we having? Chicken pot pie. Perfect rainy day fare approved by Vikings, Jacqueline said with a smile. Morgan, you're going to join us, right? She is, Austin said with a nod, then looked back at Morgan hopefully. You are, right? Sounds too good to pass up, Morgan said with a smile. Jacqueline poured the chicken mixture into a baking dish, then spread a pie crust over it. She smiled, thinking, rain or not, had Morgan not been there, Austin would have gone to Logan's to hang out. It was more than just excitement over the regatta. He genuinely enjoyed being around her. And Jacqueline did too. Morgan was like a breath of fresh air in a world that had grown stagnant, unnoticed. She slid the pie into the oven and made a fresh salad. When the crust was a golden brown, she set it out to cool and went to close the store. You can't tell Mama. The conversation Jacqueline walked in on stopped her in her tracks. Neither Austin nor Morgan noticed her come in. She stood behind one of the shelves and chewed her bottom lip as she listened. Austin, do you have those pictures on your phone? Morgan asked. Silence was the response, and she heard Morgan blow out a breath. Have you shown anyone else? No, I like Riley. She's a friend, too. That's why I didn't want to say anything. How old is Riley? 13. Morgan's tone was truly curious. What do you think of her after seeing those pictures? What do you mean? Well, ask yourself what kind of girl sends pictures of herself like that over a cell phone. She's nice. She just wants Logan to like her. She has no self-respect if she thinks sending nude pictures is going to make a boy like her. Of course he's going to like what he sees. But just the fact that he sent them to you and all his other friends means he cares nothing for her. Beyond that, what Riley and Logan have done is criminal. Stories like this are in the news all the time. You could get into a lot of trouble for what you have on your phone. Those pictures are considered child pornography. Just having them in your possession is against the law. I'll delete them. Hand me the phone, Morgan said firmly. Now I'm going to ask you again. Did you send these photos to anyone? No. If I look in your sent texts or emails, I won't see any attachments with these pictures? No, I promise. Austin, I'm your friend, but I'm also an adult. I appreciate that you've confided in me, but you've also put me in a very bad position. I know you don't want to get your friends in trouble, but you have to tell your mother. These kinds of things get out, and you have pictures on your phone that could get you in serious trouble. Give me your word as a young man that you'll do the right thing. Austin's sigh was loud and long. Oh, man. The shit is gonna hit the fan. There was a moment of silence. Then he said, Okay, I promise. Will you be there when I do? Because she has got a freak. No, I won't, Jacqueline said as she stepped out of hiding. Jacqueline held out her hand, and Austin's face colored as he surrendered the phone. She looked at Morgan. Have you seen the pictures? Morgan shook her head. I didn't want to. I need to see how bad they are. I don't want to cause an uproar over a bra strap. Jacqueline's thumb moved over the screen. Her eyes widened for a moment before she closed them and put a hand on her stomach. She blew out a shaky breath and sat down. Austin, I'm not mad at you. I was very relieved to hear that you didn't further circulate them. What are you gonna do? He asked lowly. Jacqueline swallowed hard. I need to go talk to Riley's mom. She's been a friend of mine for a long time. She'd do the same for me if it involved you. Austin nodded with resolution on his face. Am I going to lose my phone? No, Jacqueline said with a shake of her head. But we're going to have to talk about this a lot tonight when I get back from Glenda's. Morgan stood and collected her notebook. I'll take a rain check on dinner. I have some groceries I need to eat before they go bad anyway. Austin, why don't you go up to the house and let me talk to Morgan for a minute? Okay. He got up and looked at Morgan. We'll get started tomorrow, I hope. Morgan smiled and nodded. If your mom says it's okay, I'll be waiting on you. I'm sorry about dinner, Jacqueline said regretfully when Austin walked out the door. And I want to thank you for how you handled this situation. I heard most of the conversation you had with my son. I'd like to believe folks around here would have advised him to do the same, but maybe they wouldn't have to keep the kids from getting into trouble. I think I may have been channeling my dad, Morgan said with a slight smile. He always laid out the facts and led me to make the right decision. I hope things go well with Riley's mom. So do I. You never know how someone is going to react when confronted with something like this. Well, if you need to talk afterward, you know where I live. Jacqueline smiled wanly. Thank you. A couple of hours later, Jacqueline dragged in, feeling drained. Glenda, also a single mother, took the news hard and cried when she looked at the photos on Austin's phone. Jacqueline hated to be the bearer of bad news, but had she been in Glenda's place, she would have wanted a parent to prepare her for what was going to come out eventually. Riley and her sisters had not been home when she met with Glenda, and Jacqueline was grateful she didn't have to witness whatever conversation Glenda was going to have with her daughter. The kitchen was spotless. Austin had eaten, then cleaned up. The chicken pot pie had been covered and left on top of the stove. Jacqueline found him showered and shooting hoops with a foam basketball in his room. Was Riley's mom mad? Jacqueline sighed as she sat on his bed and kicked away a foul-smelling pair of sneakers. She was devastated. Things like that not only anger a parent, they break their heart. Jacqueline pulled the phone from her pocket and set it on the bed. I deleted the pictures after Glenda looked at them. Your phone is a very useful resource. That's why I got it for you. I can call and check on you when you're with friends, and you can call me when you need me. The negative side to that is it can also be used for things like you got today. Jacqueline ran her fingers through Austin's hair as he sat next to her. I'm glad you confided in Morgan, and I'm glad she gave you the advice she did. But you know you could have come to me. I didn't want it to be a big deal, but it was, and is. I think you knew that because you didn't forward the pictures. Riley chose to share something intensely personal, but that doesn't mean it was right for you to do the same. Austin's eyes were wide when he said, But I didn't, I swear. I know you did the right thing. And Bud, this is not the last time you're going to have to make a decision that's not popular. I've raised you to know what's right and what's wrong, and sometimes that line gets blurred. But take a minute to stop and think about the consequences like you did today. I will. I did something that I'm not particularly proud of tonight, Jacqueline admitted. I wasn't completely truthful with Glenda. I told her I looked at your phone and saw the pictures, so you wouldn't look like a tattletale. Thanks, Austin said with a smile. Jacqueline didn't share in his enthusiasm. It was a snap decision when Glenda asked me how I found out. I'm admitting this to you so you'll understand that even adults can slip up under pressure. I told Glenda the truth during our conversation because I had to be honest. You will make wrong decisions too. But I expect you to correct that mistake, understand? Austin nodded. Was she mad at me too? She said she respected you for telling an adult. Logan and Riley are not going to feel the same way. Jacqueline smiled sadly. Maybe not, but you didn't get them in trouble. They got into it on their own when they traded those photos. Jacqueline ran her hand down Austin's back. I'm proud of you, though, if that makes you feel any better. It does, Austin said sincerely as he met her eye. Jacqueline kissed him on the cheek. Is there anything else you want to discuss with me? Austin shrugged. No, ma'am. Jacqueline stood. I'm going to get ready for bed, then. Austin smiled up at her. I love you. I love you too, baby. More than I can possibly show. Chapter 13. I have news. Big news, Brad said excitedly the next day when Morgan answered her phone. Tanya's pregnant. Morgan's knees nearly buckled as she stood at the kitchen sink. What? 3 months, she didn't tell me. She'd been sick lately, and I thought it was a stomach virus. I really started hounding her about going to the doctor, and she told me, I'm going to be a dad. Brad and Tanya had been trying to have children for years, but after a miscarriage, they'd given up. Morgan grinned, knowing that this news meant the world to Brad. Oh my God! We're going to find out what it is as soon as we can. We want to know if we're planning for a girl or a boy. I don't care what it is. I'm going to be a freaking dad, and you're going to be an aunt. I made a baby, Morgan. I did that. Well, Tanya did too, but I made a baby. Oh, Brad, I am so happy for you and Tanya. This is fantastic news. Dad's proud, I know he is. He's up there right now, pumping his fist, and Mom, too. I just wish they would have been here to share in the excitement. Brad's tone wasn't somber when he said, You will be, though. Aunt Morgan. It has a ring to it, doesn't it? I could get used to being called that, she said with a laugh. How's Tanya feeling? A little pukish, but on top of the world. She's already been to the doctor, and she says everything looks really good. Today we're going shopping for new clothes, and I'm gonna buy like a case of orange juice because I heard that's good for the mom and baby. This is the very first time I've been excited about going to the mall with her. Morgan swallowed down the ball of emotion welling in her throat. Of all the news she could have gotten, this was the best. I'm so happy, little brother. Me too. You're the first person I've told. Now I have a few calls to make. Oh, and a baby bed to shop for. Send me pictures of the stuff you buy. I will. Love you. Love you too. Morgan set the phone down with a smile on her face. Brad's dream had finally come true. And if their father was watching like Brad believed he was, then Robert Chasson was cutting backflips. She stared out at the lake as she recalled a conversation they'd had. He's really upset, isn't he? Morgan strolled around Brad's backyard with her dad. She knew that Tanya was devastated by the miscarriage. Brad was trying to be positive for Tanya's sake, but Morgan could tell that all he wanted to do was hide himself away in his misery. Robert shuffled along, his expression grim. When something like this happens to you, it's terrible, but to watch your baby suffer is just gut-wrenching. Their highs are your highs and the lows. Robert sighed. Sometimes there's just no way to shield your children from heartbreak. It'd like to have killed me when your mom died. I was broken-hearted, but you and Brad were so pitiful, you especially, because you understood more then. He was so little, all he knew was that she was gone. It was such a double whammy because I struggled with my own sense of loss, but yours tore me in two. I'm sorry you had to go through that. No one should. Life just sucks sometimes, doesn't it? It does. Robert sighed as he reached out for the picnic table and slowly lowered himself to the seat. I remember the first time I saw you. They laid you in my arms, and I stared at your little face. It was the most terrifying moment of my life because I never dreamed how protective that I'd feel, vulnerable. You were so dependent on me, and it was humbling. He smiled. But at the same time, I felt a love so strong. I loved your mother, but this was different. Something so amazing. Morgan reached over and took his hand. You're a great dad. Robert smiled wanly. Not always, baby. When you started to grow from a little girl to a young woman, I made some stupid decisions. It's so hard to watch your daughter change like that, and in your most formative years, I wasn't there. I told myself that I was working so much to provide a future for you, but I was just keeping my distance. I let Mrs. Myers, the lady who sat with y'all while I was at work, handle things I was uncomfortable with. I thought you needed more of a female influence, and I guess you did. But I lost something then, and I couldn't get it back. Y'all were in bed by the time I got in from work, and at that time, I only saw you on the weekends. With everyone, you seem to have grown so much that I barely knew you. As I look back on my life, that's one of my greatest regrets. And I'm so sorry. You did what you had to do. It's okay. Robert shook his head. It's never okay to turn your back on your kids, not for any reason. I need your forgiveness. There's nothing to Morgan. I need you to accept my apology. Done. Morgan said and meant it.
Robert nodded. Thank you. I know you think having kids is not in your future, but it could happen. You may meet a woman you want to build a life with, and you may decide that you want babies of your own. You need to understand that you're gonna make plenty of mistakes, but learn from mine and don't follow the same path.
Morgan would never admit what she said next to anyone else but her father. I think about it sometimes. I wonder what it'd be like to have kids of my own, but right now, I have to build my career so I can provide, and I'm not there yet.
That's very respectable. But understand that life will pass you right by when you're making preparations. I truly admire your work ethic, baby. When you were 16 and worked at that ice cream shop, you were so serious, so diligent, and I knew then that you'd always do well in life. I'm so proud of what you've accomplished, but I hope you'll take time for yourself. These visits seem to be the only time you take a break.
Morgan shrugged. My job is demanding. If I slack off, there's always someone else waiting to step on me to get ahead.
Are you happy?
Yeah. Morgan's response didn't sound as sincere as she would have liked. But with her father, she couldn't bluff her way through anything. They were too much alike for that. It gets a little lonely sometimes, she said as she looked away. I love Risa, but sometimes I feel like we're just biding our time. I don't think she's the one. Robert smiled and exhaled slowly.
It's good to hear you say that because I don't think she is either. You two seem like you're in two different worlds.
He jerked a thumb toward Brad's house.
Now, those two are two peas in a pod. Sometimes I worry that they're too close. Your brother calls Tanya every day to find out what he should eat for lunch, but it works for them.
Morgan laughed. I don't think I could live like that. I'm just too independent.
What are you looking for in a woman?
Myself, Morgan said with a smile. That sounds arrogant, doesn't it?
No.
Morgan looked at the blue sky above. I want someone who finds humor in the silliest things. I need her to respect that I need my time alone, and I want her to want the same. I want to be able to admit my darkest secrets and know that she won't be threatened by them. She won't mind when I'm weak, and when she is, I'll be strong for her. I want a best friend, as well as a partner.
You just described the relationship I had with your mother. They come once in a lifetime, you know. When you find that woman, you never let her go. You hear my horn?
Morgan laughed. I hear you honking.
Relationships are never perfect. They take a lot of patience and understanding. If you're not willing to give that, don't expect that it'll be given to you.
Robert sighed and squeezed Morgan's hand.
I could never say this enough, but I am so very proud of the woman you've become. You're not perfect, but God knows you try. You just dive right in most of the time and give everything your all. I admire your tenacity, but I hope you remember that you also have to take care of yourself. Slow down every now and then and just enjoy the life you've been blessed with.
As Morgan thought back on that conversation, it warmed her to know that her father was truly proud of her. She knew he loved her, but sometimes pride did not go hand in hand. Chapter 14. I added a few extra brackets to keep the case together, especially on the backing. Morgan pointed to a blue and white can sitting on the deck. Your Aunt Mattie says this sealant will keep the wood watertight. We'll put a couple of coats on after we finish painting. Austin ran his brush over the wood, paying special attention to the inside corners. I was thinking that since you gave up the bookcase and bought all the paint and stuff, I should pay the entry fee. It's $50. Morgan stopped what she was doing and looked at him. You have that kind of money? Austin nodded, keeping his focus on his task. I have 60 left over from this summer when I worked at the store. I don't want to deplete your savings. Austin shrugged. It's fair. You've already probably spent that much, and you made me your partner. He grinned. I already paid it, and turned in the form for Captain Morgan and her first mate Austin. Captain Morgan! That's funny. I got the idea from the bottles behind Mom's counter. You could dress like the man on the rum bottle if you don't want to wear a deerskin. Morgan thought about that for a moment, thinking she looked cool in the high black boots. Then shook her head. We're Vikings. I'll wear a skin since you cleaned out your savings. Austin's grin was fixed on his face as he looked at her. You're cool. You are too. How'd it go at school today? Logan wasn't on the bus, and I didn't see Riley. Someone said she wasn't at school either. Everybody was freaking out and deleting the pictures off their phones. We're not supposed to have them at school anyway. We're supposed to check them in before the first bell and check them out before we get on the bus in the afternoon. I always check mine in because if they catch you with it, you can't check it in anymore and your parents have to come get it at school. They have to sign a form saying they won't allow you to bring it back. But some kids still do anyway. Austin sat back on his haunches. Did you always follow the rules? I'd like to say yes. Morgan set her paintbrush aside. We didn't have phones then, but we weren't allowed to leave the campus during school, and I did. I left 2 times and sneaked over to a burger joint. No one caught me when I sneaked back, and I thought I'd gotten away with it. But my dad found out. He knew one of the ladies that worked there. I was grounded and missed 2 track meets. Then I got kicked off the team. That really sucked, because I let everyone down. My coach was really mad, but my daddy wouldn't budge an inch. Were you mad at your dad? Morgan nodded and looked up at the cloudless sky. I blamed him, but it was really my fault. It took me a while to see that. I bet your dad was strict. Most dads are. He was, Morgan agreed. But he was fair. Austin went back to painting. I think about it sometimes, having a dad. Logan goes fishing with his dad, and they do a lot of stuff together by themselves. I just wonder what it would be like. I know exactly what you mean. My mom died when I was 6, and I was kind of jealous of kids whose moms did things with them, took them places. I would have been jealous of yours because as moms go, she's pretty awesome. I know. Some of my friends want her to be theirs. Logan says she's hot, and it pisses me off. I don't want him looking at her like that. Austin stopped painting again and looked at Morgan. You know she didn't have me, right? Morgan nodded. She loves me more than Gail, though. One day, I'm going to take care of her, so she won't have to work all the time. She can sit on the porch and paint like she always wanted to. Morgan raised a brow. She's an artist? No, she just wants to paint the lake the way she sees it. She says she doesn't have the talent, though. Austin looked out at the water. My other friend David has a new stepdad, and he hates him. He says he's always on him about cleaning his room, and he makes him wash the cars before he can do anything on the weekend. I'm kind of glad Mom doesn't like men, because I wouldn't want to have to live with someone I don't like. He wouldn't be my real dad anyway. He kept his gaze averted. I'd like someone like you. I hope Mom meets someone cool like you. I'll take that as a compliment, Austin. He smiled and nodded and went back to work. Morgan watched him out of the corner of her eye as she resumed painting, and thought it would be very easy to love him. Part of her was already beginning to. And his mother, she wouldn't be hard to love either. Morgan's hand faltered, sending paint down onto the deck as she considered that she'd only been there a week, and her mind had begun to ponder things better left alone. Hey, you know what? Morgan was almost afraid to reply. What? The corn maze opens this weekend. Have you ever been to one? No, I haven't. Austin grinned. You will, and it's a blast. Jacqueline's stomach growled as closing time drew near. Through the window near the counter, she could see movement on Morgan's deck in the distance. They were hard at work on Thor. She pulled out her cell phone and sent Austin a text. Do y'all want me to get a couple of pizzas and bring them down? Apparently, there was a conference because the two stopped moving. Austin's reply came a minute later. Em said she'll order it. Come when you're ready. Be there in about 30. Jacqueline smiled and slipped her phone back into her pocket. The bell on the door caught her attention. She rolled her eyes when Maddie stalked in. "What salacious tidbit are you bringing me today?"
"I know you already know about Riley and Logan," Maddie said as she made herself something to drink. "I heard that Austin registered for the regatta with Morgan, and I wanted to have a closer look at their craft."
Jacqueline glanced out the window. "It's still just a bookcase. They're painting it brown right now."
"I think it's really sweet that she's willing to do that with him. I know you would rather shoot off one of your toes than get into that water in November."
Jacqueline smiled. "I think Morgan's fooled herself into believing that she's going to somehow remain dry."
"Heath can't wait for Caleb to get a little older so they can do it together.
I'll leave that father and son bonding to them.
Mom called today. They're not coming in until Christmas. They've made plans to have Thanksgiving with some friends they met in Tennessee. Kind of pisses me off. We hardly ever see them. They should at least make an exception for family over the holidays."
"It's what retirees do, I suppose,"
Jacqueline said as she wiped down her counter. "You don't miss them, do you?" Jacqueline continued scrubbing.
"It's hard to miss someone who can't stand you."
"That's not true. They're just hard-headed, stuck in their old ways of seeing things."
"Grandma was too, and she didn't act like them."
Jacqueline put the disinfectant under the counter and tossed the cloth next to it, thinking she should have been over the rotten relationship she had with her folks by then. She didn't look forward to the holidays anymore. It was just a time to get together and rip open old wounds. "If my house is back in one piece by then, we'll have Christmas dinner there. Then you can retreat." Jacqueline followed Maddie's gaze to the pair in the distance who were hard at work. "I was going to suggest that you invite Morgan, but I know you won't."
"I'm not going to subject her to Mom and Dad. If one rude word was spoken, I'd blow my top. And you know one of them would make a snide comment."
Maddie looked Jacqueline in the eye. "One day, you're going to meet someone special. What will you do then? Just skip Christmas?" Subconsciously, Jacqueline glanced out the window.
"I'll cross that bridge when and if I come to it."
"You've been spending a lot of time with her. You see her at least once a day. Is there—"
"Absolutely nothing going on. We're friends."
Jacqueline waved a hand.
"Before you ask, yes, she knows about me."
Maddie shook her head. "That's not what I was going to ask. I wanted to know if maybe you'd kind of taken an interest in her that wasn't just platonic."
"Morgan's just taking a break here. She's looking for work, and when she finds it, she's gone. Only a fool would allow herself to get attached."
Jacqueline smiled sardonically.
"I'm not that dumb or desperate."
Maddie sighed. "I had high hopes."
"Why?"
Maddie looked at Jacqueline incredulously. "What do you mean, why? I like to see you with someone. I don't care if it's a man, woman, or a—" Maddie pursed her lips. "I was going to say stuffed bear, but that's just ew. Everybody wants to be in love, to have that special someone to cling to when the nights are cold or laugh at stupid things," Maddie said with a laugh. "The other night, Caleb took the guard off of Heath's trimmer, and he didn't notice. That man shaved off one whole eyebrow before he realized it. Then he had to shave the other. I laughed until I cried." Jacqueline grinned as she imagined what Heath must have looked like.
"Are you serious?"
Maddie cackled. "He looks awful, and he won't let me pencil any on. Everybody comes into the store and just stares at him until they figure it out, and I'm rolling on the floor laughing like a fool." Maddie held up her phone and showed Jacqueline a picture of Heath looking forlorn.
"That's hysterical,"
Maddie shrugged. "I just want you to have your own misfit." Morgan had brown paint on her ass, forehead, and chin when Jacqueline arrived, and Austin was spotlessly clean. "She sat on my paintbrush," Austin said, pointing at Morgan's butt. "Then she stuck her hand in the can." Morgan was surrounded by paint splatters on the deck. "I had kind of planned on refinishing this anyway," she said nonchalantly. "It's no big deal." Jacqueline's eyes went round, thinking that she'd heard Heath say that 1,000,000 times, and usually it was over something that was a very big deal. Another misfit was in her midst, but against Maddie's wishes, this one did not belong to Jacqueline.
"The knot boat is coming along nicely,"
she said as she admired their paint job. "I hope the paint will be dry by morning so we can begin working on your idea." Austin nodded. "We need empty kegs, Mom."
I have 2 old ones. We could ask Gavin Cullum if he has any he'd be willing to part with.
Jacqueline stepped away when Morgan began sealing the paint can.
We sometimes rent kegs for festivals, and in the commotion some of them don't get turned in. Don't get your hopes up too high. Gavin's space is limited, so he might not have something like that hanging around in storage. We've decided to do the decorations in papier-mâché, Austin explained. Anything wooden would make it too heavy. Before the race begins, we'll just take it off.
He picked up Morgan's notepad and showed Jacqueline the drawing. The front of Thor would look more like a Viking ship with the back left open. There were several mast sketches with question marks, and Morgan had drawn sad-faced people in the water watching Thor go by.
Jacqueline smiled. For 2 people that have never done this, you're both very methodical in your planning.
I have to have a visual. Morgan pulled out her wallet when she saw the pizza guy coming down the road. Be right back.
We're going to win this, Mama, and look cool doing it. Morgan ordered our hats today right off her phone, and she's going to wear a deerskin. She freaking rocks.
Austin tugged on Jacqueline's arm. Tell her she has to come to the corn maze with us. Jacqueline made a face.
You never want me to go to the maze with you. She imitated Austin by lowering her voice and squaring her shoulders. It's so not cool to have your mom in the maze with you. But I want us to do it with Morgan. She's never been, and it would be fun. Can we go tomorrow night? I'll have to think about getting lost in a cornfield for a while before I commit.
There's funnel cakes, Austin said, raising a brow.
I'm warming. Caramel apples. Hush, boy. Y'all want to come inside or eat on the deck? Morgan asked as she rounded the house with the pizzas. Mom wants you to come to the corn maze with us tomorrow night because she wants funnel cake, Austin said with a grin. Say yes. Funnel cakes, Morgan replied with a growl. Hell yeah.
No, absolutely not. Betsy shook her head furiously.
I am not taking off my clothes to dance beneath the moon.
She looked at Ida, who was obviously staring at the hibiscus flowers floating around in her drug-addled brain.
I can't believe you'd agree to this.
Ida chuckled.
I think it would be fun to let my moon join the one in the sky. Mine's probably brighter.
A moonlight dance clarifies the mind, Clarice said, tapping her temple. Betsy rolled her eyes.
Detox would be the only thing that would clear your minds. Is that potion ready yet? So impatient. Let it flow, Betsy.
Ida threw her head back and howled with laughter. Clarice stretched out her arms. Flow, negative energy. Leave my body and this place. Ida did the same, laughing hysterically.
I'm so flowing.
Betsy grabbed the tea kettle off the stove and poured the water into the potion cup.
Can I say the thing tonight, the spell?
Clarice shrugged with her arms still outstretched. I don't see why not. Betsy was in no mood to wait for the tea to steep. She grabbed Clarice by the hand and shoved her down into a chair, then took the first sip.
Drink, Ida,
she said as she put the cup in her hand.
I swear that's cat piss.
Ida wiped her mouth with the back of her hand.
Your cats are pissing on your special herbs.
Clarice seemed to enjoy the brew, and she drank every last drop. Betsy took their hands.
Now, dear Lord, I must apologize for our folly.
She glared at Clarice when she opened one eye and looked at her.
We are not consorting with demons or calling upon them. We're just asking for love to find Jacqueline and Morgan, too. And, if I may, I'd like to ask forgiveness on behalf of Clarice and Ida for pickling their brains on a regular basis. Also, if they choose to run naked tonight, I hope you won't let anyone notice 2 stupid old women acting like complete fools. Hide their wrinkles and cellulite, oh Lord, from those eyes that may be offended by the spectacle. And, Lord, Jacqueline's a good woman. Her grandmother Augie is the one standing next to you right now, probably pointing her out to you. Augie was my best friend, and I just want her granddaughter to have a good life. I've been looking out for her just as I promised, but, Lord, you know my weaknesses. I want so much to just grab those girls and slam them together, so I ask you to do the same. Without lightning bolts and amen for Pete's sake, Ida said. I'm totally losing my buzz right now.
Betsy looked skyward. Anne? Lord, please forgive Ida's impatience. It's just the hibiscus talking.
She stood up, feeling pleased with herself.
I'm going home now.
Chet stood on his back porch with a cigar in one hand and a cup of his special blend moonshine in the other. Laughter drew his attention to the woods behind his house. The vision that met his eyes caused him to drop the cigar. Ida Pochet and Clarice Minden, wearing only sneakers, tore by in a naked flash, laughter following them as they dashed deeper into the woods. He blinked, then looked down at his cup.
Good stuff,
he muttered as he clenched it with both hands and raised it to his lips, unwilling to spill a single drop. Chapter 15. By the following evening, the vessel Thor was sporting 2 beer kegs on the port and starboard sides. Morgan and Austin took it for a test spin, and it supported their weight with ease. Jacqueline observed the victory dance from the window of the store when she'd gone to check on Bailey. She was nearly as giddy as the two dancing arm in arm in a circle on the pier. Bailey, I know you know everyone in town, but you still have to ID for cigarette, beer, and liquor sales, so don't forget.
Got it, Miss Wyatt.
Jacqueline patted her on the back. I know you do. You've done an excellent job this afternoon. I'm going to run up to the house and take a shower while you close up.
To run in the corn maze? You're gonna have mud from head to toe because it rained hard the other day.
Bailey shook her head.
No way am I going there.
Yes, I know I've lost my mind, Jacqueline called over her shoulder. Of that she was certain. She was actually excited about ruining a pair of shoes and getting lost for a couple of hours in the dark. She'd not been to the mazes since she was a teen, and at the moment, she felt like one. At 7:30, Morgan pulled up in the driveway.
She's here, You look nice,
Austin said as he looked his mom over.
I do? These are old jeans, and this shirt I've had for years.
It's your hair? Maybe you just look different.
I think Morgan's gonna like it. Honey, I took a shower and dried my hair, that's all. I didn't do anything special.
She ushered Austin through the door. Well, nothing too out of the ordinary. Maybe just a few extra hairstyling products and a facial scrub. An argument ensued over who was riding in the back seat of the Jeep. Jacqueline thought Austin should ride in the front with Morgan since his legs were longer, but he wanted to be in back. It took him a few minutes to get his long body situated. Then he groaned when Jacqueline shoved the seat back.
Told ya, should have ridden in front. I wanted to ride in back. This is so cool, he said as he looked around. I've never ridden in anything without a top.
Morgan looked over her shoulder. It's gonna get chilly back there. Are you sure you want to ride topless? Austin giggled.
Topless? That's funny. It's not that cold and we're not going far.
Morgan backed out of the driveway and pulled out onto the road. I assume you've done this maze thing before? She said, looking at Jacqueline.
Yes, when I was a teenager, which was a very long time ago.
Austin's face appeared between the seats.
Mom's gonna be 40 in July. I'm popping fireworks.
Jacqueline gave his head a playful shove.
Boy, get back where you belong and put on your seatbelt. I told you to stop telling people that.
You don't look it, Morgan said, glancing at her. I would have guessed you to be around 35.
Okay, let's go with that, Jacqueline said with a nod. I'm 35. +5, Austin yelled out. How old are you, Morgan?
Jacqueline looked over her shoulder.
You don't ask anyone over 20 that.
She may be 20. Morgan held up her fist, and Austin bumped it. I'm 36.
You're younger than my Aunt Maddie, but she says Uncle Heath has stressed her into old age. She also says that having kids melted her boobs.
Jacqueline shook her head and looked out her window. Austin leaned forward again.
Turn left on Main Street and take it like you're going back to the highway.
Jacqueline turned back to Morgan.
I'm sorry, I forget that you're not familiar with White Oak yet.
I should have known this was the way we were going because I passed a lot of cornfields coming in.
Aunt Maddie!
Austin yelled when they passed the hardware store. Maddie smiled and waved as she closed up.
This Jeep is so cool. I feel like I'm in a parade.
Austin waved at everyone they passed. Morgan chuckled as she watched him in the rearview mirror.
I didn't notice what shoes you were wearing, Jacqueline said. It's going to be muddy because of the rain we had.
I'll wash them tomorrow when I go to the laundromat. Jacqueline made a face.
That place is funky. Use ours.
Morgan shook her head. I don't want to impose. Austin's face appeared again between the seats. You won't be. Mom makes roast on Sunday. You have to come and eat. Jacqueline laughed as she shoved him back again. You do. You're still too light for the knot boat. Light? Is that your way of calling me skinny? Chet says when you turn sideways, you disappear, which is funny because I think he's skinnier than you are. Austin laughed. I wonder if you can hide behind a cornstalk. Morgan caught his eye in the rearview mirror. You are so walking home. It was a fair-like atmosphere at the maze. Children screamed and laughed from the backs of carts filled with hay being pulled by a tractor. Others jumped around in a corn pit. The concession stands were painted black and white like a cow. The scent of funnel cakes, popcorn, and barbecue mingled in the air. Morgan laughed as Austin dragged Jacqueline away from the concession line since the one for the maze was short. We'll have the maze almost to ourselves if we go right now. He looked toward the head of the short line and said, There's Dylan. Be right back. Morgan folded her arms. Am I really as skinny as he claims? You don't look bad, you're just thin. I enjoy cooking, so automatically I want to feed everyone, Jacqueline said. And she did want to feed Morgan. People ate when they were happy, and Jacqueline wanted Morgan to be happy. The notion surprised her, and she smiled awkwardly when Morgan glanced at her. You're pretty trim. How do you eat all that home cooking and stay that way? I'm on my feet all the time. Before I lost my last regular employee, I jogged every day. But I've gotten out of the habit. I put on a few pounds. Morgan's gaze roved over her, and Jacqueline felt her pulse quicken as those dark eyes narrowed in an appreciative smile. What? Morgan shrugged. What? You smiled. Did you notice an unsightly bulge? Nothing of the sort, Morgan said as she stared straight ahead. Austin returned with Dylan at his side. We want to race, y'all. Let's see who makes it out of the maze first. Morgan raised a brow. And if we win? You just win, Austin said. I'm not racing for bragging rights. Morgan looked at Jacqueline. My Jeep is dirty. How about your car? I like where this is headed, Jacqueline said with a grin. Austin and Dylan turned their backs to Morgan and Jacqueline. When they turned, Austin said, If you win, we wash your car tomorrow, but if we win, we want our own funnel cakes and caramel apples. Jacqueline motioned for Morgan to turn around. You got something better in mind? Morgan whispered. No, I just wanted to make them sweat. Are you good with the terms? I'm all in. Okay, we accept the challenge, but you two can't take off once we get to the ticket booth. We go in together, Jacqueline said. Deal? Deal, Austin said with a nod. Dylan, you know my mom, but this is Morgan. She's my partner for the regatta. Morgan smiled. Hi, Dylan. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, too, he said with a wave. Once the tickets were purchased, the four met at an intersection. Right or left, guys? Jacqueline asked. Left! Austin and Dylan shot off, and Morgan and Jacqueline took off on the trail to the right. Morgan was surprised at how dark it was. The corn plants loomed well above her head and made dark walls on either side of the narrow path. Jacqueline, with her pale blue shirt and blonde hair, was easier to make out. Is the maze the same every year? No, it's different every time. Maddie and Heath got totally lost last year. It took them 3 hours to find their way out, and that was during the day. Jacqueline came to an abrupt halt at a junction to avoid colliding with another group of people. I thought I recognized your voice, Annie. Who on earth talked you into the maze, Jacqueline Wyatt? It was Austin's idea. We're racing to see who finishes first. I know you can barely see her, but this is Morgan Chasson. She moved into the cabin down from the store. Morgan smiled at the form in the darkness, surrounded by smaller ones. Nice to meet you, Annie. It's great to finally meet you. I work at Rosie's most nights. You come in and see me sometime. We have the best pie in town. Don't let anyone tell you different. I look forward to it. Morgan strained her eyes to make out Annie's features. We have to run. We're competing for funnel cakes. Jacqueline grabbed Morgan's arm and began moving again. This would be a lot easier if we could just follow the smell of the concession stand and make our own rows. The aroma of the funnels are really strong right here. I'll bet we're right behind the stand. But we'd be cheating. No honor or victory. Morgan, you fail to see the funny. Think about what their faces would look like if they came out of the maze and we were halfway into a funnel cake. Jacqueline sniffed. Oh, and coffee, I smell that too. You're just jonesing for a funnel. Be strong and move faster. Jacqueline laughed. You've got a serious competitive streak. Yes, I realized that when my brother said he could shoot milk through his nose farther than I could. I proved him wrong, even though I was 16. Jacqueline turned right at the next intersection of trails. The exit is on the right side of the concession stand, so if we keep going that direction, we should eventually get there. I bet they expected you to do that when they carved out the maze. Jacqueline came to another abrupt halt, and Morgan skidded on her heels to keep from slamming into her. You gotta stop doing that. Sorry, it's been ages since I've done this, but I bet you're right. We should have gone left. So let's backtrack a little. Morgan took the lead this time. There's not a lot of people out here right now, so we can move pretty fast. She reached behind her. Give me your hand. It's slippery. Morgan's intent was to make Jacqueline move as fast as she intended to. The unexpected jolt of pleasure from the connection slowed her stride. She was struck by how silly it seemed that she should feel that moment romantic when her feet sloshed in mud in the middle of a cornfield. But the dark sky was clear, and stars so bright shed their light above. Morgan's concerns drifted away beneath the moonlight. Everything that brought her there seemed such a distant memory. Jacqueline had grown as silent as she was. Why are you so quiet? Morgan asked. I'm enjoying the walk, Jacqueline said behind her. And sometimes there's just no need for conversation. Morgan smiled. Few people understood that. Unconsciously, she held Jacqueline's hand a little tighter. Jacqueline's grip became firmer. It filled Morgan with longing to be closer. As they walked, she wondered what it would feel like to kiss Jacqueline. Would it be returned? Then reality settled in heavily. They were friends, and despite the amorous feeling that swept over her at that moment, real life awaited outside of the maze. Jacqueline's hand slipped from her grasp as it weakened. Which way? Morgan asked when they came to a junction. Jacqueline's tone held disappointment. Right would be my choice. Morgan felt her feet fly out from beneath her, then corn plants buffeting her fall. Austin! Jacqueline barked out. Sorry, Morgan. I didn't mean to tackle you. Austin's face was just above hers. Are you okay? Yeah, especially after the spinal realignment. Austin, really? Jacqueline said irritably. I just meant to jump out in front of y'all, but I tripped on a row. In his attempt to help Morgan up, he inadvertently grabbed a breast instead of her arm. And now you're feeling me up? Oh my God, I'm so sorry, he said with a laugh. For a second I thought I had your nose. Ow! Is that your ear? Y'all are tearing up the maze wall, Jacqueline warned. That's my face, not a handrail, old lady. Ow! Austin started laughing hysterically. Was that corn? Did you hit me with corn? Morgan's voice came from somewhere out of the darkness. I don't know what it was, but hang on a sec, I found another one. Austin rolled out onto the trail and landed on all fours. Morgan hit him with an ear of corn, and Jacqueline gave his backside a shove with her foot, sending him face first into the ground. One thing you need to remember, son, old ladies are mean and we know how to fight. Where's Dylan? We ran into Candace and her friends, and he wanted to stay with them. I think he likes Candace, and she doesn't like me. Morgan stood and shoved Austin over again. So the race is off? I didn't say that. Austin scrambled to his feet. But since I have to wash 2 cars, I think it's only fair that I get an extra apple if I win. No deal, son. If you win, we'll let you clean our shoes. Wow, muddy shoes over an apple. I'd be a fool not to take that offer, Austin said drolly. Okay. How about a barbecue plate and a funnel cake? No apple. I've got dibs on the potato salad. I know you won't eat it anyway. Ow! Jacqueline squeaked when Morgan hit her with the corn. All right, I'll share with you. Well, I'm good with the new terms then, Morgan said. Deal. Austin turned and took off running. Jacqueline reached out and touched Morgan's shoulder. Are you hurt? No, the plants really did break my fall. My ass is wet, though. You're very good-natured. He's a lot of fun, and I really do believe he tripped. Jacqueline laughed. I'm sure he did. But do you think someone with feet that big would manage to stay upright more often? I was the same way at his age, tripping constantly and dropping nearly everything I put my hands on.
I'm having a hard time believing that.
You seem pretty graceful. Well, you haven't been around that long. I'm sure I'll do something to challenge that opinion.
Morgan and Jacqueline were moving at a pretty brisk pace. The sounds of the parking area were growing louder. Jacqueline caught Morgan's arm again.
Listen, that's Annie arguing with her kids about sodas. They're at the concession stand.
She moved in front of Morgan and started walking faster. Something that sounded like a horse was coming up behind them fast when they made another turn.
Run, Jacqueline!
Jacqueline took off in a sprint with Morgan on her heels. They rounded one corner and the lights of the stand came into view.
Jacqueline poured it on and Morgan pumped her legs hard to keep up with the stride.
Jacqueline demonstrated her lack of grace and tripped.
Morgan slammed into her before she could regain control and they rolled out of the maze.
"Aw, man," Austin said breathlessly as he came out behind them.
"We're all right," Jacqueline said with a laugh to the onlookers. "We just beat a 14-year-old through the maze."
She and Morgan laughed at the applause. Their picture was snapped by one of the maze photographers as Morgan said,
"Way to go, Grace."
Chapter 16.
Y'all are like so embarrassing. Mom, you have straws sticking out of your hair and shirt, and Morgan, you're just muddy.
My hands are clean. Morgan snagged a piece of funnel cake.
And your mom's car is going to be clean tomorrow, too. Your Jeep is what's going to need to be cleaned.
He's right, Jacqueline said, looking at Morgan.
We're a mess.
Morgan grinned as she picked a piece of straw from Jacqueline's hair.
The mess is worth the fun. I've had a blast.
And we have a picture to prove it. The 5x7 on the table showed Morgan and Jacqueline laughing as they lay tangled together, and Austin behind them, grimacing in defeat.
You have mud on your cheek,
Jacqueline said as she wiped Morgan's face with her finger.
Y'all look like two monkeys grooming each other.
Austin grinned for a moment. Then his eyes narrowed as he looked past Morgan and his mother. Dylan and Candace emerged from the maze holding hands.
Aw, man. Dylan and cranky Candace are together now, and I can't stand her.
Jacqueline looked over her shoulder, then back at Austin.
You and Candace were friends. What happened?
Austin shrugged and made a face.
She got all weird. She told me she's going to get her braces off next week, and I told her she might be cute then, especially if she didn't get big like her mom. She got all mad and started yelling at me, and all I did was pay her a compliment.
Morgan's eyes flew open wide. You insulted her and her mom all in one sentence. Austin looked like he didn't get it.
Okay, what if I told you that you'd be cute if you didn't look like your mother?
Austin looked offended.
My mama is pretty, everybody says so.
She is very pretty, but listen to what I'm saying. Jacqueline felt her face warm at the compliment and stayed quiet as Morgan tried to get Austin to see the point. The words if and might should never be in a sentence when you're complimenting someone. Had you said, Candace, you're cute, but you're going to be cuter when you get the braces off, that would have probably gone over better. Austin made a face.
I don't think Candace is cute, but she might look a little better when her braces come off. I should have told her that, right?
Morgan looked to Jacqueline for help.
Son, do you remember what I told you the other day about thinking before you speak?
Austin sighed.
Girls are hard.
Jacqueline smiled.
Just keep it simple, like, you look nice today, or your hair is really pretty. And if that's not the truth, then don't say it.
You looked very pretty today, before you rolled in the hay behind the concession stand, Austin said.
How's that?
Jacqueline winced.
Better, but keep working on it. See you tomorrow, Morgan,
Austin called out as he headed toward the door. Jacqueline smiled at Morgan as she climbed out of the Jeep.
I had a great time, and I'm glad you came with us, but I'm so sorry about the mud we got all over everything. Bring it by tomorrow, and Austin and I both will clean it up.
It's a Jeep. What good is it if I can't get it muddy?
The mud is supposed to be on the outside, not all over the seats and carpet.
Jacqueline tugged at her soiled shirt.
I think I made the biggest mess. I can feel mud on the back of my neck.
You're still pretty, Morgan said as she shifted the Jeep into reverse.
Good night. Good night. I had a great time,
Jacqueline said as she closed the door. Morgan waited for her to walk up on the porch and open the back door before she pulled away.
Jacqueline sighed as she watched Morgan drive away. For a moment in the maze, it seemed they were crossing the boundary of friendship into something more intimate. She didn't want to read too much into Morgan's compliments, though they affected the defenses she held loosely, too. Morgan stretched out in her bed after a shower. Celeste would think she'd lost her mind when she told her she spent a Saturday evening running through a cornfield, and even more so when she admitted that she enjoyed it. But then it was the company she spent the evening with that made it so enjoyable. She chuckled when she thought about Austin's so-called compliment to Candace. The smile remained on Morgan's face as she thought about Jacqueline. She was easy to talk to, fun to be around, attractive. Morgan felt a tiny tug in the pit of her stomach as she heard Jacqueline's laugh in her head. She caught herself as her mind started to ponder what it would be like to just let go and see what developed between them. A part of her truly wanted to throw caution to the wind, but the other, more practical side was the one she allowed to speak the loudest. This wasn't home, regardless of how comfortable it had become, and she would have to leave it all behind one day. Chapter 17. "Why do you keep clearing your throat?" Jacqueline asked Austin the next morning as she cooked breakfast. "It's burning and scratchy." Jacqueline looked away from the eggs she was cooking and watched as Austin took a sip of juice and winced. He looked pale, and his eyes were watery. She took the skillet from the heat and put a hand to his head. "Oh, buddy, you're hot. Let me go get the thermometer." Austin was sitting at the table with his chin in his hand when Jacqueline returned. "I can't be sick, Mom. We have to work on Thor." She held the thermometer up. "Open." Austin shook his head like he did when he was small. "Son, we both know I'm not going to shove this up your butt. Keep clamping those lips, though, and I'll find another place to stick it. If that thing shows I have a fever, I'll be on lockdown. I really want to work on Thor." "You have time. Open." Jacqueline stuck the thermometer beneath Austin's tongue when he reluctantly complied. "Sit here for a minute and I'll fix your plate." When she returned to the table and looked at the thermometer, she frowned. "You're going to have to lay low today." "Man." Austin sounded miserable as he wiped his eyes. "Of all the times to get sick. Maybe I caught something from the mud." "Cornitis is very serious. I'll need to check your armpits for kernels. I hope it isn't the more virulent popcornitis, but if it is, I'll be sure to have plenty of melted butter on hand." Austin gazed up at her, bleary-eyed. "That's not funny." In addition to the loss of humor, Austin also had little appetite, a sign that he felt worse than he was willing to admit. Jacqueline watched as he pushed his plate aside and curled up on the couch beneath the blanket. "I'm going to check on Chet, and I'll let Morgan know that you're taking the day off. Tell her I'll be good to go tomorrow after school," Austin said droopily. "Sure." But Jacqueline doubted he would be doing anything the next day aside from visiting the doctor. Chet had everything under control when she walked in. Skip and the boys were having coffee, and the early morning fisherman rush was over. "Bailey left everything tidy last night. Did good sales, too. She's coming in at noon. I talked to her a little while ago," Chet said. "I really appreciate your help today. Austin's sick with what I suspect is his usual seasonal sinus infection. You give him a shot of bourbon with honey and lemon juice tonight before he goes to bed, and he'll be right as rain," Chet said with a nod. "He's a little young for hot toddies." Jacqueline looked out the window and noticed Morgan already out on her deck. "I'm going to walk down and talk to Morgan. If you need me, holler." "Yeah, I'll better check on her," Skip piped up. "I heard you two were rolling around in the maze last night, Sha. I'm working on that wedding dress, but you're gonna have to wait till crawfish season to wear it. They too little to make a sash with." Jacqueline grinned. "You hush, Skip." Morgan was installing brackets on the front of the knot boat when Jacqueline walked onto the deck. "We're going to be having chicken soup instead of roast today. Austin's sick." Morgan looked surprised. "Aw, you're kidding. What's he got?" "Probably a sinus infection. He's prone to those this time of year. Can't seem to get him to take his allergy medicine regularly.
I guess I'm going to have to stuff the pill down his throat each morning before he walks out the door."
Jacqueline looked at the brackets.
"What are these for?"
"This is what we'll attach the posts and wire to for the papier-mâché. Hopefully it'll look like a Viking ship when we're done."
"Would you rather me run the soup down to you later? It's probably best that you're not around Austin while he's running a fever, just in case it isn't what I think it is."
No, Morgan said, sounding preoccupied. "You take care of him. I have plenty to eat here. Is there anything you need me to pick up? Sinus medicine or juice?"
"No, I have everything he needs, but thanks."
Morgan continued to work and didn't seem very interested in conversation.
"Well, I'll get back to the house now and tend to my patient."
"Okay, tell him I hope he feels better." Morgan looked up after Jacqueline walked away, feeling like a total jerk. She'd awoken that morning with Jacqueline strongly on her mind and desires she didn't want to face. The lame plan to distance herself from Jacqueline, she realized, wouldn't work because she didn't have the resolve to execute it. She watched Jacqueline walk down the street. It was too late for that approach because all she really wanted to do was chase her. Morgan pulled her cell phone from her pocket and called the voice of reason.
"I know you're not ringing my phone at 9 o'clock on a Sunday morning," Celeste said sleepily.
Morgan looked at her watch. "Sorry, I guess I didn't think about you sleeping in today. I need advice. You want to call me back when you get up?"
"No, wait a minute. Keisha, you love me?"
Morgan heard Celeste's partner groan and say no.
"Get up and make me coffee, baby. I need to give Morgan advice." "She called the wrong damn number,"
Keisha grumbled and made Morgan laugh.
"You are the best girlfriend in the whole world," Celeste cooed.
And Morgan assumed Keisha had gotten up. "I'm sorry that I woke you both."
"Liar," Celeste said. "You're just jealous because you never knew how to sleep late. Now what's up?"
"There's this woman—"
"Ah, damn! You've only been there a week, fool!"
"I know," Morgan said with a sigh as she sank down and dropped her screwdriver. "I went to sleep last night thinking the reason I'm attracted to her is because she and her son are the only thing that makes being here tolerable."
"She straight?"
"No."
"Leave it to you to find the only other lesbian in the netherworld. She hot?"
"Very pretty, yes."
"And a kid. You always run the other direction when my nieces come over."
Morgan smiled. "I haven't seen him climb the walls and break stuff like they do."
"Okay, let's use our logic,"
Celeste said, sounding like she did when she spoke to her nieces.
"You're probably a little lonely, a little horny, and this woman is looking really good right now. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably be reaching out to anyone I can get my hands on. That's really what she is, a beacon in a storm."
There was great plausibility in what Celeste had to say. To Morgan's ear, it sounded so simple. But her heart wanted to argue otherwise. What if my feelings are genuine, though? I think she might kind of like me, too. Celeste was kind, but firm.
"You're going through one of the roughest spots in your life. Morgan, you don't know your head from a hole in the ground right now. She's probably a great woman, but you stand the chance of really breaking her heart if you pursue this. And she has a kid that could get hurt, too. Here's my advice, but I have to tell you, I don't think I could do this. Tell her what you're feeling and where you're at. If she has half a brain, she'll back away."
Morgan's brows rose as she looked at the house on the hill. Freak her out and make her run away?
Just be honest. If what you have to say doesn't cause her to be concerned, that should tell you something. She's either stupid or one of those who doesn't bother to care to look before she leaps. And I know you. That'll turn you off in a heartbeat.
"It's good advice," Morgan agreed as her heart sank a little.
"I wish you would have stayed here where I could keep an eye on your ass. I was telling Keisha the other day that we should have just chained you to something and walked you like a dog."
"You say the sweetest things."
"That's why Keisha loves me." "I don't smell any damn coffee brewing," Celeste yelled. "Out? Oh, my God," she groaned. "Take your love to breakfast and be sweet to her." "Gonna have to. There ain't a damn thing to eat in the kitchen except some diet crap she knows I despise. Call me when you need me to think for you again. I can't have you wandering around the woods with your head up your ass."
"Oh, Brad and Tanya are pregnant."
"You're shitting me."
No, she's 3 months, and Brad is beside himself. Aw, Auntie Morgan, how sweet. Call me. I will. Catch you later. Better. Love you. Bye. Morgan walked up on the porch with a bag in her hand and knocked on Jacqueline's back door. A moment later, Jacqueline opened it with a smile. You're mighty brave or really foolish for coming over here, she said. I know you said you had everything you needed, but I got some tea that's supposed to help with congestion and some stuff you should take to strengthen your immune system. How's he feeling? Morgan asked as she handed Jacqueline the bag. Pretty funky. He's asleep right now. Morgan steeled her nerves. Could you come out here for a minute so we can talk? Jacqueline nodded and set the bag on the counter. Is something wrong? Yeah. I'm having some problems. Morgan stuffed her hands into the pockets of her shorts and backed away from the door when Jacqueline stepped out. Jacqueline folded her arms and looked at Morgan with concern. Is it Thor? No, Morgan said with a nervous smile. Would you sit down? Jacqueline took a seat on the porch swing and watched her pace. I'm trying to be very adult here, and that calls for honesty. Morgan walked over to the porch railing and leaned against it, looking out at the water. She waved a hand as if trying to find the right words. I'm struggling with a lot of different emotions. You're in a vulnerable place. Yes, Morgan agreed, keeping her back turned. I've had such a good time with you. I feel so relaxed when we're together. I'm happier than I've been in months, maybe longer. You make me feel... I acted like a dick this morning because I was trying to distance myself because I'm attracted to you. If I get too comfortable here, then I have to leave. I don't know if I can afford to let myself go there. I understand, Jacqueline said softly. I know where you're at, and I appreciate you being honest. We can agree right here just to be friends. Or if it makes things easier, we can just not spend as much time together. That's going to be hard with the regatta. Morgan pounded softly on the porch railing. I enjoy being with you too much. I like you too, but I know you're here temporarily, Jacqueline admitted with a sigh. But I'd like to hope, we can keep this in its proper perspective. Let's just be friends, and if that gets too difficult, we'll have to be honest with each other. Morgan slowly turned and looked at Jacqueline. Thank you for being so understanding. Austin was standing at the window overlooking the porch, with his hair pointing in all different directions. He put his hand to the glass. Don't put the decorations on Thor without me, okay? Jacqueline watched as Morgan walked across the porch and put her hand on the glass in front of his. You know I wouldn't do that. We're in this together, right? Austin smiled, wearily. Jacqueline smiled too, but inside, she felt a sense of loss. Morgan was good with her son, and she couldn't deny that she was as enamored with Morgan as he was, just in a different way. Fate seemed so cruel for dangling the perfect woman in her face and daring her to reach out for her. Go back to bed, you look like crap, Morgan said with a laugh. Austin rolled his eyes and ambled away from the window. I'm gonna go now. I have a few things to do around the house. Okay, Jacqueline said as she stood. She and Morgan stared at each other awkwardly before Morgan hugged her quickly. Thanks for being my friend, Morgan said as she retreated. Jacqueline watched her go. Her cell phone started ringing. Maddie was on the ID. Jacqueline looked across the lake and shot her the finger, knowing that Maddie had her binoculars out again. I like you too. That sentence bounced around in Morgan's brain all afternoon. Did that mean that Jacqueline felt the same way, Morgan wondered? She thought she would have been better off if Jacqueline would have laughed at her and said, Honey, you're not my type. That would have been easier to cope with, though Morgan never wanted to hear those words from a woman who held her interest. Jacqueline had been right about the laundromat. It was pretty funky. Morgan spent the extra money to run bleach through an entire wash cycle before she washed her things. The book she'd brought along could not keep her attention, as the steady thump of the washers put her in a trance. Images floated around in her mind. Jacqueline's smile. Austin going to his first prom. Jacqueline swinging lazily on her porch swing. Austin graduating. And Morgan standing at Jacqueline's side as he drove away to college. She blinked and looked up at a woman putting her clothes in a dryer. A little boy sat nearby playing with a toy truck. In the past, when Morgan envisioned her future, she'd seen herself with a woman like her, living in the house she always wanted. Ranch-style brick on a tree-lined block. And it was always very quiet, clean, everything in order. No kids to make noise and disturb anything. That imaginary life had been something she longed for, but now it didn't seem so appealing. Jacqueline's words filtered through the images and made Morgan's mind go blank. I know where you're at. Morgan smiled ruefully as she saw herself at the intersection of fucked up and confused. She dug deeper into her psyche looking for clues, and suddenly it became crystal clear. Or so she thought. With the death of her father and the displacement, she was longing for home, that feeling of security, of warmth, and she'd found it in Jacqueline and Austin. They simply made her feel at home. It was all a mirage for the wandering soul. Chapter 18. You okay? Jacqueline blinked and looked at Austin, who was curled up on the couch in a blanket cocoon. I'm fine, why? You've been sitting there for an hour staring out into space. Austin pointed to the TV where the movie Dark Shadows played. You love Johnny Depp, and you haven't looked or laughed at him once. Am I in trouble? Have you done something you're feeling guilty about? Austin shook his head. I can't think of anything. Okay, I drank some orange juice from the container, but my throat hurt and I didn't feel like getting a glass. Well, thank you for admitting that. I'll know not to drink any. If you're too ill to get a glass, then let me know when you need something. You're going to the doctor tomorrow. Okay, I was just being lazy. Jacqueline smiled. You're going anyway. Let me check the soup. She patted his head on her way to the kitchen, needing something to get her mind off the earlier conversation with Morgan. Unlike Morgan, she had no excuses. She wasn't in that place where all her emotions were a jumble and she was looking for refuge. She genuinely enjoyed Morgan's company, looked forward to seeing her walk through the door of the store. So what was her reason for becoming so captivated by a woman she barely knew? Jacqueline owned the fact that she was a nurturer, and Morgan was someone who needed special care. She empathized with Morgan's feeling of loss and suffering because she had been in her shoes only a year before. Physical attraction played a big part as well. Morgan's mouth was deliciously kissable. Just the sight of her, or feeling the warmth of her body when she was near, stoked sparks into flames. She stirred the soup, inhaling deeply the seasonings. The last of Jacqueline's theories resonated as the most sound. Morgan wasn't staying in White Oak Lake. Knowing that allowed her to ponder all sorts of romantic notions because she felt safe in doing so. With the other women she dated, she was too busy studying them, sizing up the prospective suitors to see if they would be right for her and, more importantly, for Austin. There was no pressure with Morgan because in the end she would leave and take any shortcomings with her. Jacqueline frowned as she stared out the window. The only problem was, Morgan didn't appear to have any fatal flaws. Jacqueline's cell phone tore her from her ruminations.
I need your help.
The tone of Maddie's voice pulled Jacqueline up short. What's wrong?
Heath took the kids to see his mom. I'm alone at the store, and I'm stuck in something.
Austin's sick, is it?
I need you to come right now, okay?
I'll be right there. Jacqueline stepped into the living room. Hey, buddy, I have to go help Aunt Maddie with something right now. Austin sat up. His eyes widened when he saw the expression on her face. What's wrong? I don't know, but I have to go to the store right away. You just stay where you are, and I'll be back soon. Okay, but call and let me know what's going on. I will. Jacqueline switched on her emergency flashers and wasted no time. She threw gravel as her tires left the driveway and skidded onto the road. She only glanced at Morgan as they met in the curb, her heart pounding. The tone of Maddie's voice unnerved her. Morgan slowed down as she passed Jacqueline's house and noticed Austin on the back porch wrapped in a blanket looking toward the lake. She turned the Jeep around and pulled into the driveway. He looked worried when she got out. What's going on? I don't know. Mom said Aunt Mattie needed her and she tore out of here like a bat out of hell. The air was hot and humid despite it being fall. Should you be outside? Austin shrugged. I want to know what's going on. Morgan climbed the steps. Back inside. I need you well and soon. We have Thor to finish. My head is really hurting again. Austin picked up the box of cold medicine and looked at it. I haven't had any of this since this morning. Can I take some more? Morgan put a hand to his forehead. You're awfully hot. What time did you take the last dose? Do you remember? Around 7. Morgan glanced at the clock. It was 2:30. Have you eaten? Austin sniffed as he wrapped the blanket tighter around himself. I'm not hungry. Well, I don't want to give this to you on an empty stomach. You eat a bowl of soup, and if your mom isn't back by then, I'll give you another dose. Maddie's car was in the parking lot behind the store, but it was locked up tight since they were closed. Jacqueline banged on the door, and when she didn't receive an answer, she used her key. Maddie? Back here? Jacqueline followed her voice to the back corner of the store, where she found Maddie standing on top of a pallet looking a little pale. What's going on? Jesus God! Why didn't you call 911? I'm so embarrassed, Maddie said miserably. I finally got some time alone, and all I wanted to do was work on the manger display before Heath got a hold of it. Last year, he decapitated one of the wise men, and he always uses pallets for the floor, and it looks crappy. She sounded as though she was going to cry. We just got in all the Christmas decorations, and Heath ordered way too many manger sets. I was hoping if I made the display nice enough, we could get rid of them. Jacqueline looked at the base. Maddie had done impressive work. Honey, how did you nail your sneaker to the manger? Well, that's the other reason I wanted to do this while Heath was out with the kids. I'm not allowed to use the nail gun because he dismantled some of the safety features. I was going really fast and, well, you see. Maddie looked at Jacqueline when she pressed a key on her phone. What are you doing? I'm gonna call the fire department. I can't get you and the pallet in the car by myself. No! Maddie clenched her fists and closed her eyes. They're down here all the time for Heath. It causes a huge commotion, and I'd rather everyone on the lake not know that I nailed myself to a board. I need you to get a saw and cut me loose. You know it's what they would do. Jacqueline shook her head. It's going to hurt. Let's not have that discussion right now. I'm in enough pain already. There's a skill saw in the back that someone returned. Go and get it. It's on the shelf to the right just as you walk into the stock room. Jacqueline retrieved the saw and an extension cord, which she plugged into a nearby socket. How am I going to support you and cut at the same time? Please let me call the fire department. No, absolutely not. You are so Mom. You'd rather suffer further injury than be embarrassed. Get to it or hand me the saw. I'm coming off this pallet one way or another. Jacqueline rolled her eyes. Give me just a second. She ran into the garden department and picked up 2 papers. Carefully, she slid them beneath the wood flooring to support the area where she intended to cut. Next, she found a ladder and set it up so Maddie could support herself. Don't let that pool of blood under my shoe prompt you to move any faster, Maddie said with a grunt. Ungrateful, prideful doofus. Jacqueline drowned out Maddie's retort with the saw as she cut the slats on the floor, freeing the piece of wood that her sister was attached to. You were right. That did hurt, Maddie said tearfully as she leaned against the ladder. Oh, I'm sorry, honey, just a little longer. Jacqueline raced into the office and grabbed the rolling chair from behind the desk. I should have thought of this sooner. She pushed it up behind Maddie and helped her sit down. I don't know what to use to support your foot to keep it from moving. It went through my big toe. I guess I should be thankful that it's good and tight, but it's gonna hurt like hell when they take it out. Jacqueline didn't want to think about that as she carefully pushed Maddie through the store and out to the car. It took wrangling and a lot of cursing before she got Maddie situated. She found an old packing blanket in the storeroom and put it beneath Maddie's leg for the ride. She pulled out her phone again when she got into the driver's seat. Maddie glared at her. Who are you calling? Heath, you don't want me to? Maddie shook her head. He'll freak, and he's got the kids with him. He can barely drive on a good day. I don't want him flying down the road with my babies. Jacqueline nodded. Good point. I'm going to call Austin and check on him. Jacqueline was surprised when Morgan answered the phone. I stopped at the house when I saw Austin on the porch after you flew by with the flashers on. Is everything okay? Maddie had a little accident, nothing serious. I'm going to run her by the hospital and have her looked at to be on the safe side. Well, if you don't mind, I'll stay with Austin until you get back. I talked him into eating a bowl of soup, then I gave him another dose of the cold medicine. He's pretty sleepy right now, but worried. Jacqueline smiled, relieved that Morgan was taking care of Austin. Tell him everything is fine. I don't know how long we'll be, but please make yourself at home. I can't express how much I appreciate you stopping in to take care of him. I hope Maddie's okay. Don't worry about Austin. I'll take good care of him. Thank you. See you soon. Maddie groaned when Jacqueline hit a bump.
I'd have all sorts of questions if my foot didn't feel like it was on fire.
Nothing has changed. We're only friends, Jacqueline said, hating to admit it. Chapter 19. Jacqueline stood beside Maddie, who was feeling pretty woozy as she awaited her tetanus shot. The nail had been removed from her toe, and the gap had been stitched.
It looks like a half moon. Take the bandage off. I want to see it again.
Jacqueline didn't want to see it again. Her stomach roiled at the thought. Germs, Maddie. Think of germs. They're all around in here. It's best to keep it covered.
Always taking care of me,
Maddie said with a dopey grin. If you weren't my sister and I was a lesbian, I think I'd have it for you big time. That's, gross, but thanks. Jacqueline walked over to the curtain and peeked out. The emergency room was hopping, and she doubted that anyone would be along quickly with Maddie's tetanus shot. We have a nice ass. Jacqueline looked over her shoulder, and Maddie was staring at her butt, glassy-eyed. Mine looks just like yours. Shake it a little. Let me see what I'm working with. Jacqueline arched her back and bounced it like a stripper, then had to cover Maddie's mouth when she laughed too hard. You're my best friend, Maddie slurred when Jacqueline took her hand from her mouth. Oh, here it comes. You're going to get emotional, aren't you? I just love you so much. Maddie began to cry. What would I do without you? Jacqueline grabbed a tissue and held it up to Maddie's nose. Any sort of pain reliever, aside from something over the counter, sent Maddie on an emotional roller coaster where the other riders were pink elephants. Get it together, you're starting to act like Clarice Minden. I'm gonna have to walk around on crutches, Maddie sobbed. Thank God Heath has 2 pair in the garage. She blew her nose and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. I'm thinking of doing a turducken for Christmas. Do you think that's something you'd like? Jacqueline blinked at the subject change. I don't care for duck, and neither do you, so why would you ruin a perfectly good turkey? Ham then. I'll make a ham. Sweet potato casserole with the pecans. Yum, that sounds so good. Maddie's brow furrowed. I'm wearing Heath's underwear. I know, Jacqueline said with a laugh. She and one of the nurses had helped Maddie undress, and they'd exchanged glances at the smiley-face boxers. Why? We ordered a new washing machine, and it hasn't arrived yet. I ran out of clean undies. Do you think anyone noticed? Jacqueline scrunched up her face to keep from laughing. I'm sure they've seen worse. Maddie started to cry again. I'm never gonna be able to wear sandals or cute shoes again. He's gonna be so pissed. Maddie sniffed, and her expression turned dark. He'd better not be, she said, her voice rising with each word. He's a walking disaster area. I keep 14 tubes of wound glue around the house and store so I could put his ass back together. Maddie's demeanor changed again, and she started to sob. I really like that pair of sneakers, too. Okay, 1 tetanus shot is ordered, a nurse said as she moved back the curtain and smiled at Maddie. Maddie's face went blank as she squeezed the feeling out of Jacqueline's hand. Are you going to put that in my butt? Your arm, the nurse assured with a smile. Oh, thank God, Maddie said with a sigh.
I'm wearing my husband's underwear. We have a washer on order. I wouldn't normally wear men's underpants, but sometimes I want to. My little toe is gay. Jacqueline got the rest of those jeans. Sometimes I want to wear a skirt, but my toe says no, wear his clothes instead. The other day at the gym, I saw Dana Galloway's breasts, and that little toe shot straight up.
Maddie, don't talk, Jacqueline said, smiling at the nurse. She's a little stoned. No one in our family has a strong tolerance to medication. Obviously, the nurse said as she prepared the injection. Jacqueline set 2 glasses of milk next to 2 small plates of fruit and cheese for her niece and nephew, hoping the bait would occupy the kids until she could talk to Heath. Caleb and Dawn came bounding through the door and were surprised to see their aunt instead of mother. Jacqueline hugged them both and led them to the table. I made snacks. Sit down and enjoy them while I talk to your daddy. Where's Maddie? Heath asked as he walked in. I need to talk to you for a second before you see her. Jacqueline felt sorry for Heath when the color drained out of his face. What's wrong? Jacqueline put up both hands. She had a minor accident and is sleeping off the pain meds right now, she said lowly. She shot her toe with a nail gun. My nail gun? Jacqueline nodded. It took a chunk out of her big toe. I got your crutches out of the garage and put them beside the bed because she's going to need them for a while. Heath's fear was replaced by anger. I told her never to use that. She told you not to cut the tree in the backyard without help. Do you really want to go down that road? Your list of do-nots and oops is a mile longer than hers. This took a little wind out of Heath's sails. I know it must have hurt like hell. Jacqueline smiled. I think her pride is suffering more. I put a pan of frozen lasagna in the oven for y'all, but now I have to get home because Austin is sick. Take good care of my sister, okay? I will. Heath gave her a hug, and Jacqueline kissed Caleb and Dawn as she left. It had already turned dark when Jacqueline began the short ride home. She was thankful that Morgan had stopped to check on Austin and stayed. There were others who would have sat with him if she'd called, but Morgan had simply stepped in. It was nice to have someone fill in the gaps and take worry off her shoulders. Morgan was a perfect fit in her and Austin's lives. Jacqueline wished that things could be different, but she'd grown accustomed to her wishes not coming true. The house smelled of soup when Jacqueline walked in. Her stomach growled loudly in response, and she realized that she'd gone nearly the entire day without eating anything. Morgan's footfalls were heavy on the stairs. She smiled as she walked into the kitchen. Austin's asleep in his bed. Morgan studied Jacqueline's face as she spoke. You look beat. And I can hear your stomach growling. So, pizza, soup, or both? Jacqueline leaned against the counter. Did Austin talk you into ordering him pizza? No, I had a craving for gooey cheese. He ate like 6 bowls of soup throughout the day, saying he wasn't that hungry. I'd hate to see what it's like when he's really got an appetite. Maybe you should change the lure to a grocery store so you can buy in bulk. Don't think I haven't considered it, Jacqueline said with a laugh. Gooey cheese sounds appetizing, with a cold beer. Excellent. Now go find a comfortable place to sit and I'll get it for you. Morgan, you don't have to wait on me. You've given up your whole day. Jacqueline opened the fridge and pulled out 2 beers. I should be serving you. Morgan blocked her as she went to the cabinet. I know where your plates are. I'm pretty familiar with your kitchen after today. Go sit on the porch or on the couch and I'll make your plate. Your shoulders are slumped and you have bags under your eyes. Sometimes the caregiver needs a leg up, so let me keep you company while you eat. Then you can go to bed. All right, but I'm taking your beer to the porch. Jacqueline slipped out the back door and sank down on the swing. Minutes later, Morgan handed her a plate with 2 slices of pepperoni pizza and a napkin. She picked up her beer and settled in a chair close by. What happened to Maddie? My brilliant sister shot herself in the big toe with a nail gun while building a display for the store. I found her nailed to a manger. Jacqueline picked off a piece of pepperoni and popped it into her mouth. I know it hurt like hell, and I'm not making fun of her, but she was a riot in the hospital. They doped her up, and she started babbling like a fool. Maddie told the nurse who helped me get her dressed that she bore a striking resemblance to George Clooney. And she was turning her on. Morgan grinned and rubbed her brow. I'm still reeling from the image of Maddie nailed to a board. Jacqueline nodded. I had to cut up the base she'd made for her manger display. We went to the hospital, plank and all. I don't know why it surprised me. She hot-glued a chunk of her hair to the kitchen table once. She always seems to stick herself to something. What did you and Austin do while I was away? Morgan shrugged. He napped a lot, and I watched movies. You have a thing for Johnny Depp, don't you? Jacqueline grinned and nodded as she chewed a bite of pizza. He makes me laugh, even when he plays serious parts. You kind of look like him in a feminine sort of way. She dropped the pizza as her eyes went wide. Oh my God, the store. I was supposed to give Bailey a few breaks. It's okay, Morgan said quickly. I went down to get some Sprite for Austin, and Chet was there having coffee. I told him that Maddie had an emergency, and you went to help her. He helped Bailey and came back when it was time to close up. Jacqueline put a hand to her forehead and sank back down. I need to do something special for him, and you, for that matter. You both came through for me today. Morgan waved her off. I can't speak for Chet, but you don't owe me anything. You and Austin have done plenty for me. I should confess, though, I looked at all your photo albums. That's right, she said with a grin when Jacqueline looked at her in horror. Loved the Christmas picture of you when Austin was 4. It's his favorite, too. Jacqueline rolled her eyes. I was wearing the Grinch jammies and my hair was all over the place. Maddie caught me mid-yawn. Morgan nodded. That's the one. He's going to scan it for me in case I need blackmail material. That's not fair. I had no way of obtaining incriminating photos of you. I'll volunteer them. Morgan picked up her beer and moved to the swing with Jacqueline. Brad sent these to me, she said as she pressed a few buttons on her phone. Aw, how old were you? Jacqueline took it from her and stared at the photo. 6, I think. Jacqueline smiled as she stared at the little girl in a yellow dress and matching ribbon in her hair. I was scowling because I didn't want to wear that dress, according to my dad. She slid her thumb over the screen and the next picture appeared. This was high school graduation. Jacqueline stared hard at the picture. There was a light in Morgan's eyes as she stood beside her father in her cap and gown. She looked at Morgan and noticed it had gone out and wondered what it would take for that look to return. You were very happy. Morgan looked away. I was. I had my diploma. Next stop was college. I couldn't wait to get out on my own. Are there more? Morgan glanced at her and smiled as she advanced to the next photo. Jacqueline threw back her head and laughed as she gazed at Morgan in a pair of cutoffs and a stained football jersey with a ball tucked under her arm. She looked to be about 9. You were a total tomboy. Oh, yeah, I didn't have one girly bone in my body. Morgan winked at Jacqueline. I bet you did, though. Honey, you'd lose. Getting me into a dress for church was a battle my mother dreaded every Sunday. By the time we got there, we were both furious. Dad, Maddie, and Gail would go into hiding until they had to get into the car. I wore the stupid dresses, but underneath I had on cutoffs and a slingshot in my back pocket. When I was around 13, she relented and let me wear pants just to keep the peace. Jacqueline pointed to a tree in the backyard. Before my teens, I practically lived in a treehouse up there. The rest of the time, I was wading into the lake to catch turtles. We would have been best friends had we known each other then, Morgan said with a smile. Jacqueline nodded. There's no telling what trouble we would have gotten into. Morgan met her stare for a second. Then her eyes looked unfocused, as if she were pondering something. The kiss came so quickly, every inch of Jacqueline's body stiffened. In shock, she didn't respond to the soft kiss on her lips. Then Morgan was on her feet, backing away. I'm sorry. Morgan looked surprised and confused as she stumbled backward. I'm not sorry that I kissed you. I'm sorry that... I know I shouldn't have. Morgan hung her head. You make it so easy, Jacqueline. She leapt off the top step and jogged away without looking back. Stunned, Jacqueline could only watch her go. Chapter 20. Monumental overreaction, dork! Idiot! Morgan was halfway home before she realized that her Jeep was still sitting in Jacqueline's driveway, and she didn't want to go back and get it. This is stupid. Why do I have to make this so complicated? Morgan heard a noise as she stepped onto her driveway. Someone moved in the shadows on the road nearby. She strained her eyes. Betsy?
I was taking my evening stroll. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation with yourself.
Morgan's shoulders sagged. Why am I always doing something stupid when I run into you? A shaft of moonlight fell on Betsy's smiling face as she took a step closer.
Had you come by this morning, you would have found me having a long conversation with one of Clarice's cats. I have a daughter around your age. She lives in Texas. I don't get to see her much, but I still know when something's troubling her by the look in her eyes. The same one you've had since you came here. I pour her a glass of tea, and we talk until her burdens are lifted, or at least lighter. I'm a good listener.
I have tea, Morgan said numbly. Betsy gently took her by the arm and led her to the house. I came here in hopes that the change would do me good, help me clear my mind. But everything is just getting more convoluted. She opened the door and held it for Betsy, who simply patted her cheek as she passed. Morgan stood at the bar that divided the kitchen and den, watching Betsy take 2 glasses from the drain basket next to the sink and fill them with tea. She handed Morgan one and went into the den where she sat down.
Now, sweetie, sit and tell me what's troubling you.
Morgan sank into a chair, not knowing where to start. I lost my dad, and my job, and my girlfriend. These things happen one after the other, and I came here because it was the only place I had. Betsy's brows rose as she sipped her tea. She lowered the glass and gazed sympathetically at Morgan.
That's a lot of change, sugar, and an awful lot of loss.
I don't know who I am anymore. Then there's Jacqueline. Morgan shook her head miserably. I'm so attached already to her and Austin. Celeste, who works at the company that canned me, thinks I may be offered my old job by the end of the year. I couldn't have met her in Atlanta. No, I had to come to the swamp to find what appears to be the perfect woman. Morgan lowered her voice and her head. I kissed her tonight, then ran away like a dumbass. She has to think I'm a complete flake. Betsy was grinning ear to ear when Morgan looked up. She put a hand over her mouth and cleared her throat before asking,
Were you happy with your life before you came here? Do you miss it so much that you can't wait to get back?
Morgan couldn't immediately answer the question.
Have you stopped to consider you're exactly where you belong?
No, I guess I haven't. I pretty much have to go wherever employment takes me.
Not to get too personal, but do you have a lot of debt?
Morgan shrugged. Not really, but I'm certainly not retirement age. I have to work, and the jobs around here don't pay anything near what I'm used to making.
Well, darling, what do you work for? A comfortable place to live. You have that already. Call me a romantic fool, but you've admitted that you've become attached to Jacqueline. Isn't that worth exploring? You may just find there's no place you'd rather be than White Oak.
Betsy wagged a finger when Morgan's expression went blank.
You won't let yourself consider that because everything's been a jumble lately. It happened to my daughter, Diane, after Katrina. She lived in New Orleans, and her house was, of course, flooded. They lost everything but what they took with them when they evacuated.
Betsy rolled her eyes and groaned.
It was devastating to her and her husband, who had an electronics store that went under as well. They were paying notes on the house and couldn't live in it. The insurance company fought them tooth and nail over every cent. It seemed as though every time they thought they were going to get back on their feet, they were shoved down by something else. Ethan, her husband, got a job offer in Houston. He took it because they needed the income, but it broke his heart to give up his own business and, of course, their home. It all looked so bleak for them. But now, Ethan loves his job and he doesn't have to worry about keeping the business running. Someone else does that. The house they live in is beautiful and the schools are better where they live. What started out so terrible has turned out to be a blessing for them. You know, sometimes calamity forces us to reconsider what's important, and sometimes change is a good thing. Betsy smiled at Morgan sympathetically. It's not easy, darling. It took Diane a while to come to accept life for her wasn't going to be the same. It's going to take a while for you, too. If she were here right now, I think she would tell you the one thing she would have done differently was not to fight as hard as she did. Relax and just see where life is taking you, because you may find that you're in a better place.
Betsy's foot was poised to step on her driveway when someone grabbed her arm.
You've broken the rules, Betsy Schaefer,
Ida spat out in a whisper as she dragged Betsy toward Clarice's mobile home.
She needed me,
Betsy protested.
You know the leaves said no meddling, and you meddled.
You make fun of the stupid leaves and stop squeezing my arm, Ida.
Clarice looked aggravated when they walked in.
What have you done?
Betsy threw her hands on her hips and bowed her shoulders.
I did what any compassionate soul would. That child needed someone to talk to. She's under a lot of stress.
Ida waved off the offered joint from Clarice and took a seat. Well, sit down and tell us what you know. Betsy remained standing as she relayed the conversation.
I'm afraid we made the potion too strong. That poor girl's in a complete tailspin. She's dealing with too much, and I'm afraid that she's gonna lose her mind.
I'm gonna offer her some comfort, Clarice said, gazing at the joint in her hand.
She needs to see some hibiscus. Now that would be meddling,
Betsy said sternly.
She may take off in the woods naked. Then what would Jacqueline think?
Clarice grinned.
She might run with her.
Chapter 21. I know you're bored, but you have to stay in bed and let your body heal, just like the doctor told you. Hold on. Jacqueline pulled the phone from her ear and looked at Austin. Did you hear what I just told your Aunt Mattie? Yes, ma'am. Jacqueline stabbed a finger at him. Same thing goes for you. Haul it back to the couch and lay down. Can I sleep on the porch swing? I'm tired of being in the house. Nope. You'll be in the yard next. Back to the couch. Jacqueline put the phone back to her ear. I cannot believe I'm having the exact same argument with you.
Half my toe is missing. I'm not an invalid. Heath can't be alone in the store. There's no telling what he'll tear up, and he took my car keys. Bring me yours.
Jacqueline squinted as she pinched the bridge of her nose. She'd gotten 1 hour of sleep the night before and was in no mood for bullshit. Like her grandmother, Jacqueline didn't scream when she was angry. Her voice dipped lower, and she spoke softly. She began her next sentence just as Augie had done when she put up with enough. Now you listen to me, Madeline. The doctor said to stay off that foot for a minimum of 3 days, and that's what you're gonna do. If I find you hobbling the streets of White Oak, I'll run you down myself. Now prop up that foot and button that lip that I'm sure is hanging down to your waist right now. Call me only if you need me. Jerk, Madeline said like a petulant child and hung up in Jacqueline's face. Austin, who at that moment was much wiser than his aunt, had retreated to the couch when he heard the voice. Jacqueline filled a glass with juice and set it on the coffee table. Their visit to the doctor that morning confirmed her suspicions. Austin was suffering from a severe sinus infection. I have to go relieve Chet at the store. I expect to find you right here when I come back at lunchtime. Okay, Mom. I love you, she said as she kissed his head. You call me if you need me. Sleep. It'll make you heal faster. The sky was blue, and a cool autumn breeze had chased away the humidity. The atmosphere seemed to be devoid of the haze brought on by the wet heat that permeated the air. Jacqueline inhaled deeply, letting the fresh air clear her muddled mind. She'd gone to the door many times with the intention of talking to Morgan the night before. The opportunity came when Morgan returned sometime after 10 to collect her Jeep. But Jacqueline felt rooted to the floor as she watched her from a darkened window. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, that kiss had changed everything. It made Jacqueline want things. Most of all, She wanted the freedom to let what she was feeling to grow at will. She despised complications, and that was just what this was, a complicated ball of emotions. She wanted to take the easy option, just get pissed off at everything. But she couldn't find it in her heart to be angry at Morgan. And that signified to Jacqueline she was in deep trouble. Ida was standing at the counter and looked startled when Jacqueline walked into the lore. "I was just getting a gallon of milk. Clark gets grumpy when we run out," she explained in her typical brash manner as she looked back at Chet. Jacqueline felt suspicion rise when she concluded that she had walked in on a personal conversation. The way Ida fidgeted told Jacqueline that they'd been talking about her. "Okay," she said with a shrug. Ida grabbed the gallon of milk and shot Chet another glance. "Have a good one, Jacqueline. See you, Chet." Chet picked up a newspaper and hid his face behind it. "Everything okay?" Jacqueline asked.
"Dead as a doornail."
He lowered the paper and studied her face.
"When Augie was bothered, she always looked like something stunk. You look like that right now."
"Things do stink. Austin's sick and whiny, and Maddie is, well, the same."
"Maddie's sick?"
Chet asked.
It's a long story that I'm too frustrated to tell." "You work too much. It's a beautiful day. Go take a walk."
Jacqueline shook her head.
"I can't. Austin's sick, and I said go take a walk. Go all the way to Miller's Bridge and don't turn around until you get there," Chet said firmly. "I can check on Austin and handle the store, too. Don't make me tell you twice, girl."
Jacqueline recoiled at the unusual behavior. "What's wrong with you?"
"I don't like the way you've been looking lately. You need to be aired out. Now go. I'll take my belt off if you don't. You're not too old for an ass-whooping."
Jacqueline regarded him with a bewildered smile. "Are you drunk?"
"Stone cold sober."
Chet tossed the paper aside and softened his tone.
"Go for a walk to Miller's Bridge, Jacqueline. Do it because I asked you to, okay?"
The idea of a walk on such a beautiful day was certainly appealing. There weren't many pontoon bridges in Louisiana anymore, and Jacqueline often found her peace standing on Miller's Bridge, looking out over the dark waters of the swamp. "Do I really seem that bad off that you feel the need to run me out of my own store?" Chet pointed at the door.
"Go, and don't come back too soon or I'll send you packing again."
Jacqueline grabbed a bottle of water. "I'll take a hike if it pleases you."
"It does," he said with a grin.
Jacqueline headed down the road, trying not to pay too much attention to Morgan's cabin as she neared it. She pretty much put talking to Morgan out of her head. What could they say? The attraction was there, but there were just too many obstacles. Betsy was at her mailbox and drew Jacqueline's attention from the quiet cabin.
"Good morning,"
Betsy chirped.
"How's Austin? Maddie told me he wasn't feeling well."
"The doctor prescribed him antibiotics and gave him a Celestone shot this morning. I imagine he'll be on the mend soon." Betsy inhaled deeply and let it out with a smile.
"It's a beautiful day for a stroll."
Chet suggested I needed airing out. Actually, he demanded it. I'm going to Miller's Bridge. Do you want to join me?
"Oh, no, not this morning. I can't."
Betsy looked nervously at Clarice's trailer.
"I have something on the stove. You go on, baby, and enjoy."
Jacqueline waved as Betsy scampered up the driveway. Birds chirped and the breeze lifted her spirits as she strolled along at a lazy pace. She had been stressed lately and had not stopped to realize how it was affecting her. Taking Morgan out of the equation, there was something else that weighed on her heavily. Her parents were coming in for Christmas, and she was not looking forward to that. Maddie's injury and Austin's illness had just compounded the tension. But the most prevailing emotion was loneliness, and Morgan made her feel that way. She pushed her hair from her face, allowing herself to ponder that for a moment. Until Morgan arrived, she'd just gone on with her daily life, telling herself all the while that she was too busy to care that she didn't have anyone to hold. But Morgan made her want it. Morgan made her want many things. Leaves and twigs crunched under Jacqueline's sneakers as she left the asphalt and followed the gravel road to the bridge. At one time, the road led to many hunting and fishing camps deep in the swampland surrounding the lake. Hurricane Katrina had decimated them all, and where land had once been, there was only swamp. Jacqueline had been a resident of Louisiana all her life. But it still mystified her that a storm could change the entire landscape. Some part of her felt that she alone was enduring a storm that was reshaping her world, too. Hurricane Morgan was battering her defenses. She rounded the curve, and the bridge came into view. Sitting upon it was the storm. Sunlight glinted off her dark hair as she sat staring out at the water. Jacqueline came to a stop. Logic told her to turn and go the other way, but something else deep inside told her to stay. Morgan turned and looked her way. Her eyes widened for a second. Then a small smile creased her lips. "Funny meeting you here," Jacqueline said as she walked onto the bridge. "Betsy told me this was a good place to think." Jacqueline laughed lowly and nodded as the pieces came together. "Chet told me the same thing. Apparently, everyone thinks we need to think a lot." "It's overrated." Morgan shrugged and tossed an acorn into the water. Jacqueline sank down beside her. "I'm inclined to agree." She looked up at a piece of rope hanging from a tree branch. "We used to have a rope swing right there. Skip and I would dare each other to swing out into the water, though we weren't supposed to swim here." "Why not?" "Too many gators and cypress knees. Our parents forbade us. So we put up a swing because we were stupid." Morgan stared at it for a second and looked at Jacqueline. "I need to apologize for last night. I'm not mad. I wish I hadn't been so surprised because I would have kissed you back." Jacqueline blew out a breath as she watched the wind make ripples on the water. "I was attracted to you the minute I saw you, and the more I know about you, the more I like. So, I don't want to discuss that kiss or why it shouldn't have happened." Morgan sat cross-legged, her elbow on her knee, chin propped in her hand, staring at the water. "You want to pretend it never happened?" "No." Morgan's brow furrowed as she looked at Jacqueline. "It happened, and there's no use in pretending that we didn't both want it to." The shimmering light coming off the water reflected in Jacqueline's eyes, making them a lighter shade of blue. "I started to come to your house last night and tell you it was no big deal. Forget about it. Then I decided it was a big deal, and I didn't want to forget about it. I spent a sleepless night going back and forth, and when I walked onto this bridge, I came to a conclusion. Attraction and emotion are as old as time. We're not the first people to feel this way. We can pretend it isn't there, and we can fight it. But if you end up staying here, we will have put ourselves through a lot of misery for nothing." "And if I have to leave?" Jacqueline sighed and looked at Morgan. "Then that's what's meant to be. I can't pretend that you're not here, or that I don't want to kiss you every time I see you." Morgan stared at her for a minute. "Good God, you're as jacked up as I am." "Something else we have in common." Jacqueline handed an acorn to Morgan. "Throw this as far as you can. It'll make you feel better." Morgan hurled it and watched as it landed in the water a fair distance away. "How do you want to handle this?" Jacqueline explained it like she was reading from an instruction manual. "You're going to kiss me again, and this time I'll kiss you back. Then we're just going to take it as it comes. Call it dating if you want to." Morgan sat up straight. "Did you just order me to kiss you?" "I did," Jacqueline said defiantly. "I dare you. Throw a double dog on top." "A double dog dare? I haven't heard that in ages." Morgan looked away and asked, "You're not afraid of getting hurt?" "Even if you weren't considering leaving here, there would always be that chance." Jacqueline shrugged. "Maybe you'll decide to stay, maybe you won't. But not taking the chance feels more painful right now." Morgan reached up slowly and caught a strand of Jacqueline's hair between her fingers. It felt like silk to her touch. "I wanted to do that the minute I saw you. It's beautiful, and so are you. And now I'm too nervous to kiss you." Jacqueline leaned in close. "I'll help you." The kiss was slow and sweet and as perfect as Jacqueline dreamed it would be. She had no idea what the future held for them, but in that moment, she had no fear. In that kiss, they discussed more than they'd ever shared with words, and Jacqueline felt the whisper of promises. "Walk with me," she said when it ended.
Let me show you my world. You might like it. Hot damn! They kissed and now they're walking hand in hand toward the marsh. Ida lowered the binoculars and grinned as Betsy danced around in a circle. This crazy shit is working.
And you both doubted the leaves,
Clarice said in an imperial tone as she folded her arms.
We're gonna continue to drink the potion, right?
Ida looked at Clarice. Betsy grinned. She knew that Ida wanted Jacqueline's happiness as much as anyone, but her reason for agreeing to this hocus-pocus was because she really enjoyed smoking Clarice's dope.
Come on, if they turn around, we'll have no excuse for being out here,
Ida said as she headed up the road. Betsy looked skyward as she followed, hoping that Augie was seeing all of this. Many a night they sat together, and Augie had privately confessed her concerns for her granddaughter. Sure, she would have loved for Jacqueline to have a husband who would help raise Austin, but that was never to be. She didn't understand Jacqueline's desire for another woman, but she'd accepted the difference, and unlike Jacqueline's folks, never believed her granddaughter had chosen to be that way just to be spiteful. Betsy agreed. Jacqueline had a kind heart, and she deserved a good mate who would take care of it. So Betsy went along with Clarice's so-called prophecy at first, because she simply wanted to believe. But after talking to Morgan, she realized that the newcomer possessed a respectable character, and Morgan was everything Clarice had asked the universe for. May Morgan be strong in body, soul, and mind. Let her heart be pure and kind. Let her face stir desire in our younger sister. Let her be all these things, so Jacqueline cannot resist her. Chapter 22. It was the simplicity that struck Morgan as she strolled lazily along with Jacqueline. She'd never taken such pleasure in simply holding a woman's hand. The warmth of it spread through Morgan, making her feel almost giddy. Somehow they crossed a difficult hurdle together, and the peaceful feeling she felt in the corn maze had returned.
Do you suffer from allergies?
Jacqueline asked. The question struck Morgan odd. Her brow furrowed as she looked at Jacqueline. No, why?
Because I want to show you my favorite place. I took Austin there once, and he sneezed for days afterward. This is the perfect time of year to see it.
If it was Jacqueline's favorite place, then Morgan was perfectly content with sneezing into eternity. Show me. Jacqueline smiled.
It's just up ahead. When I was little, Grandma would give me a soda and a hot dog for my picnic lunch, and I'd come here.
Jacqueline took a left and pointed to something ahead. The yellow glow stood out against the darkness of the trees and thickets beneath. Foliage formed a canopy above them, and Morgan almost felt as though she were passing through a tunnel to Wonderland. Jacqueline stopped at the end of the trail, and Morgan looked out over a field of golden flowers surrounded by the woods.
No one ever built here, I suppose, because it isn't close enough to the water, but it's really the only firm land after the bridge. I like to think they just didn't want to destroy this tiny slice of heaven. The flowers you see are goldenrod, but there's ragweed growing along with it, and that causes hay fever.
Morgan looked at the field in awe. It makes me want to run through it.
Me too.
Can we? Morgan asked as a childlike exuberance bubbled within her. Jacqueline's response was to release her hand and take off into the waist-deep flowers with her arms outstretched. The noonday sun glinted off her blonde hair that blew around in the breeze. The deep purples, lavenders, and pale yellows of the plaid shirt Jacqueline wore were in contrast. Morgan waded in slowly, transfixed by the sight.
You're not running,
Jacqueline said as she made her way back to Morgan. I can admit this freely now. I can't stop looking at you. Morgan pulled her phone from her pocket and snapped a picture of Jacqueline's demure smile as she stood in the field of goldenrod.
I want to take yours.
Wait. Morgan waded into the field and tried to do a handstand.
Get me while my legs are up.
Jacqueline's laugh echoed in the woods around them. She snapped dozens of shots of legs at odd angles. When Morgan finally stood, her hair was a mess, her mouth open in laughter, and Jacqueline snapped off another batch of pictures.
I'm going to close my eyes.
Morgan turned her back to Jacqueline. I'll count to 10. You hide. She was certain that if anyone were watching, they'd think two grown women had lost their minds.
2, 5, 8,
10. Morgan turned, and Jacqueline was nowhere in sight. Golden flowers waved back and forth in the breeze, giving no indication of where she'd gone. There were no sounds of traffic, no bustling, no horns blaring, only the birds and the wind in the trees. Morgan roamed the field, taunting, "I'm going to find you, and when I do, I will kiss you senseless." Jacqueline was grinning from ear to ear as she rose up near where Morgan was standing. "Give up?" "No, I was still looking." "You provoke too easily," she said as she turned. "Now go hide again." "You're such a tease," Jacqueline grumbled and scurried off. Morgan gave her a little extra time and yelled, 10, as she turned. "You so suck at hiding," she said when she found Jacqueline standing behind her. "I want to be kissed senseless. No one has ever done that before." "Well, I'm always up for a challenge." Morgan took Jacqueline into her arms and made good on her promise. They quickly got carried away in that field. Jacqueline's body felt so good in her arms. Her kisses stirred a longing that Morgan wasn't sure would ever be quenched. Breathless, Morgan pulled away before she herself became senseless. "I have a history of moving way too fast. Don't let me make that mistake with you." "I'll close my eyes, Dan, and you hide," Jacqueline said, almost in a daze. "Run very fast, Morgan." Jacqueline sighed as she heard Morgan move away. It was so easy to let go and slip under the spell she felt had been cast over her. She didn't want to think about tomorrow. "I'm opening my eyes," she called out as she turned. Morgan popped up immediately and ripped off her shirt. So much for taking it slow, Jacqueline thought as she moved toward her. "Ants! Fucking fire ants!" Morgan said as she danced around, trying to get out of her shoes. The spell was broken, as Jacqueline did what she could to brush them from Morgan's back. She was stripping so fast she was nearly a blur. "Be still," Jacqueline said as Morgan wiggled around. "Oh, God, they're in my bra." That flew too, and Morgan was stripped down to nothing but her underwear. Despite being bitten, Jacqueline brushed anywhere she saw one of the small red ants. Morgan's skin was already blotched and swollen across her stomach and back. Jacqueline pulled out her cell phone and called Betsy. "I need a favor. Can you drive down to Miller's Bridge and bring rubbing alcohol with you? Morgan's gotten into fire ants." Her eyes widened as she got a good look at Morgan. "And a blanket, hurry!" Jacqueline dropped the phone into the back pocket of her jeans and picked up Morgan's shoes. "We have to get you home. You have a lot of bites." She banged the sneakers together, but ants still swarmed over them. Morgan raised her arm and swept a few out of her armpit. "I'm on fire!" "I know, sweetie." Jacqueline kicked out of her shoes. "Slip your feet into my sneakers." It was obvious Morgan was in pain as she asked, "Why?" "You don't need any more bites. Just do it." Jacqueline stripped down to her tank top and draped her shirt over Morgan's shoulders. "Leave your clothes. We'll get them later." She watched Morgan as they walked briskly toward the bridge. Jacqueline's socks helped a little to protect her feet, but once they got onto the gravel of the road, she moved slower than she wanted to. "Does your throat feel like it's swelling?" "No, I'm breathing like this because I hurt, and I'm near about naked. I just had it in my mind it would go differently when I took my clothes off in front of you." Betsy crossed the bridge and brought her car to a stop as she drew near to the pair. Clarice got out of the passenger side. She took one look at Morgan and shook her head.
"No home remedies. She needs a doctor." "Girl, did you roll in them?"
"Well, kind of." Morgan's breath came out in a hiss when Betsy doused her with the rubbing alcohol. "I've never had anything feel so bad and so good at the same time." "Let's get her in the car," Jacqueline said as she began leading Morgan. "I'm afraid this is going to make you sick at the very least." Betsy forgot the blanket, but she did have a raincoat in the trunk. Once Morgan was situated in the back seat, Jacqueline draped it over her. "How's your throat?" she asked nervously. Morgan rocked back and forth, her face a mask of pain. "Fine. I feel a little queasy, though."
"Betsy, get this barge moving,"
Clarice said as Betsy turned the car around. She looked into the back seat of the Buick and shoved her glasses higher on her nose with her middle finger and took a good look at Morgan.
Could have been worse if you had your clothes on. They get all up in the material and bite before you can get them off.
She was clothed, Jacqueline said coolly.
Pity, Clarice said as she turned around. The gas pedal is the long, slender thing on the right, Betsy. Push it hard.
Chapter 23. Morgan behaved much better in the ER than Maddie. The injection she received put her out like a light. It took Jacqueline, Skip, and Austin to get her out of Betsy's car later that evening. One day, when the shock and worry wore off, Jacqueline figured she'd think back on the image of Morgan wearing nothing more than a raincoat over a hospital gown and laugh. But at the moment, she was more worried about how Morgan was going to feel when she woke up. Once they got her onto the porch, Skip scooped her up into his arms and carried her inside. "Take her into the guest room," Jacqueline said. "I don't want you to risk falling on the stairs." "Oh, Shaw, you got a lot of faith in me. She ain't that heavy, but she dead weight. I could make it up 2 steps. Austin opened the door, and Skip brought her into the room and laid her on the bed after Jacqueline turned the covers down. Skip shook his head as he looked at Morgan. "They got me once when I was changing the oil on my truck. Before I knew it, I was covered. I danced one hell of a jig, then puked." Everyone gathered in the room and stared at Morgan, who was completely down for the count.
"I'm gonna mix up a paste tomorrow to rub on the bites. It'll help with the itch."
Clarice winked at Jacqueline.
"If she needs something sooner for pain, you let me know."
From the way Betsy looked, Jacqueline was afraid to ask what Clarice had to offer. Austin picked up Morgan's hand and let it drop on the bed. She didn't flinch. What'd they give her? Dr. Bennett described it as an amped-up Benadryl, Jacqueline said. Skip nodded. "He gave me the same thing after Renee insisted that I go to the hospital, but he didn't do me like that. I was droopy but not knocked out." "You were singing John Denver songs," Jacqueline said with a roll of her eyes. "I had to help your wife get you out of the car that day. You kept singing the chorus to Rocky Mountain High. It's a good song, Jack. I should have charged for that concert. I don't sing for just anybody."
"We should go." Betsy gave Austin a hug. "I'm sorry that you're not feeling well either. Jacqueline, do you need me to stay and help take care of them?"
"No, but thank you. Austin will be going to bed soon, and Morgan's already down for the night. I think I can manage them both. I'll call if I need help, though." Skip looked as though he wanted to make a joke about Morgan's attire, but seemed to change his mind as he glanced at Austin. "You can call me too, and I'll send Renee over." "Out." Jacqueline gave him a playful shove. She wrapped an arm around Betsy as she walked them to the door. "Thank you, and you too, Clarice, for coming to our rescue so fast."
"Please tell Morgan we'll be thinking about her,"
Betsy said quickly when Clarice opened her mouth to speak.
"Good night."
Jacqueline watched them all go and closed the door. She ran a hand over Austin's cheek. "How you feeling?" "Better, and I took my medicine already. I'm reading your mind," he said as he put his fingers in her hair. "Go to bed, Austin." Jacqueline giggled and kissed him on the cheek. "You're so good."
"All I'm saying is Morgan might need to see a few hibiscus flowers. She's gonna feel like she has the chicken pox tomorrow." "No, I know Jacqueline wouldn't be comfortable with that. And Clarice, whatever paste you're gonna mix up better not have marijuana in it,"
Betsy said as she stopped at Clarice's driveway.
"I never waste my Hawaiian on a paste. Brownies maybe, but not paste."
Jacqueline managed to get Morgan out of the raincoat, but left the gown the hospital supplied her with. The places where Morgan had been bit on her arms and legs had swollen into angry-looking knots. Morgan seemed so out of it that Jacqueline stood quietly watching her chest rise and fall before she left the room for a quick shower. Morgan hadn't moved when she returned. Jacqueline climbed in beside her and toyed with her hair. "I'm so sorry," she whispered.
"I had a great time,"
Morgan mumbled.
"until the ants."
"Am I still naked?" "No," Jacqueline said with a grin. "Are you?" she asked as she opened one eye. "No, t-shirts and shorts. You aren't missing anything." Morgan closed her eye and smiled. "That's your opinion." Jacqueline kissed her on the forehead. "Go to sleep. I'll be right here." Morgan smiled again. Then her face relaxed as she drifted off. "Don't scratch," Jacqueline said as she pointed at Morgan. "Austin, eat your breakfast so you can take your medicine." Austin and Morgan stared up at her with grumpy faces where they sat on the couch in front of TV trays. Chet had kindly agreed to handle the store for Jacqueline, and as she watched the two poke at their food, she felt she might have gotten the short end of the stick. Morgan looked like a little kid in Jacqueline's shorts and one of Austin's big T-shirts. "I'm going to run down to your cabin and get some of your clothes so you'll be more comfortable. Is there anything else you want me to get while I'm there?" Morgan squirmed. "The wire brush hanging off the grill and back?" "I'll be right back. And Austin, don't let her scratch." When Morgan heard the door close, she looked at Austin. "Did you ever have the chicken pox?" Austin looked back toward the kitchen. "Okay, you can scratch, but do it lightly." This was one time Morgan wished she had long fingernails, the kind that stuck an inch past the finger. She ran what she did have over her arms and legs. "Scratch my back, bud." She nearly purred as Austin did as she asked. "First, they burn like fire, then they itch. Tomorrow I'm going to Maddie's store and I'm buying all the ant poison I can get my hands on. I wonder if she has a flamethrower." Austin stopped scratching when he heard a knock on the back door. "Be right back." Morgan could hear Clarice's sing-song voice in the kitchen. Seconds later, she wafted into the room carrying a bag with Betsy following behind her.
"Austin, do me a favor, dear, and put on water for tea," Clarice said with a smile as she adjusted her glasses.
"He's sick,"
Betsy protested.
"Honey, you sit down. I'll take care of the water."
"I mixed up some paste that's going to take the itch out. It doesn't smell all that good, but it'll help, I assure you."
Morgan's eyes widened when Clarice produced a mason jar. The paste looked like mud.
"Can't put this in plastic, it'll explode."
I don't know if I should mix that with the calamine lotion Jacqueline already gave me." Morgan eyed the jar and wondered what the hell was in it. The concoction smelled vile when Clarice cracked the seal in the jar.
"Won't hurt none. Stick your finger down in that jar and spread it on a couple of bites. You'll see what I'm talking about."
Morgan didn't want to appear rude, and she was a little desperate. She dipped her finger and spread a little on her arm.
"That ain't enough. Here, let me show you."
Clarice jammed 2 fingers into the jar and made a sucking sound when she pulled them out. Morgan wrinkled her nose as Clarice smeared her arm with the paste. Austin put his hands over his face. "Man, it smells like a cat fart, and I haven't smelled anything in days." Morgan silently agreed. But the really unfortunate part was that the itch and burn went away immediately, and she couldn't decide which was worse, itching or stinking.
"Jumpin' junipers,"
Betsy said as she walked back into the room.
"Is that odor coming from that paste?" "You'll get used to it."
Clarice continued to slather Morgan's arm with it. Betsy put her finger beneath her nose.
"Morgan, how are you, honey?"
"At the moment, I'm not sure." Clarice went to work on Morgan's left arm.
"Child, I know you grew up in Baton Rouge. Surely you know what an anthill looks like."
"I didn't see the anthill until they were all over me. I laid next to it, and I guess the ants were already out. Maybe I disturbed it when I was looking for a place to hide." Clarice stopped what she was doing and looked at Morgan in question. "We were playing hide-and-seek in the goldenrod," Morgan admitted, lowly. Austin snorted, and Betsy giggled. Clarice frowned at both of them.
"I like the goldenrod field myself, and sometimes I just take off all—"
Betsy cleared her throat loudly.
"Jacqueline's played in that field all her life. She used to bring me bouquets. Oh, she was such a doll in her little cutoffs and bare feet. And she had such a lisp when she lost her front teeth. Do you remember that, Clarice?"
"Yeah," she answered with a smile. Jacqueline came in through the back door. "Good morning, ladies. Whoa, what is that smell?" "Morgan," Austin said with a laugh.
"I made a paste to take the itch out and stop the swelling,"
Clarice explained.
"Well, we'll get used to it,"
Jacqueline said cheerfully as she set Morgan's clothes on a chair. Clarice motioned at Jacqueline.
"Come here, girl. I noticed bites on your hands and arms yesterday, too."
Oh, no, it's nothing, really. Morgan looked over her shoulder with her eyes watering from the stench. Oh, yes, it is. Come sit down and share in the joy. You have a lot of bites, Jacqueline argued. We should conserve the paste.
Don't take that long to make. If we need more, I'll whip it up.
Clarice motioned again with her brown-stained fingers, and Jacqueline unwillingly gave in. Morgan looked at Jacqueline's wrist as Clarice took her hand. You've been scratching! She began clawing at the bites on her lower back.
Stop that!
Clarice stuck one of her stinky fingers in Morgan's face, and all movement ceased as Morgan's eyes crossed from the funk. When I finish with Jacqueline, I'll take care of the ones on your back. I'll do it. I think you all saw enough of me yesterday.
Or Jacqueline could do it,
Betsy offered. Clarice looked at Betsy.
That water's boiling. Why don't you make up the tea?
Sure. Austin fanned his face. I'll help.
Don't drink it, boy. It's for the women,
Clarice warned. Tea might do him some good. Clarice raised a brow as she regarded Morgan.
He's already sick. It's to keep you all from getting what he has.
Clarice nodded and said,
Yeah,
as though she came up with the excuse on the fly. I think I'm covered pretty well. Jacqueline looked a shade of green when she pulled her hand away from Clarice. How long will we have to keep it on?
Best if it's all day, but you can wash after a couple of hours.
Great! Jacqueline tried to smile.
Okay, tea.
Betsy walked back into the room with 2 cups and handed one to Jacqueline and one to Morgan. Aren't you going to have any? Jacqueline asked as she sniffed at it. The scent was delightful compared to the foul smell on her wrists and hands.
I already had some at the house,
Betsy said quickly.
Drink up. It's good for you.
Morgan took a sip. Delicious.
Drink all of it. It's for your immune system.
Clarice stared at Morgan until she took another sip, and continued until Morgan had swallowed down half the cup.
Do promise me you'll drink all of it,
Betsy said to Jacqueline.
I worry about you. I don't think you're taking care of yourself like you should.
Oh, okay. Jacqueline lifted the cup to her lips and took a drink. It was actually very tasty, and she drank quite a bit until Betsy looked pleased.
Now we have to go.
Betsy grabbed Clarice by the arm.
I'm sure Morgan's in a hurry to get the rest of that paste on her bites and probably doesn't want us watching.
They left in such a hurry that Jacqueline hardly had a chance to say goodbye. Austin walked back into the den. I'm going to my room because y'all smell really bad, and that's saying something because I can't smell anything right now. Morgan set her tea aside and looked up at Jacqueline. I'm struggling with a big dilemma. I really want you to rub that cat shit on my back, and I really don't. Jacqueline looked at her thoughtfully. It really does stop the itch. Chapter 24.
Clarice, their potion didn't look anything like ours.
Betsy thumbed through a magazine that appeared to be full of drug paraphernalia. She slammed it shut when she saw something called a bong, shaped like a penis. Clarice stopped sorting her piles of dried herbs.
I didn't give them our potion. I told you we have to drink that. Then what was that milky stuff you had me mix with their tea?
Clarice shrugged and went back to her herbs.
A special blend I like to call Love Spell. It'll help with the itching, too.
Oh, yes. There. A little harder. Turn around, let me do the front. You know, the first time you rubbed my breasts, I thought it would be different, and I was pretty certain I'd enjoy it. Jacqueline broke into a fit of giggles. I'm enjoying it. Morgan's eyes rolled up in her head. Oh, yeah, right there. Oh, yes. That's... Jacqueline began laughing hysterically as she smeared Morgan's torso and chest with the paste. This may really be cat shit. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. I'm freaking starving all of a sudden. Oh, right there. I really like your bathroom. The colors are so bright. Thanks, Jacqueline said as tears of laughter poured down her face. I pick things up at Target when I go into New Orleans. Her voice was high as she tried to control her laughter. You've got a bath rug shaped like a fish, Morgan cackled. And it's blue! Jacqueline's eyes flew open wide. Blue is my favorite color. Mine too, Morgan said excitedly. I like bean dip. Do you like bean dip? Oh, yeah, love it. And corn chips, especially the ones that fold over when they fry them or the ones that get all stuck together. So good. Morgan raised her arms as Jacqueline rubbed the paste along her ribs. I like cauliflower with cheese. And pancakes. I love pancakes with real butter. I love them too, Morgan said and howled with laughter. Austin banged on the door. Are you all crying in there? We're putting on the paste, Jacqueline called out. Oh, no wonder. I'd cry too if I was in a confined space with that stuff. I don't really smell anything anymore, and my nose is kind of numb. I feel light as a feather. Jacqueline wiped her eyes on her sleeve. I can't stop laughing. I know, and it's making me laugh. What's wrong with you? I don't know. Jacqueline staggered back against the door. You look so funny right now. I drew a cat on your stomach. Morgan looked down. Oh, that's cute too. And he's starving. Oh, so good. Morgan took a bite of pancake, then dipped a chip into the bean dip. Uh-huh. Jacqueline nodded. The kitchen table was strewn with food. She reached into a pickle jar and handed Morgan one before she claimed her own. I don't know, but I think it was the tea that made me so hungry, and it made me... Jacqueline's eyes flew open wide. I think we're stoned. We're what? Morgan asked with a giggle. Jacqueline began laughing too. I think we're fucked up, she whispered. From the cat shit paste? The tea, Clarice's tea. She's like totally herbal. Jacqueline took the last bite of her pancake and started in seriously on the chips and dip. I bet there was pot in our tea. Morgan laughed and nearly choked. No, silly, you put the tea in the pot. That's what I mean. There's pot in the tea. Morgan shook her head. You're not making any sense. Jacqueline looked confused then. Your eyes are so dark right now, almost black. Your eyes are very pretty. Do you want to dance with me? Morgan opened her eyes and stared up at the ceiling fan in the den. Slowly, she raised her head and noticed Jacqueline lying nearby on the floor with a bag of Oreos clutched to her chest. She smelled awful, but she felt more rested than she had in years, and she didn't itch anymore. Hey, she whispered and tugged on Jacqueline's foot. Jacqueline patted the bag on her chest. There's more in the pantry, go get 'em. Morgan tugged on Jacqueline's foot more persistently. Jacqueline! Jacqueline's hair was a mess as she raised her head up and looked around. What time is it? I don't know. But how did we get here? Jacqueline looked panicked and yelled for Austin. He walked out on the landing upstairs. Ma'am? Are you okay? Are y'all okay? You know, square dancing really is square. Y'all look like a couple of dorks trying to do-si-do, and you broke the lamp just for the record. Jacqueline looked at it and frowned. I did that? Austin nodded. You danced with it, remember? Yeah, Jacqueline said in a whisper. I had dinner while y'all were napping, and I cleaned up the kitchen. Whatever Miss Clarice put in that paste really messed y'all up. Chapter 25. Well, I'm not sure how I'm going to get to sleep tonight since I feel like I could run a marathon right now, Jacqueline said as she and Morgan swung lazily in the porch swing. Do you really think that was marijuana in that tea? Jacqueline grinned. Sweetie, you don't know Clarice. I'm sure that some of her goofiness is just part of her personality, but she smoked weed as long as I've known her. There are no pain relievers or antacids in her house. She handles all ailments with herbs, and her favorite is weed. I've never met a 60-something pothead, Morgan said with a laugh. Jacqueline looked at her in amusement. How old do you think she is? Morgan shrugged. Early 60s at least. Try 71. Oh, bullshit! I shit you not. Morgan sat up straight. She walks and moves better than we do. Because she's discovered the fountain of youth in those herbs. Ida and Betsy are the only ones brave enough to go into her house. Betsy says she has all kinds of plants and weeds hanging from strings to dry. Have you noticed her skin? It's as smooth as a baby's butt. Whatever she's putting on her face, I'd like to try. And she has a strict diet. Clarice Minden has never eaten a hamburger. Matter of fact, she doesn't eat any meat at all, except for the rare occasion when she'll have some wild turkey. And I don't mean the booze. You have lovely skin, Morgan said as she ran her fingers across Jacqueline's cheek. Don't do anything to it. Jacqueline took her hand and kissed her palm. Are you feeling better? Yeah, the bites don't itch, and the bumps are going down. Whatever Clarice mixed up in that jar is a wonder drug. I didn't think I could go the whole day smelling like that, but the nap enabled me to wear it longer. Thanks for letting me use your shower. Jacqueline sniffed at the skin of Morgan's neck. You smell good now. The stench didn't linger. The feel of Jacqueline nuzzling her neck sent a jolt through Morgan. I should probably go home. You're turning me on. Is that so bad? Jacqueline breathed against Morgan's skin. Right now, yes, since I have more spots than a Dalmatian. When we make love for the first time, I want it to be perfect. Morgan's face colored when Jacqueline drew back and looked at her like she was crazy. I know that sounds silly, but I'm still covered in bumps that gross me out. I don't want that to be what you remember. Morgan sighed as she studied Jacqueline's face. I really like you, and I'm glad we talked yesterday. Me too. You have a lot more restraint than I have. I actually find the bumps attractive. Not really, Morgan admitted with a smile. I talked about going slow and savoring the moment yesterday, but my mind was quickly changing before I got swarmed by ants. I'm even thinking about putting more of that stinky stuff on tonight so I can heal faster. Jacqueline cocked her head to the side. Aw, you'd stink for me? No one has ever offered to do that before. You've never met anyone like me, Morgan said with a cocky grin. You'd be surprised at the lengths I'd go to please you. The look of arousal that swept over Jacqueline's features kept Morgan's grin in place. Jacqueline swallowed hard and said, That's very true. I've never met anyone like you. Morgan kissed her long and slow, allowing the kiss to make promises before she pulled away and stood. I'm gonna go home and get smelly. You do that, Jacqueline said with a sexy smile. Don't overreact, you say. Celeste took a deep breath, and Morgan knew she was about to be on the receiving end of a tirade. You rolled around in fire ants while playing hide-and-seek like a 5-year-old, went to the hospital, had this woman rub cat shit all over you, then you drank some drugged-up tea made by a hippie, danced, then passed out. Did I miss anything? It smelled like cat shit, but it wasn't. At least I hope not. Morgan looked at her arms. Whatever it is really did a number on my skin, and the bumps have almost gone down completely. What the hell are you doing down there? You just summed it up, I think. Morgan, this ain't normal behavior. But I'm having a good time. I feel relaxed for a change. I know it sounds foolish, but I'll tell you what's foolish. It's getting involved with someone while you're on vacation, and that's what you're doing. Right now, it's home, Morgan argued. Home? Look clearly at your situation. You're hiding out in the woods like a wounded animal needing to heal. Stan asked me again about you the other day. Kevin said when Stanton submitted his preliminary budget for next year, it still accounted for your salary, not what he's paying Dalton. You know how he is. He cuts every penny he can. That's why the other departments have muffin carts, and we have a vending machine that has more roaches than snacks. Doesn't that tell you anything? It tells me that he's put wiggle room in the budget. If Dalton doesn't pull through, he has more money to negotiate with someone else for the job. That might not necessarily be me. But he keeps asking about you, and we know it's not because he's concerned for your welfare. Have you gotten a hit on any of your resumes? No. Have you sent out any more? Morgan had not opened her laptop in days. It sat on the bar between the den and kitchen collecting dust. No. Then maybe you should be proactive. Email Stan and ask him how things are going. Keep yourself on his mind. He canned me, remember? I don't really care how things are going. Morgan, in your situation, you need to consider kissing some ass. Good jobs are scarce. I know. Morgan felt her frustration rising. She loved Celeste, but she regretted making the call and wondered why she'd done it. Perhaps because she knew Celeste would help her keep her feet on the ground and her head out of the clouds. How's Keisha? On my last nerve. She bought a $200 flat iron. $200! There's nothing wrong with the old one, and this isn't for work. Flattened the shit out of her hair, though. Celeste smacked on something she was eating. Tell me about this hayseed that's got y'all torn up. Morgan felt warmth spread from her head to her toes when she thought of Jacqueline. I've never felt this before. I know it sounds silly, but just holding her hand makes me feel complete. Do you hear yourself? Got that off a greeting card, Morgan said with a laugh. She makes me forget the shitty situations that got me here in the first place. Had I met her in Atlanta, I would have been just as smitten. She just fits. I don't know any other way to describe it. Horny. If it was only that, we'd have slept together by now. But I'm trying to take things slow. I am keeping my head in that regard because I want to know if this is something real, and I'm not being driven by hormones. With every minute I spend with her, I'm just drawn to her more. I love her laugh, her smile. I sound just like you when you met Keisha. Morgan's imitation of Celeste was flawless. Her eyes, they're so damn beautiful. She's got the cutest little laugh. This is the one, I just know it. Bitch, Celeste said with a laugh. You want to know what the one is doing right now? She's going through our closet looking for stuff to sell on eBay to cover the cost of that flat iron. And guess what? The pile consists mostly of my things, Celeste said loudly enough for Keisha to hear. I have to go now because she's going to put my shit back. Good luck. You keep your head on straight, girl. Remember what's important. You had a great career that afforded you a lot of things, and you may get it back. You think about that while you're out there drinking pot and playing in the swamp. Okay. Promise. I promise to keep my head out of the clouds. And out of the hayseed's pants. Love you. Bye. Morgan heard Celeste say, Oh, hell no, hooker, before the call ended.
Seriously, aren't we a little old for this?
Ida waved Betsy off. It's a blast, and I've never felt so free in all my life. Harlan and Clark are at the bar watching football. It's a full moon. Don't let it go to waste.
It's time to celebrate.
Clarice took Betsy by the arm and led her deeper into the woods.
Just give it a try. You'll love it.
Betsy, who had not partaken of the marijuana that Ida and Clarice had enjoyed, saw no sense in taking off her clothes and running around in the dark. Had either of them been in their right minds, they wouldn't have either. Well, maybe Clarice would, because she was kind of crazy. The whole notion was downright stupid and senseless, in her opinion. Women their age, after all, had no business running anywhere. Why don't I stand guard over your clothes? Ida giggled like a teen. Where they gonna go? At times, they played bridge when the boys were at the bar, or they'd just gossip about things going on in town. Ever since Clarice started talking to the leaves, things got strange. Betsy couldn't deny she enjoyed the whimsy of silly incantations and drinking whatever potion Clarice brewed up. But the more she indulged Ida, and especially Clarice, the wilder her two friends became.
I'm not getting naked.
Chet had all the beer and liquor one man could drink. Jacqueline let him take whatever he wanted when he pulled her out of a pinch at the store. But there was nothing like moonshine, and his last jug of the magical elixir had gone dry. He'd not fired up the old still in ages, but decided to take advantage of the cool November evening. The ticking and gurgling of the still relaxed him as he sat beneath the stars and watched the fire beneath the kettle. He'd dozed for a while when movement caused him to stir. Images in the pale light flashed before him as his sleepy eyes came into focus. One drew near, screaming wildly like a banshee. Chet's feet flew up as he tried to move and kick the big boiler. Precious fluid drained out onto the ground, and Chet began to run as it rushed toward the fire. He wasn't exactly sure of what he'd seen, but as his brain implored him to run, he thought that one of the banshees may have been wearing a girdle. Then came the big boom. Morgan dropped the coffee cup she was rinsing into the sink as the panes in her windows rattled. The skies had been clear a few minutes earlier when she'd sat out on her deck, so the sound couldn't have been thunder. She raced through the cabin and threw open the front door. Orange light filled the woods in the distance behind Clarice's trailer. She jogged down the driveway, trying to imagine what had just exploded. Jacqueline ran toward her with her cell phone pressed to her ear. Austin followed behind in his pajamas.
"Are you okay?"
she asked when Morgan met them on the road. "I'm fine." She pointed at the woods. "Are there houses back there?" Jacqueline shook her head as she chewed her lip.
"No, but Chet..."
Jacqueline gave Austin a shake.
"Stay with Morgan. Go inside until I get back."
Morgan grabbed Jacqueline's arm before she could run away. "Wait a minute. Where are you going?"
"Chet, he could be hurt."
Jacqueline wrenched her arm from Morgan's grasp and ran.
"Austin, go to my place!"
Morgan yelled as she tried to keep up with Jacqueline. He opened his mouth to argue, but his eyes flashed open wide as three figures ran out of the woods and onto the road. Ida and Clarice were racing along naked as the day they were born, except for sneakers. Betsy trailed behind, gasping for breath and nothing but a girdle and silky yellow panties that reflected the moon's light. He saw Morgan skid to a stop for a second as she noticed the three, then took off again after his mother. Sounds of sirens filled the air as Morgan chased Jacqueline into the woods. Whatever exploded had ignited the brush around it, and it was burning like an inferno. Morgan caught up with Jacqueline as she circled the flames, screaming.
"Chet!"
Morgan wrestled Jacqueline away from the heat. She managed to get a firm grip and shook her to get her attention.
"Think of Austin. This is too dangerous. You can't get any closer."
Jacqueline came to her senses and sagged against Morgan as she pulled her back from the flames.
"I love that old man,"
she sobbed, still looking into the fire. A light in Morgan's eyes blinded her for a second.
"Son of a bitch,"
a male voice that she didn't recognize yelled nearby.
"Damn it, Chet!"
Morgan caught a glimpse of a uniform and watched as the light swept the ground around them.
"Charlie, he's in there, I just know it,"
Jacqueline said miserably.
"Get back, Jacqueline,"
he ordered as fire began to swallow up the pine straw and twigs that covered the ground near their feet. Morgan pulled Jacqueline farther away as others came pouring into the woods around them. She coughed as the smoke billowed their way and watched as dozens of lights swept the forest floor. Someone started yelling frantically, and most of the lights seemed to move in one direction. Others moved toward the fire. Jacqueline pulled away again and ran to where people began to gather. Chet lay face down, his clothes in rags.
"Don't touch me,"
he bellowed as the people around him began to tend to his injuries.
"The banshees have come a-calling for me, and I'm not even Irish."
Chapter 26. Morgan filled a paper cup with water and looked around at the clumps of people gathered together in the waiting room, talking in hushed tones. It seemed that nearly all the residents of White Oak Lake were gathered at the hospital, awaiting news on Chet. There were murmurs of moonshine and a still. Morgan walked over to where Jacqueline sat alone in the corner and pressed the cup in her hands. "Drink this. It'll help clear your throat."
"I hate this place,"
Jacqueline said as she stared at the cup.
"This is where Grandma died, and I've been here 3 times this week."
Morgan looked at the soot on Jacqueline's face and ash in her hair. "I kind of like this look you have going. The backward raccoon thing is working for you." Jacqueline laughed softly. "Thank you." Morgan rubbed her back soothingly. "He's going to be okay. He was talking when they loaded him into the ambulance, remember?"
"Cursing a blue streak was more like it." Shit on a biscuit. What's taking so damn long? Skip said loudly as he paced. Chet's supposed to help me with my duck blind, and we were gonna do some fishing this weekend. Give him time, Skip. A man in a police uniform put his hand on the back of Skip's neck and gave him a gentle shake. You two will be back on the water soon enough. That's our police chief, Charlie Rhodes, Jacqueline explained as she watched the two. The black man in the corner is Mayor Aubrey Gibbons. They've always turned a blind eye to Chet still, even the last time when it blew up. But I don't think they're going to cut him slack anymore about it. A nurse waved Mayor Gibbons through the door, separating the waiting room from the ER, and everyone went silent in anticipation. They stared at the door, waiting for the mayor to reemerge. Skip stopped pacing and cast Jacqueline a nervous glance. So Maddie went to be with Austin? Morgan asked softly, needing to dispel some of the tension. Yeah, I talked to her a few minutes ago. Heath wouldn't let her come up here because of her toe. She was so pissed when she called me. They're at my house awaiting news. Morgan thought of Betsy and Ida, who were at her place sitting with Austin when she and Jacqueline went to get the Jeep. Both of the women looked disheveled, and Betsy was nearly inconsolable. Did I imagine it? Or did you see Betsy, Ida, and Clarice running down the street, kind of naked? A tiny line formed between Jacqueline's brows as she regarded Morgan. I asked myself that same question a minute ago. But I noticed that Ida's shirt was inside out when we went to your house. Jacqueline looked back at the door when she heard the commotion begin. He's gonna be okay, the mayor said with a smile. He held up his hands to forestall all the questions being shot at him. He's got some mild burns on his back, but the most serious are the broken arm, and he's got a couple of breaks in his right leg. Chet is stable, and they're gonna take him into surgery for the leg. There isn't anything we can do here now, except stop crowding the waiting room. I want all of you to go home. If you believe in prayer, then pray for a fast recovery for Chet and give thanks that this wasn't more serious. Go on home now, please. Jacqueline didn't want to comply. She wanted to be there when Chet came out of surgery. But Charlie and Mayor Gibbons were insistent and ushered everyone out. Charlie assured Jacqueline that he would stay and let her know that Chet made it through okay.
Look what we've done! Oh, God,
Betsy said as she watched the firefighters in the distance put out the last of the blaze from Clarice's kitchen window.
I told y'all it was stupid to run around like that.
It's stupid to make moonshine. We're not dry here in White Oak.
Ida shot back as she puffed the joint in her hand.
That shit will make you go blind and melt your brain.
Betsy was incensed as she turned from the window.
You should know. You pothead! After everything that has happened, you're still smoking away on a marijuana cigarette?
It calms us,
Ida said evenly.
Take Valium like every other respectable senior. You're 64 years old, for crying out loud.
Betsy pointed at Clarice.
And you are past 70 and should know better than to streak through the woods.
I'll have you know, I ran a mile tonight. How many women my age can do that? Clarice snatched the joint from Ida's hand and inhaled deeply from it. She sounded almost like she'd taken in helium as she said,
That's because I don't take all of the shit the pharmaceutical companies peddle.
She waved the joint.
This is nature.
At its finest.
Ida agreed with a nod.
I've had it.
Betsy stomped her foot and regretted it when every bone in her body cried out in pain.
I'm a grown woman who has been acting like a child as of late. And I'm done. We may have killed Chet tonight because we were doing something stupid. I'm leaving the trio.
No, you can't do that, Clarice said. You made an oath, and the magic won't work if you break the circle. Betsy was hysterical as she shouted,
There is no magic. There's no power in the herbs that... By the way, your cats urinate on. There are no spells, no incantations that put those two together. They're just two women that have met and are fallen in love. The universe had nothing to do with that.
Betsy ripped open the back door and fled, crying into the night. Clarice and Ida sat in silence, staring after her for a few minutes. Actually, 10 passed before Ida spoke.
She'll come around. I'm powerful hungry. What you gotta eat?
Chapter 27. Jacqueline was emotionally exhausted when she and Morgan walked into her kitchen. The TV was blaring, and Caleb and Dawn were chasing each other up and down the stairs as she went into the den. Maddie grabbed the remote and muted the TV where she lay in the recliner with her foot propped up. "How is he?"
"In surgery so they can repair his broken leg. He has some burns and a broken arm, but they say he's stable,"
Jacqueline said wearily. Maddie breathed out a sigh of relief. "I can't believe him. How could he be so stupid as to fool with that old still?" Jacqueline looked at Maddie's toe.
"Some people don't think before they act."
Maddie got the point and turned her attention to Morgan. "You must think we're all insane." "Pretty much," Morgan said with a laugh. Austin walked over to Morgan.
"Thor looks good,"
he said as he cuffed her on the shoulder.
"Thanks for waiting on me."
"I keep my word. Besides, it wouldn't be any fun without you." Maddie watched the exchange, then smiled at Jacqueline. "We should go, so y'all can rest. Heath!" Heath came out of the closet beneath the stairs with his phone on one ear and his finger in the other.
"I've got to get Maddie and the kids home, Charlie, but keep me posted," he said before ending the call. "You bellowed, my dear." "Oh, hi, Morgan," he said with a smile.
"Let's get out of Jacqueline's hair. She looks bushed." Morgan watched as Heath helped Maddie from the chair. "I should be going too," she said softly.
"Stay, if you don't mind,"
Jacqueline whispered. Heath corralled the two cyclones as Maddie crutched her way to the back door. "Jack, let me know anything you hear about Chet, regardless of the time, and we'll do the same." She looked at Morgan with a coy smile. "It was really nice seeing you again. Let's all get together when there isn't a calamity." Jacqueline said her goodbyes, then turned to Austin when the house grew quiet.
"Did you take your medicine?"
He nodded.
"Uncle Heath saw to it. He bought some fried chicken and stuff. It's all in the fridge. And I know. It's time for bed."
Jacqueline smiled and kissed him on the cheek and gave him a long hug.
"I love you."
"Love you too, Mom." Austin gave Morgan a fist bump before heading upstairs. "My snot is almost dried up. I'll be ready to work on Thor tomorrow," he called out.
"Don't get your hopes up," Jacqueline said. "Good night."
She turned to Morgan and took her by the hand.
"I know it's late and you probably want to shower and go to sleep, but would you sit with me for a while?"
"Something on your mind?" Jacqueline shook her head.
"I just want your company."
"I'm more than happy to be that." She let Jacqueline lead her to the couch and picked up the pillows that had been thrown on the floor. "Chet's going to be okay."
"I believe that."
Jacqueline sat and tugged Morgan down with her.
"Did we take a long nap today?"
"It does seem like days ago." The couch absorbed Morgan like a sponge. Jacqueline snuggled in and laid her head on her shoulder. "I think seeing Clarice Minden's lily-white ass was a dream, though."
"We had the same nightmare then."
Morgan didn't laugh, but the hand on Jacqueline's back twitched slightly. Jacqueline breathed in deeply, inhaling Morgan's scent that mingled with the smell of smoke on her clothes. It felt so good to be in her arms. Too good. Too perfect. Jacqueline had talked a good game on Miller's Bridge, and at that time she'd meant everything she'd said. She wanted to enjoy the time she had with Morgan, to forget that all good things come to an end. But that fact lingered in the back of her mind.
"I hope you don't break my heart,"
she said softly against the material of Morgan's shirt. Morgan's eyes flew open when something started to make noise. Her face was buried in a mass of blonde hair. Jacqueline didn't stir as she lay in the cocoon of her arms. Morgan reached over Jacqueline and grabbed the phone lying on the coffee table. "Hello?" Maddie's voice was soft. "Morgan?" "Yes." "I'm calling to tell y'all that Chet came through surgery just fine. Charlie just called me and said he's resting well in ICU. They'll probably move into a regular room in a day or two as long as he's doing well. My sister sleeps like a dead woman, as I'm sure you've noticed." If I were you, I'd wait until she wakes up to tell her the news because she won't comprehend a word you're saying. Okay, thank you, Morgan mumbled. Sweet dreams, Maddie said cheerfully. Bye. Jacqueline didn't stir when Morgan set the phone back on the table. She pulled the throw off the back of the couch and threw it over their entwined legs, before burrowing back into the warmth of Jacqueline's body. She smiled, thinking there was nowhere she'd rather be. That notion was becoming the norm whenever Jacqueline was around. The days were going by in a blur. She felt like she'd known Jacqueline for years as she lay there holding her. She'd felt displaced when her father had sold the family home and moved in with Brad. It seemed like there was nothing to go back to. Brad and Tanya were family, but whenever she visited, it wasn't like going home. White Oak Lake felt like home now. Jacqueline felt like home. It seemed like life in Atlanta had never existed as her eyes began to close. Morgan awoke the next morning alone, with the throw tucked beneath her chin. Austin sat in the recliner, grinning at her. Mom wouldn't let me wake you up. You're lucky because I was going to jump on you. Where is she? Morgan rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. At the store. He was still grinning. You like each other. Morgan pulled the blanket over her head. I knew you did. I knew she did because she was always smiling at you, and she gets that funny look in her eyes. You know, kind of like a dog when you're going to throw him a treat. Your mama is not a dog by any stretch of the imagination. Austin yanked the blanket off Morgan, his expression serious. Don't hurt her, okay? I like you a lot, but if you make her cry, I'll kick your ass. Morgan tried not to laugh. I have no doubt that you would. Austin handed her a sheet of paper. I made you a crib sheet. Morgan's brow furrowed as she unfolded it and began to read. Likes. Daisy's chocolate, any kind, scary movies, funny movies, bacon. Morgan blinked. Long walks on the beach? Austin shrugged. I just put that on there because everybody says it in movies. But she does love the beach. We used to go a lot in the summers when she had regular help at the store. We won't be going anywhere now that Chet's all broken up. Read the dislikes. Clutter, pig skins, skins of any kind are gross, squash, Brussels sprouts, and feet. Morgan lowered the paper. What you got against feet? She doesn't like them on her, so if yours are cold, keep 'em away. She doesn't like you to pinch her with your toes either, and she says feet are generally ugly. Good to know, Morgan said with a nod. Austin seemed pleased when Morgan folded the paper and stuffed it into her pocket. I'll keep it in case I need to refer back to it at any time. She won't let me go work on Thor with you today, which really sucks because she kept me home from school. She says I can go back tomorrow, so hopefully we can get started again when I get out in the afternoon. Okay, we'll see what she says then. Let me get out of your napping place. Morgan stood and folded the blanket. You lay low today and get your strength back because I need your help. All right, he said with a sigh and pushed back in the recliner until the footrest popped out. I have to tell you, though, I'm about sick of movies and my Xbox. I understand, Morgan said with a smile. I'm going to say hello to your mom, then I'm going home to take a shower. Morgan walked over to the store and tinkered around while Jacqueline rang up a line 3 people deep. She was eyeing a honey bun when a man she recognized from the hospital but didn't know spoke up. You taking a look at the woods behind the Minden place? Not yet, Jacqueline said as she put his purchases in a bag. Old Chet torched the woods good. Had we not gotten that rain recently, he might have burned down his place and a few others, too. He's a lucky old fool. I guess you're gonna miss your backup. Nothing I can't handle. Keep 'em in your thoughts and prayers, Jacqueline said with a smile and handed him the bag. She made quick work of the next customers and smiled at Morgan as she slowly approached the counter. You were awfully cute this morning. I just couldn't wake you. I hope you don't mind. Morgan pulled Austin's crib notes from her pocket and held it out to Jacqueline. I assume you talked to him this morning because he made me this so I wouldn't mess up with you. Jacqueline laughed as she read it, then sighed. I love that kid. she said as her gaze met Morgan's. He saw us sleeping together on the couch and was full of questions. I told him that we're dating. I'd like to keep that if you don't mind. Morgan pointed at the paper. Jacqueline gave it back to her, and she returned it to her pocket. He seems okay with it, right? More than okay, Jacqueline said with a beaming smile that slowly slid from her face. My time is going to be limited now. I'll close each evening at 5 instead of 6, but I'll have to help Bailey on the weekends, and Chet won't be around to step in. I was thinking about that when I was watching you a minute ago. I just wanted to remind you that there's this unemployed woman in town who has a lot of time on her hands, except when she's working on a knot boat. Her help won't cost you anything but a smile. Jacqueline leaned on the counter, her button-down shirt opening slightly, revealing her cleavage. I couldn't do that to you. Besides, if you were here, that's where I'd want to be, so it wouldn't be a break for us. Morgan felt heat envelop her as she looked away, her mind struggling to deal with the desire to touch and taste. Her voice was raspy when she said, Could you stand up straight and not do that again when others are in here? Morgan's gaze swept over the sight again, unable to resist the urge. Jacqueline looked at her oddly for a second, then followed her gaze. She abruptly stood straight as her face colored. Sorry. Actually, I'm not. I didn't do it on purpose, but I can't deny that I like the look in your eyes right now. I haven't showered or brushed my teeth yet. Don't provoke me. You close much earlier than 5. Jacqueline chewed her bottom lip, obviously having no smart comeback. Morgan smiled. We both know I'm going to be right here because, like you, I want to be wherever you are. Use me. I'm begging you. Are we still talking about you working here? Morgan rubbed the back of her neck and laughed. At the moment, I'm not sure. I'll take advantage of you if that's truly what you want. Jacqueline folded her arms and leaned against the counter. Morgan grinned as she backed toward the door. I'm going home to shower, then I'll be back. You'll find that I'm an extremely fast learner, and I'm easy to train. I'll do anything you want. Okay, run. Jacqueline laughed when Morgan tore out of the door like a rocket and nearly plowed over Betsy. She's in a hurry this morning, Betsy said with a nervous smile. Is she? Okay. She's just fine, Jacqueline assured, though the same could not be said for her. Had Betsy not walked in, Jacqueline feared she might have locked up and chased after Morgan. Every fiber of her being was begging her to do it. Harlan's up at the hospital, he just called me. He says Chet's doing very well, and they may go ahead and put him in a regular room. The burns weren't that serious. It's just the leg that they were concerned with, coupled with his age. That's fantastic news. Would you like to celebrate with a cup of coffee? Oh, no, Betsy said with a weird laugh. I've been doing too much celebrating lately, and it's showing on my waistline. That was sure something last night, very scary. Yes, it was, Jacqueline said as the events began to replay in her mind. Images of Betsy in her underthings flashed across her brain. If Betsy wasn't going to offer an explanation, she sure as hell wasn't going to ask for one. I haven't seen you much lately. You used to come by at least twice a week. Betsy's face and neck flushed. I've been doing a lot of sewing lately. You know how that is. You just get all absorbed. Stitching and sewing. She hung her head as her shoulders sagged. I know you saw us last night. I should have never done it. Crazy Clarice and her lunar urges. Betsy sniffed and looked back up at Jacqueline. We caused that explosion. Jacqueline was becoming more confused by the second. You were making moonshine with Chet? Is that what happened to your clothes? They burned off? She stared closely at Betsy's hair and saw no signs of it being singed. We were undressed before the explosion? Betsy cast a nervous glance toward the door. Okay. If you're about to admit to some kind of moonshine orgy, I don't think I can hear about that.
It was nothing sexual. We were celebrating the stupid moon.
Betsy put a hand to her forehead and sighed.
Clarice and Ida like to run through the woods naked, and last night they were very insistent.
Jacqueline's brows shot skyward. Clarice was batshit crazy, plain and simple, and Ida had a few extra bats in her cave, too, but Betsy was always the sensible one. You stripped down to your underwear and ran through the woods at night, and nothing was chasing you. Jacqueline put her hand over her mouth and bit the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing.
Trotted was more like it.
Betsy put a hand to her chest.
At my age, the only things running in my life are my pantyhose. But then I saw Chet, and the thought of him seeing me that way put fire in my old legs, pardon the expression. Well, I just turned and ran the other way. At night, it's easy to get turned around, so I hid behind one of those big oaks, and that's when everything just exploded. We startled him, you see, and I guess he knocked something over because I heard a big clang. I just feel so bad, Jacqueline. I could have at least helped him, but I was...
Betsy lowered her voice.
Indecent.
Jacqueline took a moment to digest what she'd heard and to compose herself. Were Ida and Clarice hurt?
Darling, with as many hibiscus flowers as they were seeing, they could have been run over by a truck and not felt a thing. But Clarice tripped on a root and Ida tripped over her. They're both bruised, but neither of them was injured in the blast, by God's grace, I'm sure.
Hibiscus flowers?
That's what they say they see when they smoke that mess. Clarice claims it's from Hawaii. I feel so bad about Chet.
Betsy wrung her hands.
1 minute, Harlan's worried about him, and the next, he's furious because he said Chet could have burned our house down.
She shook her head.
I can never tell Harlan the truth. He'll never understand.
I won't say anything to anyone, Jacqueline assured her.
Did Morgan and Austin see?
I'm afraid so, but neither of them will say anything either. Betsy looked as though she was in agony as her face managed to turn a darker shade of red. You're not totally to blame. Chet knew better than to fool with that old still. He doesn't exactly have a good track record. He didn't have any business being out there either.
This is gonna hurt you, too. Chet used to help out when you needed a break. I don't know anything about cash registers, but I'll sure do what I can to fill his shoes.
That's very sweet, but Morgan has already offered. We'll make do, don't you worry. Betsy's color began to turn back to normal, though her cheeks were still a bit flushed and the skin of her neck was blotched.
She's a fine woman. You know, she may enjoy working here at the store. Then maybe she won't have to.
Betsy sniffed.
Well, I'll leave that alone. I hope it works out.
Me too, Jacqueline said with a nod.
I'm going to get back to the house. Thank you for allowing me to unburden my soul.
She walked over to the door and put her hand on the handle.
Augie would have liked Morgan, you know that?
Jacqueline smiled. I think so too.
Lord, I hope she wasn't watching me last night.
Chapter 28.
Thanks for stopping in, y'all. Come back now.
Morgan stopped short of saying, "You hear?" She'd gone a little too country for her liking. Your exuberance is scaring the natives, Jacqueline said with a smile. You did tell the truth. You're a very fast learner. I ran a register in high school at an ice cream shop. Morgan frowned. I'll have to practice with the crickets. She reached into her shirt and pulled out one of the insects. They get a little friendly, don't they? I'd hide in your bra, too, if someone was planning on putting me on a hook. Jacqueline grinned and winked when Morgan shot her a glance. You're naughty. I love it. Jacqueline wanted the opportunity to prove her right, but finding time alone to do that was going to be tricky. She took the cricket from Morgan's fingers and put it back into the cage. I didn't have time to put anything in the crock pot. Do you want to join us for some leftover chicken? There's a ton of it in the fridge.
I'd love to. What are the chances that we could snuggle on the couch and watch a movie afterward?
That would be wonderful. And I wouldn't mind it a bit if you fell asleep on me again. We weren't on that couch 30 seconds and you were dozing.
The excitement got to me. Skip walked in, went straight to the coffee station, and made himself a cup.
I'm so glad old Chetty's okay, and I'm so mad. I told him not to fool with that old steel. We can make it right on his stove. It don't make as much as the steel, but it's safer.
It's not safe either way. Fumes build up in the house. It's not safe to breathe.
Jacqueline cut up a potato and took it to the cricket cages where she dropped it in.
Y'all would just rather be doing stuff in the woods that you really shouldn't, just admit it.
Skip waved a finger at Jacqueline, then Morgan.
Y'all ain't no better. The whole town knows y'all did it in the goldenrod field and didn't watch for ants. You both got beds, you know.
We were...
Morgan stopped before telling the truth. No one would believe they were playing hide and seek. Hell, she wouldn't have either.
Nature calls, you know,
she said with a shrug. Skip looked at Morgan's arms.
How are your butts?
Not as bad as they were, and thanks to Clarice, they don't itch. Clarice mixed up a paste, Jacqueline explained as she rejoined Morgan behind the counter. And she made us some of her special tea. Skip took off his cap and scratched his head.
You drank her tea?
She insisted, and we felt obligated. Jacqueline cast a sideways glance at Morgan. Skip, she jacked us up big time.
Ho,
he said with a smile.
She made you her sweet weed brew. She made Renee some that time she broke her toe. That woman sang, she danced on that toe, then she ate everything in the kitchen and blamed it on me the next day. That's big love from Clarice, y'all better feel special. She'll probably make cheddar brew too.
Jacqueline's nostrils flared. Her pupils were dilated. She barely breathed as her hand moved slowly, steadily. Morgan was captivated by the intense concentration. Her own breathing slowed. She held it as Jacqueline's hand hovered for a second.
Don't mess up, Austin taunted as she skillfully set the block of wood on top of the tower.
Jacqueline sighed when everything stayed intact. Your move, Morgan. Austin's expression was full of mischief. I can't believe you've never played Jenga. It would really suck to lose on your first game. Morgan shot him a look as she contemplated which piece to pull next. Austin inhaled sharply when she reached for one of the wooden blocks. Jacqueline's voice was smooth and low. Don't let him psych you out. He's terrible at this game, and he knows he's probably going to be the one to topple the tower. I'm playing with a handicap. My hands are huge. I've heard it said that big hands means big penis, and in my case, it's true. Austin! Morgan jerked her hand away from the tower as she laughed. That's cheating! He tapped his temple. It's a game of concentration and skill. You have to focus. I can't wait until it's your turn. Jacqueline looked at him. We'll see how well you focus. Morgan held her breath as she carefully slid the piece she'd chosen out of its place, then moved it to the top. Jacqueline smiled. Now, when he knocks down the tower, you'll be the winner because you made the last successful move. She and Morgan waited quietly for Austin to decide on his piece. As he reached for it, Jacqueline sang out, I don't know, but I've been told Skip's old chicken has a green butthole. Austin froze in mid-reach. The muscles in his face twitched as he tried not to laugh. He exhaled slowly and carefully put his fingers on his choice. And Morgan then began to sing, I don't know, but I've been told Austin has a little tiny pole. Blocks rained down onto the table and floor, and Austin slumped in defeat. Morgan and Jacqueline bumped their fists and yelled, Jenga!
Yeah, I know, loser picks up the blocks,
Austin said drolly amidst their celebration. Then I'm going to bed because I don't like y'all right now. Morgan helped him with the task as Jacqueline straightened out the rest of the kitchen. Get plenty of rest because we're going to connect the chicken wire to Thor tomorrow for the decorations. Austin put the last of the pieces in the box and closed the lid. Me and my giant pole will be ready. He bumped Morgan with the game box and kissed Jacqueline on the cheek before going upstairs. When they heard the door to his room close, Jacqueline said, It must be hard going through life worshipping a body part even most straight women aren't that enthralled with.
Morgan stared at Jacqueline's ass. That looked especially nice in the tight jeans that she was wearing. I'm enthralled right now with one of yours. Jacqueline looked over her shoulder.
Some of yours are still in my mind's eye. I have fond memories of smearing paste all over you.
You could roll in some ants and I'll be happy to return the favor.
Jacqueline shook her head as she dried a skillet. You can rub me down any time. We don't need ants for that.
One of Morgan's brows arched. How long does it take for Austin to fall asleep?
The skillet clanged in the sink as Jacqueline dropped it.
She turned around and opened her mouth when her phone rang.
I'm not going to answer that.
Good, Morgan said with a nod as she stood. I'm still recovering from my ant trauma, but I have a long list of things I'd like to do to you.
Oh, it doesn't work that way with me, and I don't care about your spots. I just want to— Mom! Austin called out. Aunt Maddie's looking for you. She said Dawn and Caleb are puking all over the place. The doctor called in some medicine to the pharmacy, and she needs you to pick it up because Uncle Heath is in Generette.
Jacqueline closed her eyes as her head lolled back.
I don't think we're going to have to worry about taking things slow. Everyone else in this town will handle that for us.
Chapter 29. The chicken wire slipped from Austin's hands for the third time before he could secure it. He dropped the staple gun on the deck and sat with a thud. It's pissing me off, too. Let's take a break and let our nerves cool. Morgan sat beside him and took a sip of her water.
It's just a bad day for me. Nothing has gone right. When I got to school today, Logan bowed up and called me a rat. He threatened to beat my ass after school in front of everybody. But he didn't show up behind the gym. Riley won't speak to me at all.
You were gonna fight him?
I was gonna talk to him, but if he wouldn't have listened, I would have pounded him into the ground like a tent stake. I guess he wasn't really my friend after all. He wouldn't let me be in the regatta with him, and now he's telling everyone I'm a rat.
Austin looked at Morgan.
I want to win, so everybody can see I'm not the loser they think I am.
You're not a loser. I know hearing me say that doesn't make you feel any better, but it's the truth. I really didn't like being around kids until I met you. Morgan held up her hand. I know you're not really a kid, but you know what I mean. You're a great friend, and I'm honored to have you on my team.
We will win. Then all those pinheads at school can suck on our victory.
Austin grinned and bumped Morgan's fist. Chet's mishap put a strain on Jacqueline and Morgan's alone time, not only because he couldn't work in Jacqueline's place, but Jacqueline, along with the others in town, took turns feeding and helping with daily activities. Morgan covered the store while Jacqueline brought him lunch, and Morgan took turns as well, helping with his laundry. A busy schedule seemed to accelerate time, and the regatta was coming up fast. Morgan spent many evenings with Austin working on Thor. Gavin Cullum had managed to scrounge up another empty keg for the bow, and the knot boat was buoyant, supporting their combined weight, which was growing. Morgan's clothes were fitting tighter, thanks to Jacqueline's cooking, and Thor almost sat evenly on the water. The papier-mâché Viking trim turned out to be a serious undertaking, and since it couldn't be left in the weather, it had been moved into Morgan's den. Jacqueline's help was enlisted when Morgan had raged and thrown herself into their last try, destroying what little progress had been made. Their courtship had dwindled down to provocative looks and a quick make-out session before one or both of them collapsed in exhaustion. Austin and Morgan sat side by side, watching as Jacqueline smoothed her hand over the sodden paper, careful not to wipe off too much of the sticky concoction they created with flour, water, and an industrial-sized jug of Elmer's glue.
It's holding,
Jacqueline said with satisfaction as she admired her handiwork.
It's going to have to sit and dry for, I'd say, a week before you paint it. Mama, we don't have a week. It's Monday and the regatta is Saturday.
Austin scrubbed at his face, smearing the sticky substance into his hair. Morgan grinned when she noticed that his bangs were standing straight up.
If nothing else, we've created an awesome hair gel. I'm glad you like it because it's all up in your hair.
Am I sexy? Morgan asked as she made 2 hair horns.
Very. Jacqueline stood and stretched. I think you should wear like that all the time. Austin made a face. We need to focus. Besides, y'all are gross. A dude does not want to see make-out eyes on his mama. He pointed at Jacqueline. Look away. Jacqueline laughed as she complied and wiped her hands on a cloth. Okay, y'all are gonna take the decorations off before the race, right? Morgan nodded. Right. I guess if you put fans around to blow on it, it may be dry enough to paint Thursday night. That'll give it a whole day for the paint to dry. It should hold up for the short time you're going to need it. I like that plan, Morgan said, but I don't have any fans. We do in the storeroom. Why don't you two go get them and I'll finish up dinner? By the time y'all do that and shower, it'll be time to eat. Wait a minute. Morgan pointed to her newly fashioned horns. You want me to wash this out? I haven't even seen them, and I know they're hot. Super hot. Jacqueline wiped sticky stuff from Morgan's chin and kissed her. Oh, kissing again? Austin said with disgust, though he was trying to keep the smile from his face. And y'all say teenagers are bad. I'm going to get the fans. I can handle that alone. Jacqueline gazed up at Morgan's hair. The horns are very sexy. I can't wait to see you in that Viking hat. I need to check on those. They haven't arrived. Thanks for reminding me. I'll be wearing the hide of a deer, too. Will that turn you on as well? Morgan asked. Jacqueline nodded. Oddly enough, I'll probably find that pretty sexy, too. I'd like to touch you, but I'm going to leave prints. Morgan held up her glue-covered hands. That's liable to make Austin puke. Mine are clean. I wiped them off, so I have the advantage. Their relationship had not taken a completely physical turn yet, but the more time they spent together, the urge became stronger, and Jacqueline let her hands roam over Morgan's stomach and close to her breasts. She enjoyed the way Morgan's breathing abruptly changed. She was about to get more daring when Morgan's phone rang. Answer that, Jacqueline said as she stepped away. I have to get away from you right now before I lose control. Morgan groaned. Whoever this is, their timing sucks. I'll see you in a little while. She literally ached as she watched Jacqueline walk away from her, denim caressing the butt and thighs she desperately wanted to get her hands on. We're having a boy, Brad yelled when she answered the phone. Morgan was so taken aback she couldn't speak. Robert Jacob Chesson. How does that sound? He asked excitedly. It sounds fantastic. He'll go by Jacob, but I wanted him to have Dad's name, and Jacob Robert didn't have a ring to it. I would have been just as thrilled with a girl, which I hope comes next. Tanya's doing great, Jacob is too, and I am the luckiest man in the world. Yes, you are, Morgan agreed wholeheartedly. Look, I need to talk to you about the holidays. Tanya's folks will be traveling over Christmas to see Tanya's sister, so they're having a huge Thanksgiving party. You, of course, are invited. Morgan's mind scrambled for a viable excuse not to attend. She adored Tanya, but her brother and her parents weren't Morgan's favorite people. I need to be there for Tanya, and I know you'd rather pull all your hair out than spend 5 minutes with the Waverly family. I'm torn. I don't want you to be alone on the first holiday without Dad. I won't be alone. I've made friends here. You have nothing to worry about. Besides, I missed a few Thanksgivings. Frankly, I was kind of looking forward to being here. Skip's been tucking up wild turkey, and I'd like to try it. I can make it up to you on Christmas. Tanya and I would like to come there and celebrate at the cabin. I would absolutely love that, Morgan said sincerely. Okay, it's a plan. Brad was quiet for a second. I still feel like a dick where Thanksgiving is concerned. I give you my solemn word that I have no problem with it whatsoever. Morgan looked at the door when Austin walked in. One of my buddies just walked in the door, so I'm going to have to cut this short. I love you. Love you too, sis. Austin had a scowl on his face as he regarded Morgan. You okay, bud? She asked. I'm fine. He set the fans down and plugged one in. Okay, were you talking to a woman because you're dating my mom, you know? I admire your protectiveness, and that was my brother, Brad.
I'll introduce you to him at Christmas because he and his wife are coming here."
"Oh, sorry."
Austin plugged in one of the fans and directed the air toward their creation. Morgan grinned. "You okay, or are you going to kick my ass now?" "She dated a woman named Sharon, and I heard her a few times talking sweet to someone else. To be honest, I was glad when Mom dumped her because she was a jerk. I like you, though, so don't mess up." Jacqueline turned from the stove and was expecting to see Austin or Morgan walking in. Instead, Maddie was grinning at her from ear to ear. "I need to borrow your son tonight."
"For what?"
"Heath and I are going to Generette for dinner and we need a babysitter."
"Bring the kids over here, I'll watch them."
"Austin's a capable babysitter. You're missing the point. I want him for the night and I'll take him to school in the morning." Maddie raised her brows and continued to grin at Jacqueline. "You and Morgan will have the house to yourselves all evening." Jacqueline's brows shot up too. "Oh." "Yeah, oh. Hopefully there will be lots of O's right before the big O. We'll be back around 9, so Austin won't miss any sleep." Austin walked in behind Maddie.
"What won't I miss?"
"I need a babysitter tonight. Want to earn a few bucks?"
"You don't have to pay me, I'll do it."
Maddie reached up and grabbed Austin's cheeks. "You are the sweetest boy ever. Go pack up your school clothes. I'm keeping you all night."
"Cool, that's okay, Mom?"
"Yep, fine with me," Jacqueline said as her heart began to pound. She and Maddie watched Austin go, and Maddie's wicked grin returned. "Knock her ever-living socks off, sis. Make her holler. Make her your buy. I get the point. As long as you get it and get it good. Are you happy? You love me?" Jacqueline was staring at the wall. "Jack?"
"Huh?"
"You okay?"
"Yeah, all of the blood in my body just rushed south and I feel lightheaded. There's just been so much going on lately and I thought the best we could hope for was a quickie in the storage room. But this is a whole night."
Maddie cocked her head to the side. "Wait a minute. Are you telling me that y'all haven't got it on? I thought lesbians moved at light speed. You know, like, hey, how you doing? I'm Jacqueline. Let's have sex and move in together."
"I really need to take a shower."
Jacqueline looked at the clock. "Okay, I see it's no use trying to have a conversation with you. Your brain has already dropped into your pants." Maddie smiled at Austin as he walked back into the kitchen with his clothes wadded up in a ball. Austin kissed Jacqueline on the cheek.
"Love you, Mom. I hope you get all the kissing out of your system tonight. You and Morgan are embarrassing."
Maddie shrugged with a laugh when he walked out. He's not a baby anymore.
"Thank you for this, Maddie. I truly appreciate it."
"It's the least I could do, and I promise to do it more often." Maddie stepped out the door and looked back in. "Shave the quills off your legs." Jacqueline took another look at dinner and scrambled upstairs to take a quick shower. Clothes flew left and right as she headed for the bathroom. She lost her balance and slammed into the door as she danced around trying to get her pants off. The best smelling of her shampoos and conditioners were used on her hair. She lathered and washed with her favorite body wash. But when it came time to shave, she realized that her razor was dull and the can of shaving cream was empty. "Damn it!" Jacqueline yelled as she stepped out of the shower, soaking the bathroom. 10 minutes and 3 nicks later, she emerged and wrapped herself in a towel.
"What to wear?"
she mumbled as she padded into the bedroom. Her closet was truly devoid of anything sexy. The best she could come up with was a pair of baggy jeans, easy to get out of, and a snug-fitting purple t-shirt. Chapter 30. Morgan opened the back door of Jacqueline's house, and the smell of stew simmering filled her senses. Her stomach began to growl as she looked around. Everything was silent. "Hello?" The TV wasn't on, and Austin was nowhere to be found. She heard footsteps on the stairs as she fought the temptation to nibble on the bread that Jacqueline had baked. "I had a hell of a time getting that gunk out of my hair. It was like cement. I don't think we're going to have to worry about the decorations at all." "Where's Austin?"
"Maddie needed a babysitter, so he's at her house,"
Jacqueline said as she stirred the stew. Morgan had stolen a slice of cucumber from the salad and was chomping away when Jacqueline turned and said,
He's going to spend the night.
Oh. Morgan reached for another slice of cucumber and froze. All night? Jacqueline nodded. Would you mind giving me your cell phone? Jacqueline's expression was quizzical as she pulled it out of her back pocket. Morgan took it and disappeared into the laundry room for a second. I put it in the dryer with mine, she explained when she returned. I didn't turn it on. They'll be fine, she said when Jacqueline looked startled.
You should lock the back door, too.
Morgan turned the deadbolt. How many house phones do you have?
Just come over here and kiss me because all of a sudden I'm very nervous.
Morgan smiled as she walked up to Jacqueline and pulled her into her arms. I am too. We could have some wine and just... Her breath came out in a shudder when Jacqueline kissed her neck. Or we could just go up to your bedroom. The walk through the den and up the stairs seemed like it took hours. Morgan wasn't just trying to ease Jacqueline's anxiety when she'd admitted that she was nervous too. She'd spent a lot of time thinking about this moment. And now that it was here,
she was shaking like a leaf.
Jacqueline opened the door and closed it when Morgan walked in.
I'm so afraid someone is going to blow up something, shoot themselves in the foot, or...
Morgan kissed her and backed her toward the bed. Jacqueline wrapped her arms around her shoulders, and Morgan realized Jacqueline was shaking as much as she was. You really are nervous, she said as she broke the kiss. Do you have something that plays music besides the radio in here?
My iPod.
Jacqueline picked up a remote and pressed a button. Sir Mix-a-Lot's I Like Big Butts boomed through the tiny speakers of the docking station. Jacqueline pressed another button and smiled sheepishly.
Not what you had in mind?
Now I know why you wanted me to gain weight, Morgan said with a laugh as Jacqueline walked over to the docking station. Soft music began to play seconds later. I like that. What is it?
Slave to Love by Brian Ferry. It's one of my favorites.
Dance with me. Morgan pulled Jacqueline back into her arms. Our first date was in a field of goldenrod. Our first dance is in your bedroom. We spit in the face of normal convention. Jacqueline laughed as she swayed in Morgan's arms.
Does it bother you that we've never gone to dinner and a movie like everyone else?
I've had the time of my life. I wouldn't change a thing. Morgan ran her hands down Jacqueline's back, pulling her closer. Their bodies moved snugly together and took over the conversation. One slow song blended into the other unnoticed as they danced in the moonlight filtering through the blinds. Morgan's nerves began to ebb as her body took over. Jacqueline's mouth against hers was soft and supple as they swayed together. Cool air swept over Jacqueline's overheated skin as Morgan tugged her t-shirt over her head.
Take yours off,
Jacqueline said as she reached for her. Skin velvety soft brushed against Jacqueline's nipples as Morgan held her close again. A firm thigh moved between hers as Morgan continued to move with the music. Desire replaced anxiety as Morgan kissed her shoulder and unbuttoned the jeans that slid easily down her thighs. Jacqueline's kisses were demanding. Her hands blazed a hot trail over Morgan's back and arms.
I'm not nervous anymore, and I don't want to go slow,
Jacqueline said against Morgan's lips. Clothes flew as they moved to the bed. You little animal, Morgan said with a laugh as she and Jacqueline battled for dominance. I want you on the bottom.
Do I have to stay here?
Jacqueline spread her legs and let Morgan slip between them. Oh, Morgan moaned. Just for a little while. Jacqueline shuddered as Morgan ground into her. It felt so good to feel Morgan's body so intimately pressed against hers. She fisted her hands in Morgan's hair and pulled her head back. Morgan's skin tasted sweet against her mouth as she kissed her neck and grazed her teeth over the taut skin. She wanted to taste and touch everything Morgan had to offer. When Morgan's fingers closed around her nipple and lightly squeezed, Jacqueline gasped and struggled with the delicious dilemma of wanting to touch and be touched. Morgan pinned her arms at her side as she slid down and put her mouth where her fingers had been. Jacqueline writhed as Morgan teased with her teeth and tongue. The skin beneath Morgan's lips was like silk as she moved lower and released Jacqueline's hands. Jacqueline's breathing was erratic as she slipped lower, tasting for the first time Jacqueline's arousal. The sharp intake of breath was music to Morgan's ears as Jacqueline wove her fingers in her hair. She spread Jacqueline's legs wide, pleasuring with her tongue and fingers, matching the insistent rhythm of Jacqueline's hips. She backed Jacqueline away from release, unwilling to let something so delightful slip from her grasp too soon. "Right there," the words came out in a rush as Morgan's tongue sent jolts of pleasure through Jacqueline's body. "Hard, yes." Jacqueline gripped the sheets and craned her head back as every fiber in her body tensed. The image of her pleasing Morgan in the same way flashed through Jacqueline's mind and heightened her arousal. Her eyes opened, unseeing, as the orgasm stole away her ability to speak or breathe. Morgan wasn't finished. She didn't want loving Jacqueline this way to be over as soon as it was. "Come here, baby," Jacqueline whispered as she reached for her. "I'm not finished with you." Morgan kissed her way up Jacqueline's stomach. "No, you're not," Jacqueline said before she kissed her. The feeling of wet heat between Jacqueline's legs as she ground against her made Morgan groan. She loved the feel of their bodies pressed together, the softness of Jacqueline's skin enveloping her as she wrapped her arms and legs around her. Jacqueline had complete control of Morgan as she kissed and writhed beneath her, stoking a fire that was already burning. "You feel incredible," she said as she broke the kiss. "Roll over," Jacqueline whispered against her ear. "You feel too good. Let me just—" Morgan moaned into the kiss as Jacqueline captured her mouth. Jacqueline wrapped her legs higher around Morgan's waist, offering more. Breathless, Morgan pulled away from Jacqueline's mouth when she felt herself nearing the edge. "Morgan, don't stop, even if—" Jacqueline's breathless utterance and the way she felt as she came propelled Morgan higher as chill bumps spread over her body. She gripped Jacqueline's shoulders as a jolt of pleasure fanned out over her lower body. Jacqueline held Morgan tighter as her body grew rigid, and the rhythm of her hips became irregular. The winded cry against her cheek made her nearly come again. She gritted her teeth, wanting to take Morgan in every way possible. Her voice quavered when she said, "Roll onto your back for me." "Not yet." Morgan straddled one of Jacqueline's thighs. She had intended to be gentle and sweet their first time, but Jacqueline brought something out in her she had a hard time controlling. With her leg, she pushed Jacqueline's, spreading them wide. Jacqueline felt tense beneath her like a coiled spring. "I'm trying really hard not to lose control with you." Jacqueline kissed her and nibbled at her bottom lip. "I know, I can feel it. I don't want you to hold back because I'm not when I get my hands on you." Morgan's breath came out in a rush as she slipped deep inside Jacqueline, who responded with a loud groan. She could feel Jacqueline's nails in her back as she thrust hard and fast. The sensation drove her crazy. "Oh, fuck," Jacqueline rasped out as Morgan thrust into her relentlessly. Morgan had turned loose something inside of Jacqueline that matched her own heated desires. Jacqueline screamed her name as she gripped Morgan hard to make her stop. Morgan gasped for breath as she felt Jacqueline contracting around her fingers. Exhausted, Morgan lay flat on her back with Jacqueline's head on her stomach. The blankets were on the floor, and the sheets had been pulled from the mattress. She was sweating like she'd run 20 miles. It felt fantastic. As sexual matches went, Jacqueline was perfect. "We have amazing chemistry." Jacqueline flopped over onto her back and laughed. "We're gonna end up in the hospital." Morgan took Jacqueline's hand. "My intention was to make love to you." "You did. We just expressed our affection for each other in a very passionate way. There will be times when we take it slow, but they will be rare," Jacqueline said with a laugh. Morgan found herself wanting to make promises as she lay there with Jacqueline. The idea of leaving her wasn't something she felt she could consider, and she hoped that Celeste's theory was wrong about getting her job back. Jacqueline? Is the Siamese cat song from Lady and the Tramp playing on your iPod right now? I was in a whimsical mood when I downloaded that. Don't hold it against me. Morgan grinned. You're perfect. Chapter 31. Oh my God, Morgan said under her breath as she stood on her deck Saturday morning, watching the steady procession of cars pouring into White Oak Lake. Already, the opposite shore and park were a patchwork of blankets and chairs. The parking lot of the Lure was packed, and cars lined the road. Jacqueline had assured her that she had plenty of help for the day. Bailey, Betsy, and Ida were going to cover the store during the race so Jacqueline could watch. But until then, she was helping with the hordes that came in to buy drinks and snacks. Morgan and Austin had worked on Thor, painting and doing last-minute touch-ups in the afternoons, and she spent her nights doing some touch-ups on Jacqueline. All of that activity had left her feeling a little puny. She almost wished that she had not stayed up past midnight before the race. Almost. But once again, she and Jacqueline got carried away. Even as she stood looking at the crowds waiting to watch her sink, she wanted Jacqueline. Not even the nippy November wind blowing across the back of her neck could cool her desire. She felt like an addict in withdrawal as she longed for Jacqueline. Mama fixed these up for us last night while we were practicing our paddling. Austin walked onto the deck and handed Morgan her costume. I sprayed them with Febreze and sealed them in a plastic bag all night. You'll understand why in a minute. Morgan sniffed at the deer hide, then held it at arm's length. Oh, man, that stinks. Austin nodded as he slid his over his head. Mom said the same thing, but Viking stunk, Morgan, suck it up. The hide was sewn so it hung over one's shoulder and wrapped completely around Austin's waist. He looked ridiculous in the outfit, and the flat-billed ball cap he was sporting. Morgan made a face. That's an ugly-ass hat. This hat is cool. Morgan shook her head. I know cool, and that's not it. It may be in style, but it's not cool. She pulled out her phone and snapped a picture. One day, years from now, you'll look at this and say, Morgan, why'd you let me wear that hat? I look like a dork. Austin pulled it lower over his eyes. You planning on being around years from now? Because I'd really like that. Surprised by the question, Morgan said, I hope so, because I really want to rub this picture in your face. She gagged as she pulled the deerskin over her head. How do I look? Austin picked up one of the Viking hats, stuck it on Morgan's head, and stepped back. You look like an idiot. Thanks, bud. That really means a lot since I'm wearing this for you. He pulled his phone out and put his hat on. We both look like idiots. Now smile for the camera. Jacqueline, go. We've got this, Ida said impatiently. You're not going to have time to get to the other side of the lake if you don't go now. There's more beer in the back. It just needs to be put in the coolers. Jacqueline looked up at the clock. I can do that before I go. Ida took her by the arm and led her to the door. I found a wonder drug for my bursitis. I can handle loading a little brew. Now go. Thank you. Jacqueline kissed her on the cheek and stepped outside. She shielded her eyes from the sun and looked at all the vessels lined up for the race. Thor was nowhere in sight. She worried that there had been some sort of mishap as she wove her way over to Chet. Chet was perched in a wheelchair on a prime piece of real estate that gave him a full view of the race. Jacqueline walked over to him and nervously asked, Have you seen Austin and Morgan? I don't see them in the lineup. I imagine they're gonna bring her around the bend there. No reason for them to use the boat dock if Thor is already in the water, Chet said calmly. Jacqueline shielded her eyes from the sun. Shouldn't they be here already, though? If I had worked as hard as they did, I'd want to make an entrance, too. Skip walked up alongside Jacqueline. They here yet? No, and I'm getting really nervous. What if... Thor came into view as it passed behind the trees. The crowd clapped as Austin held his fist high on the bow. Morgan, unseen behind the decorations, was paddling them to the lineup. Told ya, Chet quipped dryly. Jacqueline laughed as she wove her way down to the launch and watched as Morgan stepped into the water to line Thor up. As promised, she was dressed in her deerskin. She looked like a Viking, except for the sodden sneakers on her feet. "Y'all look fantastic." "I'm freezing my ass off," Morgan said as she climbed back into Thor. "Why didn't you talk me out of this?" "Because you love it," Jacqueline said with a smile. Morgan grinned. "I can't help it, I do." "She wore the skin, Mom. She rocks." Austin puffed out his chest when one of the photographers for the newspaper aimed his camera at them. "That she does." Jacqueline took out her phone and snapped a picture as well. "I just wanted to come down and wish you luck before I go to Maddie's. Take good care of each other," she said seriously. "We'll be just fine," Morgan promised. "We've decided that if we win, you should jump in the lake with us." "I'll prepare for a swim." Jacqueline stared at Morgan for a moment in that ridiculous hat and outfit. She felt her heart slipping away almost from the moment she met Morgan. But on that sunny Saturday morning, she had to admit to herself, Morgan owned it. Morgan looked back at her as if she were reading her mind. "I look forward to seeing you on the other side." Chapter 32. Morgan watched as a man went to each vessel and dropped something inside. When he dropped a ball and thin chain connected to a red float in Thor, she studied it. "What's this?" "A sink marker." Austin looped the ball around one of the straps holding the keg. "If we sink, they'll know where the knot boat is. It makes it easier to clean up." Morgan looked at the other side of the lake. It seemed so far off. There were boats in the water ready to pick up the unlucky. "They wasted their time giving us one of those because we're not going to sink." "No, we're not." He smiled proudly when the photographer returned and snapped a few pictures of him and Morgan. "Good luck. You got the nicest looking craft out here." "Thank you." Morgan jerked a thumb at Austin. "This was his brainchild." "Ours," Austin corrected. He jerked when a horn went off. "That's a 5-minute warning. We should probably go ahead and drop the decorations." Morgan unclipped the chicken wire that held the papier-mâché to the sides of the craft, while Austin pulled out the pole in front that held it all together. They hoisted it onto the bank. "I hate to see that go." "It was really cool," she said sadly. "Yeah, it was a lot of work just to show off for 30 minutes. Next year we'll do something simple," Austin said as he faced forward and readied his paddle. Next year, Morgan thought to herself as she looked at her opponents. 2 guys in a watering trough had already capsized. The guys in the fiberglass bathtub, bolstered by plastic rafts, looked like they might give them a run for their money. On the other side were 2 teenage girls who had lashed a piece of plywood to a half-dozen tire tubes. Their craft looked sturdy, too. Morgan pretty much ruled out the cardboard box that was sinking, and she was doubtful about the 2 whiskey barrel bottoms bolted together. "Like we practiced," she said to Austin. 5 strokes on the right, then 5 on the left. I'll keep her straight. You hammer away." They'd only practiced twice, but then they didn't try to cross the lake. Morgan would paddle opposite of Austin and use her paddle as a rudder when they got off track. It was a simple plan that she hoped would work. When the horn sounded again, she and Austin paddled slowly to the string stretched across the water. The second it dropped, it was go time. "Sit down." "I can't, I'm too excited," Jacqueline said as she looked down at Maddie. "I have to stand." She raised the binoculars and watched as Austin and Morgan readied for the race. Both looked fiercely determined. As usual, there was a delay as the race team picked knot boats out of the lake that had already sunk. Others pulled soggy and disgusted contestants from the cold water. The sun was bright, but there was a chill in the air. Jacqueline shivered more from excitement. Every yard along the lake was covered in people sitting on blankets and chairs. The crowd stretched all the way through the park. Maddie's deck was the perfect place to watch the race with its elevation. Dawn and Caleb played with others on the swing set, and Heath was warming up the grill for the barbecue that would begin after the race. Jacqueline's shoes thumped on the deck as she paced, nervously. People began to scream when the horn went off and the vessel started to move. Austin was paddling like there was no tomorrow, and behind him, Morgan did the same. From where Jacqueline stood, it looked as though Thor was in second, behind the bathtub. But coming up close behind was the raft with 2 young girls paddling for dear life. "Come on, Austin!" Maddie screamed. "Come on, Morgan! Stroke!" The shutter on her camera was steadily clicking away. "Come on, win this thing!" Click, click, click. Austin's face had turned beet red by the time they reached the halfway mark. Jacqueline could tell that Morgan was yelling something. The muscles in her bare arms bulged with every stroke. The raft with the 2 girls came dangerously close to Thor. Morgan steered to avoid them, but the loss of her paddling cost them, and the bathtub pulled ahead. Austin's paddle connected with one of the girls' paddles, and it went sailing, putting the raft out of the race. The accident also gave the bathtub crew a healthy lead. Jacqueline's heart sank as she watched the expression on Austin's face. "Come on, son. Don't give up." "We've got this, Austin. Push!" Morgan shouted. "Don't look at the tub. Just paddle with all you've got." The shouting made Morgan lose count on her paddling, and the vessel veered to the left when she paddled for a second on the wrong side. The tub was just ahead, and those ruthless bastards had the foresight to wear gloves. Morgan's hands burned from the friction, and her arms felt like they were on fire. Austin roared as he put all he had into the paddling. She followed suit, focusing on her breathing to keep her mind off the agony in her arms. She wanted victory. She wanted it for Austin. "Hey, bud, I'm still back here paddling, and I'm not gonna give up, but I have to be quiet to conserve energy. I just want you to know that I'm so damn proud of you, and nothing will ever change that." Austin's strokes became wider, faster. He was pouring on the juice. Morgan breathed out between clenched teeth, releasing a hiss on every stroke she made. They moved alongside the tub, but neither she nor Austin dared to break concentration to look at their opponents. Their eyes were on the goal. Unified in the sole focus, they pushed themselves hard and took the lead. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Jacqueline chanted as she watched. Thor and the tub were side by side, and she could clearly see the fatigue in Austin and Morgan. Thor was getting close enough that Jacqueline no longer needed the binoculars. With every stroke they made, she did too. She didn't care that she looked like an idiot swinging her arms. She jumped off the deck, still rowing as though she could help them in some way. When Thor broke the finish line, Jacqueline took off running. Morgan's lungs were on fire, and her arms felt like they were filled with ants when Austin threw himself on her, knocking her out of Thor. They hit the water tangled together. The shock of the cold stole her breath away, and when they broke the surface, she gasped. "I love you, man!" Austin yelled in her face. "I love you! I mean it!" He looked surprised then, and Morgan was certain she looked the same. "I love you too, Austin," she said with a laugh, and meant it. Something cat-like with a head of blonde hair sailed into the air with all 4 limbs outstretched and landed in the water between them. Jacqueline emerged seconds later and grabbed them both around their necks. The 3 of them laughed and screamed in victory as Maddie stood on the bank snapping one picture after another. A deerskin when wet smells so much worse than when it's dry, Morgan thought with disgust. The stench wafted up from beneath the blanket she was wrapped in as she and Austin stood on the podium in the park next to the mayor. The muscles in her jaw flexed to keep her teeth from chattering. Austin bounced beside her as second and third prizes were awarded. "First prize goes to Austin Wyatt and Captain Morgan Chasson," the mayor announced as he handed them a large trophy. Austin held it up, and the crowd roared. Morgan shied away when the mayor asked if she would like to say a few words, but Austin grabbed the mic from his hands. "I want to thank my mom for letting me be in the race and for helping us decorate Thor. I want to thank all the businesses that donated the prizes. But I want to thank most the person that made this possible for me, because no one else would let me be their partner. Not even a guy I thought was my best friend." Austin looked at Morgan. "I have a new best friend, though. I wouldn't be up here now if it wasn't for her. I know I'll never find a better partner than Morgan Chasson." Austin handed the mic back to the mayor and threw his arms around Morgan's neck. Over his shoulder, Morgan saw Jacqueline standing at the front of the crowd next to Maddie. There were tears in her eyes. She wasn't just losing her heart to Jacqueline, but Austin, too. She recognized the look in Jacqueline's eyes, the way she behaved, because she'd seen it in herself. And as much as she'd tried to deny it in those quiet moments when common sense told her she was getting too deep with an uncertain future, she accepted that she was falling head over heels. And Jacqueline was too. The tiny bit of reserve she still held on to slipped from her grasp, and Morgan decided to fall regardless of where she would land. Maddie pursed her lips as Morgan stepped out of the bathroom wearing Heath's clothes. Baggy, but not bad, she smiled. You smell much better, though. You can keep those. They don't fit him anymore. Thank you, Maddie. She doubted Heath would want them back if he knew she was going commando. She felt like a misfit in loaned clothes and a pair of Heath's old work boots, but there was no way she was going to be able to get back across the lake for a while unless it was by boat. Lakeshore Drive had become one giant block party, and there were still children's races happening on the lake. Jacqueline was on the phone when Morgan walked out onto the deck. Are you sure? Oh, please, tell Skip I appreciate him so much. And you too, Betsy. I don't know what I would have done without you and Ida. Morgan grinned. Jacqueline's usual attire was jeans or shorts, usually a button-down shirt or a t-shirt. But she'd been forced to wear her sister's clothes. The blinged-out jeans showed off her butt, and the blue and white striped mid-length sleeved shirt hugged her upper body like a glove. You look hot, Morgan said lowly when Jacqueline ended her call. Jacqueline put a hand on her hip. I'll tell you what's hot. You in a deerskin with that Viking hat. If it didn't smell so bad, I'd ask you to wear it more often. Morgan moved closer and whispered, I'd offer to wear the hat tonight, but I can't lift my arms. I'm really afraid you're going to have to feed me. I'll take any excuse to be close to you right now. Are you thirsty? I could drink a gallon of water, to be honest. I drank a lot out of the shower head. That's what took me so long. Jacqueline grinned as she picked up a bottle from the table on Maddie's deck and held it to Morgan's lips. I'll feed you and make sure you have plenty to drink. And later you can just lay there. One of Jacqueline's brows rose seductively. I'll do all the work and you'll hear no complaints from me. She seemed to take great pleasure in the water spilling down the front of Morgan's shirt as her lip sagged. Jacqueline made good on her promise to keep Morgan fed. The few times she did try to lift her own fork, her hand shook so much she couldn't get the food in her mouth. Austin wasn't much better off. His shirt was stained with punch where he'd spilled it all over himself. He sat next to Morgan in a lawn chair after they had moved to the park. Cajun dance music filled the air as a band played beneath the pavilion. Morgan watched as Maddie and Jacqueline twirled, surrounded by other dancers. Jacqueline's smile was radiant as they danced. Her hair had dried on its own and was wild around her face. Morgan's desire flared despite the exhaustion that pinned her to the chair. She would never kiss or touch Jacqueline enough to satisfy her. You can't stop staring at her, can you? Morgan glanced at Austin. Your mother is a very special woman. I'm sure you already know that. Yeah, I think it's really funny to watch y'all get all googly-eyed. Adults don't do that much. I know Aunt Maddie loves Uncle Heath, but they don't look at each other like that. You're pretty observant for a young dude, Morgan said with a laugh. Austin looked down at the blisters on his hands. When Logan used to talk to me, he told me that his mom goes in her room and cries a lot. His dad told him not to worry because women do that. But Logan thinks they're not going to stay together. Austin slowly met Morgan's gaze. Don't make my mom cry, okay? Morgan swallowed hard. I won't. I promise. Austin's gaze searched hers for a moment. Then he seemed to relax when he found truth there. I wish we could go home. I'm tired and everything I've got is aching. He sank lower in his chair and laid his head on her shoulder. Morgan smiled, warmed by the fact that Austin took comfort in her. As she looked up at the stars, she marveled at how much of a difference he and his mother made in her life in such a short time. She'd fallen in love. Twice. Chapter 33. Jacqueline was in that very light stage of sleep when the brain says it's time to get up, and the body doesn't want to, except for the bladder. The absence of Morgan roused her enough to notice the clock beside the bed. Shit. It was already 8 o'clock on a Sunday, and she hadn't opened the store. While she scrambled around the bedroom, it dawned on her why the room was so dark. She pulled the blinds back and frowned at the dreary day. No one would be on the lake this morning, especially after the regatta. This slowed her stride. After she dressed, she went down to the kitchen where Austin struggled to make pancakes. Piles of greasy dough lay next to the stove. "What are you doing, baby?" "Morgan woke me up and told me to spoil you for taking care of us last night. She opened this door so you could sleep in." Jacqueline was genuinely touched. "That's so sweet. I've watched you do this 1,000,000 times and it looks so easy. What am I doing wrong?" Jacqueline raised a brow as she noticed enough oil on the griddle to cook fries. It was a wonder he hadn't started a fire. "How about I show you?" she said as she kissed his cheek. When Morgan walked into the lure that morning, the store looked like it had been ransacked. She swept the floors before restocking the coolers with sodas and beer, and was working on the snack aisle when Betsy walked in. "The victorious have risen," she said brightly. "Congratulations." "Thanks, Betsy, but the victor is extremely sore." I thought I was in pretty decent shape until that race. The only thing that makes me feel better is that Austin feels as crappy as I do. She smiled as she said, "He's going to start weightlifting to train for next year." "Where is Jacqueline this morning?" Morgan put the last bag of potato chips on the shelf and tossed the box toward the storeroom. "Hopefully she's still asleep. I switched off her alarm when I got up this morning. She managed to get 2 whiny babies tucked in last night, and I thought she deserved a break." "You're very thoughtful, which is a wonderful character trait in a spouse." Morgan's sleepy eyes widened. We haven't gone that far." "Yet," Betsy said smugly. "Will you be leaving for Thanksgiving?" "Oh, no. My brother and his wife are expecting, and her parents are having a big get-together for the holiday. I'll see them for Christmas when they come here." Betsy looked overjoyed. "Wonderful! You'll be here with us then. I was talking to Maddie the other day, and she said her folks won't be here either. That got me thinking, and Ida and I have come up with a plan. If the weather's decent, we'd like to have the celebration outdoors and get everyone who lives on this end of the lake shore to join in. It would be more fun than just eating a big meal and lying in front of the TV watching football." Morgan was still weary from the celebration the day before, but nodded with a smile. "That does sound like fun." Betsy's next question came out of the blue. "Are you happy?" Morgan was taken aback, but the answer was simple. She'd felt more carefree and content than she had all her adult life. "I am." "I can see it," Betsy said with a nod as she turned and went to the drink station, where she poured herself a cup of coffee. "You look so different from the night we talked." Morgan ran her hand over her stomach, where it protruded over a pair of jeans that had grown too tight. "Is that your way of saying I've grown downright chubby?" Betsy laughed as she stirred creamer into her cup. "No, love, you're far from that. You needed a few pounds, and I see Jacqueline's cooking and care have provided that. You look healthier, but your face tells the real story. The worry lines have faded, and there's a light in your eyes." There were days when the loss of her father still felt acute, and she contemplated her financial future with trepidation. But then Jacqueline would unknowingly say or do something that chased the darkness away. Betsy was clutching her cup in both hands as she joined Morgan at the counter. "You look like a woman in love." Morgan blew out a breath. "Does Jacqueline look the same way, or is it wishful thinking on my part?" "It's no dream, darling. I've never seen her look at anyone the way she does you." Morgan smiled and looked away. She inhaled deeply as she watched the boats moving along the water, picking up the remains of not boats that had sunk. "I thought things would be so different when I finally found someone who makes me feel like she does. At one time, I was the go-to girl. My brother and my friends came to me when they needed help. Now I feel like I've become some needy soul that has to be taken care of. I have no job. How am I going to contribute? How am I going to provide for her and Austin?" Betsy put her hand on Morgan's arm. "Look around you. Does Jacqueline look like she needs to be taken care of in that way? What she needs is someone who makes her happy. The only thing you need to provide her with is your love." Betsy softly squeezed Morgan's arm. "I've been around for a long time, and I've watched that girl take care of this store when she was sick. Her heart was completely broken when Augie died, and still she came in here and took care of things. What you did this morning, as simple as it may seem to you, is a very big deal to her, and your consideration is worth a lot more than any salary could provide. You need to let your guard down and let her take care of you while you do the same for her." "That's sage advice," Morgan admitted as she tried to put her ego behind her. She'd lived what she thought was the good life, sipping fine wines in pricey restaurants, shopping whenever she wanted to without a care. She'd bought things on impulse, like the Jeep she loved. But with all those trappings, she still longed for what she had in Jacqueline, the perfect mate. "I told Chet that I'd make him some of my homemade biscuits this morning, so I have to go." Betsy released her hold on Morgan. "Take my advice, baby." "Thanks," Morgan said with a smile as she watched her go. Her shoes echoed on the wood floor as she went to the drink station for a cup of coffee. The crickets chirped in their cages, and she could hear the waves the boats made lapping at the pilings beneath her. Jacqueline's world was peaceful, and the lore was as much a part of her as Austin was. Even if a lucrative position came Morgan's way, there was no hope of asking Jacqueline to leave something that was such an integral part of her. "I brought you breakfast," Jacqueline said, pulling Morgan from her thoughts. Morgan felt warmth fill her chest and spread through her body as that voice watched over her. She turned and smiled at Jacqueline, her pulse quickening at the sight. "I seem to have a problem with your cooking." She raised her shirt to show that she could no longer close the button on her jeans. Jacqueline's laugh was delightful as she set the foil-covered plate on the counter. "Did I get you pregnant?" "It sure looks like it," Morgan agreed as she patted her stomach. "How am I going to fit the Thanksgiving dinner Betsy's planning in there?" Jacqueline walked over and wrapped her arms around Morgan's waist. "With everything going on, I've forgotten all about Thanksgiving. Are you sure that you'll be here?" "Mm-hmm," Morgan murmured against Jacqueline's lips. She grinned when Jacqueline held her tighter. "I wasn't looking forward to the holidays. I just figured that you'd go to your brother's house, and I meant to ask you about it a dozen times, but something always came up." "I'll be with you for Christmas, too, because Brad and Tanya are coming here." "You have no idea how happy that makes me," Jacqueline said as she breathed against Morgan's neck. "The way you're squeezing me is a good indicator." Jacqueline's hands roamed over the back pockets of Morgan's jeans. "Where are the keys to the store?" "I'd like to lie and say they're in my front pocket, but they're on the counter." Morgan slumped when she let her go. She watched as Jacqueline picked up the keys, locked the door, and flipped the sign around. "Are you closing?" "For a little while, yes." Jacqueline's smile was provocative, and Morgan felt a different kind of warmth sweep over her. "In front of the crickets and all the windows?" Jacqueline took her hand. "I can assure you that the cases of beer in the storeroom won't mind a bit." "You randy rascal," Morgan said as Jacqueline pushed her into the room and closed the door. "There was so much I wanted to do to you last night, but you were so tired when we came in." Jacqueline made quick work of the buttons on Morgan's shirt and pushed her hands away when Morgan tugged on her sweatshirt. "I'm being a little selfish right now. You don't mind, do you?" Morgan's mind scrambled to formulate a witty comeback, but all thought was lost when Jacqueline pushed away her bra. She closed her eyes as Jacqueline's warm mouth teased her nipples. Jacqueline was moving fast as she unzipped Morgan's jeans and pushed them down her hips while she leaned against the wall. Jacqueline was a sexy lover, vocal about what she wanted, and not the least bit timid about doing whatever she wanted. Morgan wasn't always in control, though that was her natural inclination. and she loved it. She moaned softly when Jacqueline's hand slid between her legs. Morgan wrapped one arm around Jacqueline's shoulders as she kissed her and blindly grabbed at the boxes next to her for support. Their breathing was erratic as Jacqueline worked her, the kisses bruising. Morgan turned away as she gasped and held it. The orgasm was intense and left her leaning heavily into Jacqueline. "Make me work for it next time," Jacqueline whispered against her hair with a laugh. "You know me by now. The second is going to come much quicker than the first." "I can do inventory in here until you calm down." Morgan stood a little straighter. "You go ahead and see if you can count." She tugged Jacqueline's shirt off, pleased to see that she'd not bothered putting on a bra. "Are you wearing anything under these sweatpants?" she asked as she ran her hands beneath the waistband. And that answer would be no. "I got dressed in a hurry." Jacqueline sighed as Morgan ran her mouth over her bare skin. Morgan pulled her pants up over her hips and backed Jacqueline to where the cases of beer were stacked knee-high. "No," she said when Jacqueline started to sit. Morgan moved her and took a seat as she jerked Jacqueline's pants to the floor. "You will straddle me, and I'll watch you." Jacqueline kicked off her sneakers and stepped out of the sweatpants. "Anything you want," she said as she pushed Morgan onto her back. "Anything?" Morgan asked against Jacqueline's lips when she leaned down to kiss her. "I'll keep that in mind when we have more room to move around, and a lot more privacy." Jacqueline laughed, then sucked in a breath between her teeth when Morgan's fingers went to work. Morgan loved the feel of her, the smell of her skin, and how wet it made Jacqueline when she touched her. She moved slowly, though Jacqueline's thrusts were insistent. She put a hand on Jacqueline's shoulder and pushed her upright. "Yours won't happen as fast." Jacqueline craned her head back as Morgan filled her. "You give me what I want quickly, but I can't deny that I love making you lose control." Her words tested Morgan's control. So did the sight of Jacqueline's body above her. The muscles in Jacqueline's thighs flexed, as did the ones in her stomach. Morgan seriously doubted that she'd get tired of ever seeing the flush in her fair skin, or the way Jacqueline sounded as she moaned, and each breath that she took came out in a shudder. "Morgan, please," Jacqueline whispered in abandon as she gripped her shoulders. Jacqueline's desperate plea sent a jolt of arousal through Morgan so sharply she almost came just hearing those words.
"Stay with me a little longer,"
she whispered breathlessly. Jacqueline released a whimper as her forehead rested against Morgan's. She wanted to give Jacqueline the release she craved, but she also wanted to keep her suspended in that deliciously torturous moment. "Don't test me. Please don't tease me anymore," Jacqueline begged. Air rushed out of Morgan's lungs as she concentrated on the one place Jacqueline needed her most. Jacqueline shuddered almost immediately, releasing a groan that made Morgan's toes curl. She lay there in wonder as Jacqueline collapsed on top of her, grateful for the experience she was allowed to share with someone she undeniably loved. The words bubbled up inside of her and passed Morgan's lips before she could ponder the significance of her admission. "I'm so in love with you." Breathing heavily, Jacqueline rose up and looked at her. "It's not a rush of adrenaline or emotion out of control, I promise. I just thought you should know because I've been feeling it for a while." "I've been too afraid to admit what I was feeling." Jacqueline looked as though she might cry. "I didn't want you to think I was trying to make you stay if you didn't want to." Morgan smiled as she touched Jacqueline's lips. "I want to." "We can make this work. We have been already. If you'll..." Morgan pressed her fingers against Jacqueline's mouth. "If you feel it, if you love me, I need to hear you say it." "With all my heart," Jacqueline said when Morgan moved her hand away. "I love you. I want to fall asleep next to you every night and wake up with you every morning for the rest of my life." Morgan cocked her head to the side. "Are you asking me to move in with you?" "It's cost-effective," Jacqueline said with a kiss. "I really just want you close." "As they say, home is where the heart is." Morgan grinned. We picked the strangest places to make our milestones. We just confessed our feelings for each other in a storeroom on top of beer. Our first date was in a field with fire ants. I'm kind of afraid to wonder how we'll spend our first anniversary.
Wherever it is, we'll be happy and we'll laugh. I promise that I'll do whatever it takes to keep that smile on your face. Morgan pulled Jacqueline down for a kiss.
You don't have to try. Chapter 34. When Bailey came into work, Morgan and Jacqueline went up to the house hand in hand. Austin regarded them with a look of disgust when they walked into the den.
What's wrong with you?
Jacqueline asked.
Y'all are gross.
Morgan was confused. Because we're holding hands?
No, because no dude wants to know that his parents do it in a storeroom. I couldn't even eat the bag of Skittles I went to get.
Morgan paled when she realized that he'd overheard them, but Jacqueline grinned through her embarrassment.
Sorry, son. I didn't think you'd come in. I guess now is not a good time to talk about Morgan moving in with us.
Austin beamed.
For real?
You okay with that? Morgan asked seriously.
Austin played it cool as he stood. Fine with me, just as long as you soundproof your room, he said as he took off running toward the stairs. Morgan caught him before he hit the first step, and Jacqueline leapt on his back. Sore! I'm very sore! Oh, not kissing! Stop it! Okay, chop chop, we need to move fast. The sky's getting darker. It's going to open up on us at any minute, Jacqueline ordered as Morgan stuffed her bathroom things into a box. Those 2 boxes by the door marked clothes. Is that all you have?
A lot of my stuff didn't fit when I left Atlanta, so I gave it to Goodwill. I could sure use them now, though.
Unlucky for me, she didn't give away her shoes,
Austin grunted as he hefted another box down the hall.
I packed up all the perishable food and put it in my car.
Jacqueline stroked the side of Morgan's face as she packed.
I'm so happy.
Morgan took the time to kiss her, which set Austin off again.
You said we had to hurry, and now y'all are making fish faces.
I'm hurrying. Morgan rolled her eyes. Would you get the box next to the couch? Be careful, my laptop's in it. Jacqueline and Austin shifted into high gear and loaded all of Morgan's boxes into her car and Morgan's Jeep. Morgan tucked the bathroom box under her arm and switched off lights as she walked through the cabin. At the front door, she paused for a second. Dad, if you can hear me, thank you for the cabin. I'll always take good care of it. She smiled, though her heart broke a little bit. And thank you for bringing me here.
Just look at that,
Clarice said with a grin as she, Betsy, and Ida stood at the window in her living room watching the activity at Morgan's place.
Look at what we did.
You know,
Ida began.
Shauna Richard is single, and I know she's lonely. She could be our next project.
Clarice grunted.
I don't know if I'd want to saddle her up with anyone. She'd probably talk the poor soul to death.
Betsy listened to the two as she watched Jacqueline get into her car. Her smile lit up the gloom as thunder sounded overhead. Augie, your baby is happy. Now you can rest, she thought as she watched them pull away from the cabin.
Well, if you can mix up a potion to make 2 people fall in love, maybe you can mix one up that will make Shauna button her lip.
Ida chuckled.
It wouldn't be hard. Just use some glue and make her drink the potion.
Betsy turned from the window. Reed Tozan has been a widower for some time now. He's a very quiet man. Maybe he needs a woman who likes to chat it up.
Hot damn! Clarice, brew up a potion. We have a project,
Ida said excitedly. Later, as they gathered around Clarice's table with joined hands, Clarice uttered the new incantation. May the diarrhea of Shauna's mouth cease, so poor Reed can have some peace. May he look at Shauna with new eyes, and find appealing the thunder in her thighs. Clarice, Betsy said indignantly. But Clarice went on undaunted. May Shauna see the value in that quiet man and joyfully take his hand.
Amen, or whatever, Ida said. Clarice, light us up, old girl.
Chapter 35. A tent had been erected in the parking lot of the lure. Beneath it were 2 long tables, one with food and one where Betsy and Ida were adding place settings. A smaller tent was set up beside it, and someone had run an extension cord into the store that powered a large TV. Most of the men gathered around it and talked sports. Morgan added to the table the sweet potato casserole that Jacqueline had taught her to make earlier that day. Her mouth watered as she looked at the spread that seemed to go on for miles. Everyone who lived on their end of Lakeshore Drive had contributed something, even Chet. But not everyone partook of the special drink marked "not for kids." Morgan knew little about moonshine, but she'd heard that it can make a person go blind, and she was unwilling to test it. Skip did, though, and hit his cup when someone called out a hello to Renee. Morgan had heard Skip talk about his wife, but until then, she'd never laid an eye on her. From the way Skip talked, she expected to see something akin to a feminine version of the Hulk, but the petite redhead with a pretty smile and soft voice stunned her. "You gotta be kidding me," she said as she elbowed Jacqueline. "That's Skip's other half?" Jacqueline looked Renee's way and waved a hello. "That's the tiny terror. She's the breadwinner in that household, and she's rather shy, so no one sees her much. Piss her off, and she will go badger on you in a heartbeat. She's whipped Skip's ass a time or two." There was another face in the crowd that Morgan didn't recognize. She looked to be Austin's age, but not much taller than Renee. Her hair was long and deep brown, and she flipped it back often as she and Austin sat talking away from the others. "Who is she?" Morgan nodded slightly in the girl's direction. Jacqueline turned to hide her smile. "That's Renee's niece, Ariana, and she has blossomed into quite the butterfly. Last summer when she visited, Austin hid from her because he said she looked more like a dude than he did." "She doesn't look like a dude now." "Austin doesn't think so either. Look at his expression, he's all doe-eyed." Morgan grinned as she watched Austin listen with rapt attention to everything Ariana was saying. He laughed every so often and ran a hand through his hair as much as she flicked at hers. "That's downright cute." Maddie and her crew pulled up. Caleb and Dawn shot out of the SUV like rockets, ignoring everyone on their way to Austin, the big cousin. Maddie and Heath said their hellos as they added their dishes to the food table. Maddie walked over and hugged Jacqueline, then threw her arms around Morgan's neck as Heath waved and joined the men. Maddie kept a hold on Morgan's arm. "I hope you enjoyed his family gathering because Christmas is going to be different, and my sister should have already warned you about that." "I was going to give her some of Chet's moonshine before I prepped her. Besides, let's just enjoy this holiday before we start dreading the next," Jacqueline said and turned when Betsy called for her. "Don't scare her away, Madeline." Maddie tugged on Morgan's arm. "Take a walk with me. I've been wanting to talk to you, but I never can seem to get you alone. You've not been in my store since the regatta." Morgan looked back at Jacqueline, who was giving them the eye while Betsy was talking to her. "Don't get me in the doghouse with her, Maddie." Maddie looked behind Morgan and stuck out her tongue at Jacqueline. "My sister will tell you that she doesn't get along with our folks, and that's true. But that's all she'll say. When they get here, she'll be sure to always be around you to make sure my mother doesn't say something caustic to offend you. They disapprove of what they consider Jacqueline's lifestyle choice, and they don't mind making that known. I've known some people who've dealt with that. It's not uncommon. Thanks for the warning, though. I'll be sure to have on my big girl undies when they get here." Maddie led Morgan around the back side of the lore and out onto the dock. "I want to ask a favor of you because I love my sister dearly. Please don't ask me to go against her wishes on something." Maddie stopped and looked Morgan in the eye. "I respect you for that, and despite my teasing, I wouldn't ask that of you. Jacqueline hasn't had a happy Christmas in a long time. She decorates and puts up a tree for Austin's sake, but if she didn't have him, she'd probably blow us all off and hide in New Orleans until the holidays were over. This time of the year is nothing but stressful to her because our parents make it that way." Maddie smiled sardonically. "Everyone seems to think that people get depressed during Christmas because they have no one to share it with. And that may be true in some cases. But I think people get depressed because they're forced to be with their families. You've never known that feeling, have you? My family is very small, but I did want to put my head in the blender when we had to socialize with my sister-in-law's family. And this is your first holiday without your dad. Morgan looked away. Yes, it is. There's a silver lining, though. This is your first with Jacqueline. Morgan smiled and looked back at Maddie. All I ask is that you and Jacqueline make the most of it, and that you don't take it personally when she gets quiet and kind of snappy, because that's what she does. I know it's going to be hard for you, too, and I'm just letting you know that you can talk to me and enlist my help if you need it. Thanks for that, and the warning. Maddie hugged Morgan again. Now you're going to get to see my sister shoot daggers at me with her eyes. It's a look you should get used to and learn to avoid. Make a chocolate offering and back away slowly in case you ever do. Morgan saw the look when she and Maddie returned and was thankful it wasn't aimed at her. No wonder Austin is a good kid. If she looked at me like that, I'd piss my pants and run, she thought as she approached warily. Before she could make it to Jacqueline, Clarice wafted up, wearing something billowy. Morgan tried not to stare at the odd outfit as she smiled.
I was talking to my cats this morning, and they say they miss you at the cabin, especially Spooky, who claims you gave him tuna.
Morgan stared at Clarice blankly and wondered how she knew that. I'll make it a point to visit the cabin more often and reconnect with them.
Come see me when you do. I'd like to introduce you to the rest.
I've met 4. How many do you have?
4 among the living, Clarice said, and 15 that have passed on. I love to watch Long Island Medium, and she once told a woman that her cats, though gone, are still connected with her. I go out once a week to the graves and visit with mine. I'm sure they'd like to meet you as well.
Morgan looked around for Jacqueline, Maddie, anyone who would rescue her. That would be nice, she said, and tried to maintain her smile. Clarice studied her for a moment.
You seem very tense.
Morgan looked for Jacqueline again, hoping to get her attention. What are you doing? She asked when Clarice took both of her hands.
I'm going to teach you how to purge negative energy.
I'm not really negative right now, just hungry and kind of thirsty. Clarice ignored her.
Stretch out your arms, palms up, and look at the sky. Isn't it nice?
She said in a dreamy, almost hypnotic voice.
So blue, so clear. Feel it surrounding you. Feel the tension, the stress leaving your feet, your legs, your body. It flows through your fingertips.
Morgan felt like a complete fool as she stood there, arms outstretched. What are you doing to my girlfriend? Jacqueline asked as she approached. Morgan looked Jacqueline's way, imploring her with her eyes to rescue her.
I'm teaching her to release tension.
Clarice put her finger beneath Morgan's chin.
Head up. Focus on the sky. Jacqueline, you do the same.
I have work to do. Morgan could hear shuffling, and Jacqueline's hand brushed hers as Clarice put her in the same position.
Jacqueline, Augusta, your aura is very dark. You'll benefit from this,
Clarice said firmly. Morgan dropped her arms and looked at Jacqueline. Your middle name's Augusta? How come I didn't know that?
Arms up, chin back,
Clarice ordered.
Wait, we want to purge too,
Betsy called out as she and Ida moved toward them quickly. Morgan and Jacqueline dropped their heads at the same time and grinned at each other.
Is this a line dance?
Maddie asked as she joined them.
We are purging negative energy,
Clarice explained.
Join us, Madeline.
Oh, hell, Skip, Chet yelled. Don't tell me you're into this shit too.
Skip shrugged as he and Renee joined the group.
Ignore the old crow in the wheelchair,
Clarice said with a smile.
Spread out so no one is touching. We don't want to share the negativity. Now, look at the sky, so blue, so beautiful. Lift your arms, palms up, fingers wide. Let the negativity flow up from your feet. Feel it coursing through your body and leaving out through your fingertips.
Skip burped.
I'm so sorry. That beer I drank was negative.
Ignore the flatulence,
Clarice intoned.
There is no shame in releasing whatever is harmful within the body.
Morgan began to tremble with silent laughter and heard Jacqueline release a soft whimper. Knowing that Jacqueline was laughing made it funnier. Morgan took a heaving breath, trying to regain her composure when Maddie broke out in a cackle.
"Oh, don't be mad at me, Clarice,"
she pleaded between fits of laughter. "It's working. I'm happy." Clarice gave up when her pupils began to laugh uncontrollably.
For this meal, we are thankful, Lord. We also thank you for our family gathered here today to share in it, and we thank you for this day of celebration of our freedom. For all these things, we are truly grateful. Amen,
Harlan said. A chorus of amens rang out as the procession along the food table began. Morgan moved along behind Jacqueline with her plate in her hand. Maddie grabbed Caleb's hand as he reached for a roll and used a pair of tongs to get it for him. Keith put a spoon in Dawn's hand, dipped it in a dish, and guided it to her plate. Ida made Chet's plate as he nodded his approval when she held the serving spoon over each dish. Morgan wasn't sure when she'd first felt it. Maybe it was when Betsy came to her house to talk to her when she was unsure about getting involved with Jacqueline. Perhaps it was when Clarice smeared her with the foul-smelling balm. Then again, it could have been the warm looks and hugs she received from the others. But she realized she was truly among family. Her family. She knew then that she'd pick up a saw when someone needed help in their yard. She'd visit Clarice's dead cats. And she'd scoot Chet around in his chair until he was strong enough to stand on his own. Most importantly, she'd watch Austin grow into manhood. And she'd spend her evenings on the back porch, holding Jacqueline's hand. Chapter 36.
"You're just jealous because you want to make fish faces with Ariana,"
Morgan grunted as she tried to avoid Austin putting her in a headlock.
You're so wrong for that. Austin caught her around the waist and threw her down on the couch.
Morgan hooked her leg around his and caused him to fall onto the coffee table. It broke beneath the impact with a loud crack. Jacqueline pursed her lips as she walked into the room and spied two guilty faces peering over the back of the couch.
She did it,
Austin accused, pointing at Morgan. I did, and I'm sorry. I'll get a new one, I promise.
I'll help pay for it. I'll work at the store now that I'm off for the Thanksgiving holiday, Austin offered.
Please don't kill us. Austin's joke didn't sit well with Jacqueline.
Yes, you will. I've warned you both about the roughhousing. Now go outside while I clean up this mess.
I'll clean. Morgan buttoned her lip when the infamous daggers shot out of Jacqueline's eyes. She felt like she was 6 again as she and Austin slinked outside. We are in big trouble, Morgan said. Where can we get another coffee table that's nice?
Skip made that one in his wood shop. It was really sturdy, but one time Logan jumped on it playing air guitar and cracked one of the legs. I glued it, but today it didn't hold.
Morgan looked across the street. Skip's truck wasn't in the driveway. I'll ask him to build another one quickly. Until then, we need to get something to appease her, and I don't think chocolate's gonna do it. She looked across the lake at the Christmas tree stand that was being set up. Hey, do you think they'll sell us a tree even though they aren't open yet?
I'd go into the woods and cut them myself. Mom said those have been down too long and are a fire hazard.
She doesn't go with you? Austin shrugged.
She's not big into it. Let's go hunting,
Morgan said with a gleam in her eye. Jacqueline stood on the front porch, feeling bad for being so angry earlier. Truth was, she didn't like the coffee table that much, but Skip had made it for her, and she felt obligated to keep it. What was troubling her was a case of PMS, and Christmas was approaching. It hovered over her like a dark rain cloud. Morgan hadn't taken her Jeep, and there was no sign of anyone at the cabin. When she checked with Bailey, she hadn't seen them either. Jacqueline chewed the inside of her cheek as she regarded her phone. She was about to call Morgan when something caught her eye in the woods across the street. Morgan was carrying the top of the tree, and Austin was at the back. It was massive.
Hey, I'm sorry that I was so grumpy earlier,
Jacqueline said as they walked into the yard. We're sorry that we broke the table. Austin and I had a long talk in the woods, and we've made a pact to play outside when we want to wrestle. Morgan looked like a child when she said, Look what we've got! Let's order a pizza and spend the evening decorating. It'll be fun.
Okay.
Jacqueline said, allowing some of Morgan's exuberance to wash over her. No matter how much they cut off the base of the pine, it would not fit into the stand that Austin had gotten down out of the attic. When Morgan suggested borrowing Harlan's chainsaw, Jacqueline threw in the towel. Maddie's got a bunch of Christmas stuff in at the store. Let's go shopping for another stand. Austin groaned. Oh, come on, Jacqueline chided. You know how much you love shopping, and we can pick out an ornament between the three of us for this year.
Well, Maddie said when they walked into her crowded store. What a surprise!
We got a really big tree, and it won't fit in our stand. Austin's face flushed red as he avoided looking at Jacqueline. We're going to need more lights, too. We want high tech at a bargain price. Jacqueline looked over at the manger display. Very nice, but I like the one you originally did when you included yourself.
I'll flock you for free. Maddie caught the attention of one of her helpers.
I'm going to the back with these people because they're known to shoplift. Holler if you need me.
Maddie looped her arm around Austin's.
So you went big tree this year? Morgan did, and she picked one in the middle of a briar patch. I still have thorns in my jeans. Morgan shrugged. You know what they say, big tree, warm heart. Jacqueline grabbed a cart and winked at Morgan. Want a ride? Don't tease, because I'll get in there. Morgan's shoes skidded on the cement floor as she came to an abrupt stop. These are cool, she said, eyeing a box of tube lights. We could line the front walk. Jacqueline bit the inside of her cheek before asking, You, want to decorate the outside, too? Can we? I haven't done it since I was a kid. You've got those big junipers on either side of the porch, and they'd look great lit up. Morgan looked like a kid again, hugging the box of tube lights, her eyes big and beseeching. Austin, Jacqueline said with resignation, do me a favor and go get another cart. When Morgan was excited, Austin got excited. They went through the store like two tornadoes. The carts were filled with lights, plastic candy canes, a lighted reindeer with mechanical bobbing head, and ornaments galore. Jacqueline stood back, watching them with a wistful smile. When Austin was young, he got really excited about Christmas. But once the Santa myth was dispelled, he lost some of his enthusiasm. Morgan had regressed to a child around 7 years old and had taken him with her. They giggled and pushed the buttons on every animated singing deer, elf, and Santa. As Jacqueline watched them, she realized that she had allowed the fun and magic of the holiday to be stolen from her. Her gaze fell upon an angel with its plastic hands folded. Her grandmother had always put one on the peak of the house, and to Jacqueline, it seemed to look down on her with its smile, and she felt she was in its favor. She ran her hand over the blonde head and picked it up. Did you order these? She asked with a sidelong glance at Maddie. I always have, you never noticed. Put her in the basket, sis. Jacqueline did, and smiled. Thank you. She looked back at Austin. No tinsel, anything else but that. Why not? Because it's dangerous. The cat could choke on it. Morgan looked up from the wreath she was holding. We have a cat? No, but I'll get one. Jacqueline rolled her eyes. Okay, it clogged my vacuum cleaner. Austin made a face and exchanged the tinsel for a Grinch ornament and put it in the cart. Okay. Morgan eyed the haul. I think we've done enough damage to my credit card. Let's get home and put all this stuff up. Maddie grabbed one of the carts. Austin, follow me to the express checkout. Instead of going to the front of the store, Maddie headed toward the back. Jacqueline grabbed her sleeve. I know what you're doing, and I'm paying for this stuff. Maddie spoke lowly. Do you think I want half the town to see the discount I'm going to give you? Hush and follow. When they were all in the back of the store, Maddie closed the doors. Morgan, why don't you and Austin go get the car? Jacqueline can get the car because I'm paying for this. It was my idea to go all out. I'd like to talk to my sister alone for a minute. I promise I won't let her pay for anything. Morgan scratched the back of her neck as she looked around. How exactly are you going to ring it up back here? Morgan, have you ever seen me mad? Before Morgan could reply, Maddie said, You don't want to. Trust me. Now please do as I asked, because I've got a flocking machine that will blow the hair off your head. Morgan jutted her chin. I'll go, But I will pay you for all of this one way or the other, and you can flock me up if you want to. Come on, Austin."
"Don't take her money," Jacqueline said after they walked out.
"And let me tell you one, you aren't going to tell me jack shit," Maddie said forcefully. "If I need a gallon of milk or eggs or anything else, I just walk into your store and take it." Maddie raised her voice when Jacqueline tried to speak. "More importantly, I want to do this. It's exciting for Morgan, and as much as you try to hide it, it's making you happy too. This is your first Christmas together. Light up that house like Vegas." "And it makes me happy," Maddie admitted with a softer tone. "This is an early Christmas present to me because I get to see you happy this time of year for a change. Take these things, please, and enjoy them," she said as her eyes misted.
Jacqueline stared at her for a moment.
"Well, that speech was Golden Globe worthy."
"I know! Did you like the tears I added at the end? I really had myself going there for a second. Now take this shit and go. We'll square up later."
Chapter 37.
Pizza had to be delivered because Morgan couldn't take the time to wait on it. She had a slice hanging out of her mouth as she and Austin strung the lights on the tree. It wasn't cold enough for a fire, but Jacqueline lit one anyway to add to the atmosphere and opened all the windows and doors. She picked up an ornament, eager to put it on the tree. "Hey," Morgan said as she waved her pizza slice at her. "We aren't finished stringing the lights here. Take a bite and relax." Jacqueline grinned as she bit into the pizza.
"Can we put the angel up tonight?"
"Oh, baby, we're going to put it all up tonight. I plan to blind Skip and Renee."
"I'm going to go make coffee since we're obviously going to be awake until dawn."
Jacqueline went into the kitchen and smiled at the container of cinnamon sticks that Morgan had put on the counter and the gingerbread man cookie cutters. Morgan's Christmas fever was getting contagious. Jacqueline could feel it welling inside of her. If she would have had the ingredients for gingerbread, she would have baked up a batch of cookies.
"We're hung,"
Austin called out with a giggle. Jacqueline rolled her eyes and shook her head as she went back into the den. The tree was lit up, and multicolored lights filled the boughs.
"It's beautiful,"
she said with a sigh.
"Can we decorate now?"
Morgan lay on the couch with Jacqueline curled up against her with her head on her shoulder. They laughed softly at the pictures on Morgan's phone as she thumbed through them. Austin on a ladder, stringing lights on one of the junipers. Morgan with a slice of pizza hanging out of her mouth as she hung an ornament on the tree. The angel lit up on the roof, smiling down at them. There were many others to look at, but Morgan felt her eyes growing heavy. "These are our memories of our first Christmas together," she said as she set the phone aside. "I'm going to make them into a slideshow on my computer."
"That's a good idea."
Jacqueline stared at the tree, wondering what presents to get for Morgan.
"Do you remember what your favorite all-time present was when you were a child?"
"Oh, yeah. It was a motocross bike with knobby tires. I stuffed a chicken bucket between the fender and the tire, and it made a sound kind of like a motorcycle when it rubbed against the knobbies." Jacqueline chuckled.
"I could see you doing that. Mine was a BB gun, a pump rifle. I wouldn't shoot at squirrels like Skip did. I couldn't kill them. And Skip's dad made him clean and eat every one he shot. He still doesn't eat squirrel to this day."
Jacqueline yawned.
"I shot the hell out of some cans, though. Grandma gave me that gun because my mom wouldn't buy me one. She wanted me to be interested in dolls and board games like all the other girls. I really blew her mind one year when I asked for a trip to Fiji."
"Fiji?" Morgan asked with a laugh.
"I saw pictures of it once in a magazine. I dreamed of living in the little huts built over the water far away from my folks. One day, when money grows on trees, we'll go there,"
Jacqueline said with a smile. "Deal." Morgan stroked her back. "Maddie told me about your parents and how stressful it is for you when they're here."
"I don't understand them. I could never be that way toward Austin, but maybe that's because I know how it feels to be disapproved of."
"Regardless, you'd never do that to him. My mom died before I knew who I was. I wonder a lot how she would have reacted. I really don't know because I don't remember her all that much. I'd like to think she would have accepted me just the way I am. I used to work with a guy named Kevin, and his parents booted him out of the house when he came out. Maybe they think it's tough love, and if they make it hard, their kids will walk the straight line, so to speak, and then it could boil down to embarrassment. They think they've ruined us somehow, and everyone will know they're not good parents. Maddie seems to think the latter. I pretty much stopped wondering, and now I'm just bitter. I have to let it go because it's doing me no good, and they certainly don't care. Jacqueline rose up on her elbow and gazed down at Morgan. I have you, though, and for the first time in a while, I'm looking forward to Christmas morning. I look forward to every morning with you. Morgan grinned. Was that corny? Yeah, but I love it, Jacqueline said with a laugh as she kissed her. Good morning, by the way. It's 2 a.m. We finished sooner than I thought we would. Can we sleep here like this and doze off looking at the tree? Jacqueline kissed her again. Anything you want is fine with me. Chapter 38. The days flew by in a whirlwind. Morgan took off work during the week and did her private Christmas shopping, and Jacqueline did the same. Austin became secretive and wouldn't let anyone in his room, but he was often seen climbing the stairs with tools and sometimes wrapping paper. Jacqueline taught Morgan how to bake gingerbread men, and there was always a plate of fresh ones sitting on the counter. They all took turns biting them and leaving the poor little guys on the plate without heads or appendages. The town of White Oak Lake was festooned in brilliant colors. Nearly every house on the lake was decorated in lights. Even the shallow end of the lake behind the store was sporting a Cajun Santa and a sleigh being pulled by alligators. Morgan stood out on the dock early one morning, admiring it all, as she sipped her coffee with worry brewing in the pit of her stomach. She'd not told Brad about Jacqueline, and he had no idea that she was no longer living in the cabin. They'd talked many times, but Morgan had neglected to tell him about the love of her life, mainly because she was afraid he wouldn't believe her. She didn't want anyone telling her it was too soon for her to be so involved, nor did she want to discuss that her new career was working at a bait store. She simply didn't want to be put in a position to defend what she knew was right for her, which was why she and Celeste had barely spoken at all. But she'd not told Jacqueline about any of this either, and she knew she should have done it sooner. To let it drag out this long, she knew, would translate to Jacqueline that she was ashamed of their relationship, or she didn't expect it to last. And now, there were 3 days left before Christmas. Morgan sighed as she dialed Brad's number. He answered immediately. You never call this early, what's wrong? Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you. I just need to talk to you for a few minutes. Do you have time? Plenty. I'm sitting on the interstate at a dead stop. Traffic as usual in Baton Rouge. Talk to me. I've met someone pretty special. That's great news. Will I meet her at Christmas? Oh, yeah, Morgan said with a laugh. You'll be having Christmas dinner at her house. Is that okay? Well, yeah, that's fine. Hell, I've dragged you to the Waverly place with me a few times. I owe you. Is that why you sound so nervous? Did you think I'd be pissed? Not about that. The relationship is serious. I'm, not living at the cabin anymore. Where are you living? Her house next to the lore. Her name is Jacqueline Wyatt. Whoa, Brad said slowly. What took you so long to tell me? I was afraid that you'd think I'd moved too fast. I know I've made the right decision, and I know I found what I've been looking for. We've always looked out for each other, especially now that Dad's gone. And I figured you'd just worry about me. She's the blonde that's at the store all the time, isn't she? Yes. Brad started to laugh. The minute Tanya saw her, she said she was gay, and I didn't believe her. Are you happy? Very. She's amazing. I've laughed more in this last couple of months than I have in my life. She's my other half. She just fits perfectly. I don't know any other way to explain it. I think you'll understand when you get here. What about work? Have you found a job there? We work together at the lore. Brad cleared his throat. You're working at a bait shop. And loving every minute of it. Well, what can I say? I'm happy for you. If this is what you want to do, then I say do it. I need you to mean that.
I'm shocked, Morgan, I am. This is so out of character for you. If you're truly happy, then I will be too, after I get over the shock.
Morgan looked back up at the house. How long is that going to take?
Well, I don't know, but I won't be a dick when I get there.
I have the cabin all spiffy, and I set up a tree. We'll spend some time together, I promise. Oh, and I forgot to mention she has a son. He's 14, and I'm crazy about him, too.
Okay,
Brad said with a sigh.
This I have to see. We may have to come in a day early so I can observe you in your new natural habitat.
Come any time. I can't wait to see you and Tanya.
I'll let you know what I can work up. I am happy for you, and I won't deny having you an hour and a half away is a big bonus.
I love you.
Love you too. I'll call you tonight and let you know if we can get there earlier. I want to meet Jacqueline and her son, and spend a little time with you.
Bailey was out of school for the holidays and was minding the store. Morgan knew Jacqueline would be down soon to check on her, and she decided to seize the opportunity while Austin was still asleep. Jacqueline walked out onto the porch just as Morgan was coming up the steps.
You're up early on a day off,
Jacqueline said with a warm smile.
I missed snuggling with you.
I missed you too. Is there any chance we can just go back to bed?
What do you have in mind?
Jacqueline asked seductively.
Morgan tried to keep her expression neutral.
To talk? I need to explain something to you.
Sit with me, then.
Jacqueline backed up to the porch swing. Morgan sat beside Jacqueline and met her worried gaze. I love you, and I'm so incredibly proud of you and Austin. She swallowed hard. But I hadn't told my brother about you, about our living arrangements, until this morning. Jacqueline asked the most obvious question.
Why?
I moved here in late October, and before Christmas, I'm in love and living with you. I've taken a lot of crap from Celeste about it, and I know Brad won't believe how happy I am, how right this is, until he sees it for himself.
Celeste doesn't approve?
It was getting worse with every word Morgan said, but she was in too deep to stop. When I first told her that I was interested in you, she advised me against pursuing anything. She thought I had been through too much and I was just reaching out for comfort. Morgan shook her head. But the more I got to know you, I realized you were the one I was always looking for. Please don't look at me that way. I can't stand knowing that I hurt you. We are two halves of a whole. I know that with all my heart. It was a touchy subject for Jacqueline, and ill-timed. She'd already admitted that her parents didn't approve of her, and though she'd never met Celeste, she'd heard Morgan speak of her often, and she was another person who didn't approve. Her voice shook as she asked,
Is there anything else you need to tell me?
Celeste's theory that Stanton would offer Morgan her job back flittered through her mind. But if that was his intention, Morgan felt sure that he would have contacted her by now. Regardless, her mind was made up. She was staying with Jacqueline. No. Jacqueline looked away.
I worry sometimes. What Celeste has said about you having been through a lot.
What I've told you is the truth. But the only way you're really going to know it for sure is to spend each day with me and see how committed I am to you. I've never been happier, and I know I'm in love with you. I was devastated when I came here and felt totally lost. But maybe that's what it took for me to realize that my life wasn't complete. And now I know it is here with you and Austin, and nothing and no one will change my mind about that. Jacqueline burrowed into Morgan's arms.
Thank you for telling me. I wish you would have done it sooner.
I wish I would have too. Morgan kissed the top of her head. I'd do just about anything to keep from hurting you. What I want most is to sit here on this porch and to grow old with you. We'll watch Austin get married and we'll play with our grandkids. Then we'll send them back when they get on our nerves. Morgan squeezed Jacqueline tight when she laughed softly. I know you love me. I see it when you look at me. I hope you see it in my eyes, and if you don't, then I need to know.
I do see it.
I'm just a little needy right now. Good, because I've been needy since we met, and I feel like a weenie. What did Brad say when you told him? Wow. But after we talked for a while, he said he was happy for me, and he wants to meet you in Austin and see me in my natural habitat. I think it'll take him less than 5 minutes to realize that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. I haven't told my parents about you either, Jacqueline admitted. But we don't talk. Our communication is through Maddie, and I'm sure she's already said something to them. That's a different circumstance altogether, and I understand why you wouldn't just call them and say, "Hey, I have a new lesbian lover, and she's living under my roof." Well, this is the next step in a relationship, meeting the family. No offense, but I'm glad we're doing it all at once. After the holidays, we can just go on living as we have been. Happy. Morgan kissed the top of Jacqueline's head. I'm happy now. Chapter 39. That afternoon, a dark cloud descended on White Oak Lake in the form of a Winnebago. Perhaps Jacqueline imagined it, but the wind seemed to grow colder when Maddie called her with the news. They're here, she said in imitation of the girl in the movie Poltergeist. They stopped by the store on the way in. I'm ready. I have on my emotional armor. It's only for a week or so, right? Well, that's a mighty positive attitude you're sporting there, Jack. Mom is directing Dad as he's backing into the driveway. He just ran over one of Mom's garden gnomes, and she's flapping around like a chicken, trying to wave him off. Oh, the trellis. I don't know if I can sit here and watch the carnage of lawn ornaments. For the very first time, I truly appreciate those binoculars. It's nice to observe one of their arguments at a distance. Mom is stomping her foot and pointing at what's left of her garden. They're never there. The plants are all dead and it's full of weeds. I don't see why she cares. It's probably because Dad paid no mind to her directing. Dad just kicked the headless gnome. He's limping into the house. What's Mom doing? She's still out in the yard with a full-on rant going. I don't think she noticed that Dad went inside. Whoa, wait, neighbors are coming out. Mom is shifting into another gear. Fake smile, overemphasized laugh. I don't act like that, do I? Only when you nail yourself to something. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. I'm putting the binoculars away now. They've stopped ruining stuff and fighting. I've grown bored. Oh, wait, there you are on the porch. Wave to me. Jacqueline shuddered the finger. Maddie watching? Morgan asked as she walked out. Jacqueline nodded, then laughed when Morgan turned her ass to Maddie's house and jerked her pants down. Oh, tell her to tan that thing. My retinas are burning. I like it just the way it is, Jacqueline said with a wink at Morgan. So I'll prepare for an unexpected drop-in because I know they'll want to see Austin. Invariably, they'll get pissed off at my new living arrangements, and I won't have to see them again until Christmas at your house. That's the spirit. The surprise visit occurred later that afternoon as Morgan and Jacqueline were making dinner. Jacqueline wrapped her arms around Morgan's waist and put her hands on top of Morgan's as she chopped a bell pepper. Little chunks like this. I'm going to cook them down with the pork chops, and if the chunks of pepper are small, you get just enough flavor in every bite. Who taught you to cook? Grandma. She made the fluffiest biscuits. You would have loved them. I love yours, and I'd like to fluff your biscuits right now, Morgan said as she dropped the knife and turned in Jacqueline's arms. They were enjoying a kiss when someone rapped on the back door. Jacqueline felt like a kid again caught doing something bad when she saw her mother's face in the window. Austin! She called out as she went to the door and opened it. A brilliant move on her part, because neither of her folks were fully in the door before Austin was on them. Lord, you have grown. We saw you a few months ago and you were just a boy. Now you look like a grown man. Just look at him, Cliff. Looking good there, sport. Cliff gave Austin a big hug. Morgan watched as Jacqueline's mother embraced her. That was all Morgan could consider it, because it wasn't the robust hug that she'd seen her give Austin. Her father did at least kiss Jacqueline's cheek. It saddened Morgan to watch, because she'd never known that kind of disinterest from her father. Jacqueline and Maddie favored their mother. They'd inherited the light hair and skin from her and some facial features. But it was obvious she lacked their warmth. She fawned over Austin, but to Morgan, It didn't seem genuine. Jacqueline's father was tall, a head taller than Austin. His eyes were deep-set and dark beneath a head full of salt and pepper hair. Morgan was willing to bet, despite his size, he bent to his wife's will on just about everything. "Hey, I want y'all to meet Morgan. She was my partner for the regatta, and we won," Austin said excitedly. Jacqueline's mother cast a dull-eyed glance at Morgan. "Maddie told us. We were so excited for you." "Mom, Dad, this is Morgan Chesson," Jacqueline said and looked at Morgan. "My parents, Liz and Cliff." "Nice to meet you," Morgan said, to which they nodded. She kept her position at the counter and doubted from the looks they gave her that they'd want to shake her hand. "I wish you all could have seen us," Austin said, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the room. "Morgan bought a bookcase I thought would make a perfect knot boat, and we became partners." Austin sidled up to Morgan and threw an arm over her shoulders. "She was totally awesome, wore a deerskin and a Viking hat like me. We were the best-looking crew out there." "Well, that's really terrific, son," Cliff said with a smile and turned his attention to Jacqueline. "You decorated the house, I see, and put the angel back up." "Morgan talked her into it," Austin said. "We went to Aunt Maddie's and filled 2 carts with stuff. We had a blast." "Hey, that reminds me. I've got an early Christmas present for you in the car. Why don't you come on out with me?" Austin was all grins as he followed his grandfather out the door. Morgan wished that Liz would have gone with them, but she stayed, and the pleasant expression she wore for Austin vaporized. "Do you two know what you're doing?" Jacqueline folded her arms. "About what?" "He's obviously very attached to her," Liz shot back as though Morgan wasn't in the room. Jacqueline's voice was very cool when she said, "Yes, he is. I think it's really sweet." She moved closer to Morgan. "It's important to me that they've bonded because Morgan lives here. It's a permanent arrangement, didn't Maddie tell you?" "No, she left that tidbit out. You're a mother. Your first priority should be your son." "He is," Morgan interjected. "That's one of the reasons I love her so much." Jacqueline glanced at Morgan and smiled. Liz kept her focus on Jacqueline. "And you think it's healthy for an impressionable boy to be raised in this atmosphere?" "Obviously. Look, don't think that you can wander the country for months at a time, then come back here for a few days and dictate how I should live my life. Frankly, if you lived here, you still wouldn't have that kind of latitude." Liz's eyes narrowed as her jaws sagged. "He is my grandson. Part-time when you decide to breeze into town. But Austin is my son all the time, and how I choose to raise him is my business. The impression you're making on him is that it's okay to—" "Don't start. We've been down that road 1,000,000 times, and we aren't going to argue. Turn a blind eye for the holidays, then you can wander off again and forget all about us here like you normally do." Incensed, Liz stalked out the back door and slammed it behind her. Jacqueline stared after her with her eyes narrowed and her jaw set. "I'm sorry you had to see that," Jacqueline said lowly. "I didn't think you could do anything to impress me more, but you just did." "They're here!" Ida stared out of Clarice's living room window. "Dick and Jane, or as I like to call them, Dick and Dick."
"I hope they're at least civil this year," Betsy said worriedly. "I don't know what happened to Cliff. He was so nice before."
"Before her." "He's a weak man if he'll let his wife turn him against his own child." Ida returned to the table and sat. "Personally, I'd like to take a chunk out of Liz Wyatt's ass. And I just might."
"I could whip up a brew that might do that. Or at least it would take the edge off of those two,"
Clarice said with a smile. Ida shook her head. "Liz would never drink anything you made. She's too highfalutin for that."
"She'll drink it," Clarice said with a smile. "Betsy, it's time to give Maddie a call."
Chapter 40. Jacqueline's stomach twisted into knots as she and Morgan waited at the cabin for Brad and Tanya to arrive. After giving it much thought, she understood why Morgan was so hesitant to tell her brother how far their relationship had progressed. It had moved very fast, but the last couple of months had been the best she'd ever had. Morgan was the perfect partner, a true partner in every sense of the word. She was diligent about taking care of things at the store. It was such a luxury to have someone to help with the daily chores, and she took good care of Austin. But the nights, those were the most spectacular. In the evenings, they'd sit together on the porch, wrapped in a blanket, talking about everything that crossed their minds. Jacqueline felt that she could tell Morgan anything, and knew she'd be understood. And their sex life was off the charts. They would love each other until neither of them could move. Jacqueline gazed at Morgan as she paced around, straightening things that had already been straightened. She'd never dreamed she could love someone so much. At times, it was frightening. Could anyone be allowed to be this happy? She wondered as she studied Morgan's profile and prayed nothing would mess it up. I love you. The tense lines on Morgan's face disappeared as she turned and looked at Jacqueline. I love you too. She walked over, took Jacqueline's face in both hands, and kissed her sweetly. Everything is going to be okay. We'll survive this family stuff, and as you say, we'll begin the new year happy and content. Morgan's eyes narrowed as she straightened. They're here. I hear the gravel crunching. Jacqueline stood on the porch as Morgan leapt onto the driveway. When Brad climbed out of the truck, they hugged each other as though 20 years had passed. Jacqueline smiled as Brad showered Morgan's face with kisses, then hugged her again. He pushed her away and looked her over from head to toe. You look fantastic. I can't remember the last time I saw your hair on your collar. I haven't found a place that I trust to cut it. And I've been busy, Morgan said as she toyed with a lock of it. Eating? You've been busy eating. You look so healthy now. You were way too skinny before. So I've been told, Morgan said with a grin as she glanced at Jacqueline. Don't mind me, just a pregnant woman wandering the woods alone. Morgan pulled Tanya into her arms as she walked up. Brad moved toward the porch as Jacqueline came down the steps. So, you're the lore of White Oak Lake, he said with a twinkle in his eyes. It's so nice to meet you, Jacqueline. He pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Nice to meet you, too. I'm so glad you're here. Jacqueline enjoyed the warm embrace as it dispelled a lot of the tension she'd had in anticipation of meeting him. This is my wife, Tanya, he said with an arm around Jacqueline's shoulders. The bump on her stomach is Jacob. I'm sure he's waving right now. It's great to meet you, Tanya, Jacqueline said with a smile as Tanya hugged her. Nice to properly meet you, too. I remember you from the store when Brad and I were here prepping the cabin for Morgan. Yeah, well, we didn't do this, Brad said, waving a hand at the yard. It looks better than it did when Dad was keeping it up. You have our extended family to thank for that. Morgan pointed at the houses across the street. They were the ones that did all the work. I look forward to introducing you to them. For now, let's get your stuff inside, then we'll go down to the house because Jacqueline made lunch. Food, yes, Tanya said with a laugh. I haven't had anything in like 20 minutes and I'm starving. Morgan hummed happily as she cut the cords holding the bundles of firewood they had for sale in front of the store. She hadn't had a chance to talk to Brad alone, but he seemed to have gotten over his shock. He and Jacqueline talked about fishing, and Jacqueline had given him directions to her favorite hot spots where she always caught fish. Brad and Tanya were smitten with Austin, who even took them up to his room to show them the secret he'd been working on. Things were going so much better than she expected. She was about to pick up a bundle of wood when her phone rang. Morgan patted her pockets until she found her phone and noticed a number she didn't recognize on the ID. Hello? Morgan Chazon? Yes? This is Garrett Healy. Morgan's eyes widened. She'd seen the district manager only a few times during the rare occasions when he came to their office. Usually, he'd say his hellos to the minions, then spend the day with Stanton. Hello, Mr. Healy. Have I caught you at an inconvenient time? No, Morgan said as she leaned against a post. She'd given up on hearing from Stanton, but to get a call from his boss was a shock. I was wondering if we could meet with you after the holiday. We're doing some restructuring at Menagerie, and we'd like you on the team as purchasing manager. Would you be willing to come to Atlanta and discuss that position with us? Morgan leaned heavier into the post. Purchasing manager was Stanton's title. You've caught me by complete surprise, she said as she began to ponder what sort of salary difference that would mean.
We were aware of the quality of your work, and the ability you had to manage your people. We weren't aware of Dave Stanton's plans to lay you off until after it happened. We'd like you back, Ms. Chessall. Plain and simple.
There was a time that Morgan longed to hear those words. The shock robbed her of the ability to think properly. She looked up at the house she now called home. Mr. Healy, I'm overwhelmed at the moment. I should tell you that I have a job, and I can't...
We're willing to negotiate. That's why we'd like to meet with you. I understand that I've caught you unprepared.
Atlanta. When?
The day after Christmas. We'll have to move relatively fast on this.
Morgan looked up at the house again and swallowed hard. I'm sorry, Mr. Healy, but I can't. I'm employed, and I have obligations. Healy sounded like he expected the response.
You've been caught off guard. I understand that. Take some time to consider the offer, and call me back. I'm calling you from my cell phone. Now you have my personal number. After you've had time to think things over, call me. Say you'll do that.
I'll give it some thought.
Very good. Merry Christmas. I look forward to talking to you.
Morgan felt lightheaded as she slipped her phone back into her pocket. Had she turned, she would have seen Betsy standing nearby. She'd seen Morgan in front of the store and had walked over to see if everything was going okay. She stood mute as Morgan hefted the wood and began up the hill to the house. Betsy turned around and moved as fast as her little legs would carry her. We have a big problem, Betsy said as she crashed through Clarice's back door. Cats scattered everywhere, and Clarice nearly jumped out of her skin. I think Morgan may have just been offered a job in Atlanta.
I'm glad I came in a day early,
Brad said as he cast his line.
I haven't been fishing in ages. It was really nice of that Chet fellow to loan us his boat.
Yeah, it was, Morgan said distractedly as she stared out at the water.
Austin could have come with us, you know?
Jacqueline wanted us to have some time alone together. Maybe after Christmas we can... Brad stared at Morgan, waiting for her to finish the sentence.
Are you okay?
Morgan shook her head as she continued to stare off into the distance. I got a call earlier today from Garrett Healy. He's a Top Gun at Menagerie. He offered me Stanton's job.
That's huge. Congratulations.
Morgan didn't share in the enthusiasm.
Oh,
Brad said lowly.
That's bad. Have you considered that she might go with you?
She might, but I could never take her from here. She grew up in White Oak. All her family ties are here. Austin would have to be uprooted. Morgan shook her head. It's too much.
Okay. How about if you worked during the week and came in on the weekends?
Morgan smiled ruefully. Dad and I talked about that once. He basically did the same thing when we were kids, and he had a lot of regrets. He said we grew up before he knew it.
Morgan,
Brad began gently.
This situation is different. I know you love Austin, but he isn't your son, and you're talking about a huge opportunity here.
He is my son. I love him, and I can't imagine being away from him, and especially Jacqueline. I've been sitting here thinking about all the ways I could have it all, and that's just not possible. What it boils down to is my life here, or a job in Atlanta. They're offering me Stanton's job, and he probably has no clue. It's a cutthroat business. They replaced me once, and they very well could do it again. Then I will have given up everything to be right back where I started when I came here.
Maybe they're promoting Stanton. Morgan shook her head and looked down at her hands.
He could barely handle the department when I was there. I doubt he's headed anywhere but the unemployment line.
What are you going to do?
Morgan met Brad's gaze. What would you do? Say you were in the same position, and it was Tanya.
That's not fair. We've been together since high school. There's no comparison.
But you love her. Brad sighed as he reeled his line in.
Morgan, this is a monumental decision, and I can't help you make it. All I can promise is that I'll support you whatever decision you make.
Tanya sighed and giggled as she looked at a picture of Austin grinning with yams covering his cheeks and mouth. How old was he when this was taken? 2.5. Jacqueline handed her another photo of Austin asleep in his toy box. Tanya smiled as she looked at it. I know you probably hear this a lot, but you look so much alike. It's hard to believe you didn't give birth to him. What's it like? I mean, is it scary to have something so precious totally dependent on you? You worry that you're gonna screw up, but another instinct just takes control. Jacqueline shrugged. You just love him so much that it tempers the fear somehow. My stomach turns at the thought of him driving one day. That's coming in a couple of years. Knowing that I'll have to watch him drive off by himself just frazzles my nerves. Morgan says she's going to tail him everywhere he goes. Tanya leaned her head against the couch and smiled at Jacqueline. She's good with him. They're very close, aren't they? Extremely. They took to each other so fast. When you're a single parent, it's so difficult to date because it's not just you. The person you choose to have in your life has to be good for your child, too. I'd pretty much given up on finding anyone who would be good enough for Austin. And along came Morgan. I couldn't ask for any better. Brad and I sat up many a night wondering why Dad left Morgan the cabin. When Brad was younger, he spent a lot of weekends here. We just thought he'd get it. Dad never said anything to us about it. We just found it in the will after he died. Tanya shrugged. Brad was a little hurt, but when Morgan's life turned upside down, he was thankful she had a place to retreat to. I know it's silly to think this way, she said with a smile. But I like to think that Dad led her here because he knew she'd be happy. Tanya's eyes went wide. Oh, little kick, she said as she patted her stomach. If you were to have met Morgan a year ago, you wouldn't be able to recognize her now. I can tell you, she'd never have gone out on a boat with her brother. When she visited us, she was either on her phone or her laptop. When you talked to her, she was mentally somewhere else. Her face was so full of lines that she actually looks younger now. This place, you and Austin are good for her. Thanks, Jacqueline said with a genuine smile. I needed to hear that. Chapter 41.
Jacqueline, I love you.
Oh, damn, Jacqueline yawned as she made Christmas Eve breakfast. What do you want, Maddie? Are you stuck to something again?
No. I'm mopping up sewer water in my bathroom. The toilet's overflowed when I ran the washer this morning. He thinks there's a clog in the main.
You need to come over and shower.
Yes. Jack, if he can't get the line repaired, we may have to do Christmas dinner at your place.
Jacqueline's eyes flew open wide. She was fully awake then. What?
You ever try to get a plumber out to your house on Christmas Eve? If Heath can't get the line cleared, then no one will be able to use the bathroom here. Mom doesn't want to have it at her house because she says it's too small.
Jacqueline had been looking forward to spending the least amount of time possible at Maddie's, then going home to peace and quiet. Having dinner at her house meant they'd have to start cooking early in the morning to give the turkey the time it needed. That meant Maddie would be over early, and so would their mother.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. It's not like you stuffed towels down the toilet to avoid having it at your house. Or did you?
No, but I can tell you that I've taken a lot of heat off of you already. Mom's been over here bitching constantly. I don't keep a heavy enough hand on the kids. I don't wear enough makeup to make myself look presentable. I don't keep the house clean enough. I'm thinking about jumping the fence and getting myself a woman so she'll avoid me too. I got the gay toe, remember?
Tell her to kiss your ass. That'll do it.
Yeah, she said you basically told her to do just that, but I don't have the balls you have. I do have good news, though. They're leaving the day after Christmas to go to Texas. Apparently, Gail has shacked up with some guy, and they're going to visit him.
They should have done that in the first place and left us in peace, Jacqueline snapped bitterly. Okay, So you'll be here around 6 with the turkey?
No, I'll put that in the oven at my place, but I'll come over around 9 to prepare the other dishes. Mom will want to help because I don't do it right, so I'll tell her to be there at 11, Maddie said with a chuckle.
All right. I'll see you then.
I really do love you, Jack.
Yeah, I love you too. Shut up. Jacqueline grinned as she ended the call and set the phone aside. Later, she would go to the store and find that bottle of bourbon she kept out for Morgan when she had anxiety. You come up with anything about the job offer? Brad asked later when he and Morgan were standing outside.
I haven't discussed it with Jacqueline, so keep your voice down. Morgan glanced back at the porch. I'm not taking it. Morgan, I'm happy here. I don't want to argue the point. He opened his mouth to say something else and snapped it shut as Austin and Skip approached.
Hey, man, you ready to get them ducks? Skip asked with his shotgun slung over his shoulder. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out in the swamp.
Brad looked at Morgan.
Sure you don't want to come?
Positive, and I hope y'all don't see a single duck. I'll check on Tanya when she wakes up from her nap. Skip shook his head.
Oh, man, don't jinx us, Morgan. My Renee loves to cook duck. You can still come out to the blind with us. It's nice out there.
Is there a TV heater recliner?
Oh, you a pansy, eh? Go back inside, baby, and suck your thumb.
I will, Morgan said, and I'll be comfortable, unlike you morons traipsing off into the marsh. She put a hand on Austin's shoulder. You be careful, bud, and take care of my baby brother. Morgan went back inside and found Jacqueline sitting on the couch, staring at the tree.
I've been thinking, Jacqueline said when Morgan sat next to her. We're not going to have a whole lot of time alone over the next 24 hours, and I'd like to give you one of my gifts in private.
Morgan grinned as she asked, Is it sexual in nature?
You got one of the words right.
Jacqueline set a small box on Morgan's leg.
Open it.
Morgan ripped into it with no regard for the ribbon or bow Jacqueline had carefully put on the gift. Where did you find this? She studied the small glass medallion on a silver chain.
I had it made. Inside are petals from the goldenrod field where we had a first date. Want me to put it on you?
Not yet. Morgan held it up to the light. It's beautiful. Is that? She looked closer. Is that an ant? Jacqueline began to laugh as Morgan pulled her close. This is an awesome gift. I'll always treasure it, she said seriously. Now you can put it on me. Jacqueline took it from Morgan and clasped it around her neck.
When you see it or feel it, you'll always think of me.
I'll always think of you anyway. Morgan kissed her and got up. Now you have to open one of mine. She set a large box on Jacqueline's lap and watched with a grin as Jacqueline tore into it to reveal another box gift-wrapped.
Oh, you're a shit. I started to do the same with yours, but you always sneaked up on me.
Jacqueline opened 3 more boxes and pulled out an envelope with a curious gaze. Her face went blank when she pulled a brochure from the envelope. I can change the dates if necessary since it's booked so far in advance. I hope you'll forgive me for being cheap and giving you a Christmas and birthday gift all in one because that's when we're going to Fiji.
Morgan, this...
Jacqueline's eyes watered as she looked at the picture of the cabanas over the water.
It's way too expensive.
I still have my savings in case we need it for emergencies. I paid for this when I got my profit-sharing check from Menagerie. Morgan tapped the picture of the cabanas. We're going to make memories there. Jacqueline threw her arms around Morgan's neck.
You made me cry,
she said into her shoulder. Morgan's eyes watered too, out of pure joy. Chapter 42. Maddie sniffed as she sliced into an onion. Did y'all have fun last night with Brad and Tanya? Jacqueline set a baking dish on the counter.
We did. We had dinner and opened presents. How'd it go with Heath's family?
As usual, they gave the kids a ton of stuff we almost couldn't fit in the car. What did you get Morgan?
The necklace I showed you, jeans, and one of those digital picture frames. She spent all morning loading it with the pictures we've taken. Austin, that little stinker, contacted the paper and got a copy of the pictures they took the day of the race and made frames for them.
Jacqueline swallowed against the emotion building in her throat as she remembered how Morgan looked when she opened hers. Morgan was so cool and collected with Austin when she opened hers, but her eyes teared up when we talked about it later.
That's really sweet,
Maddie said with a smile. What did she get you? An easel and paint set, because Austin told her I always wanted to paint the lake.
Aww.
Maddie wiped her eyes on her sleeve.
That's so thoughtful. You've been wanting to do that for years.
Too bad you suck at painting. Ass. She got me something else, too. Jacqueline inhaled deeply. We're going to Fiji for my birthday.
Maddie looked up slowly. You're shitting me.
Jacqueline shook her head as she held up the brochure.
Oh my God!
Maddie screamed, and she and Jacqueline began to jump up and down and dance in a circle. Are you crazy?
Yes, I think we've covered that,
Morgan said testily as she and Brad sat drinking coffee on the deck behind the cabin. Fiji? Do you have any idea how expensive that is?
Yeah.
You're working at a bait store, for Pete's sake. If you want to take lavish trips like this, then you had better reconsider turning down that offer. The money you have socked away won't last you forever.
And I may not always work at the bait store, but it will be somewhere close to home.
Brad frowned as he took a drink of his coffee. This isn't like you at all.
No, it isn't, because I've never been truly happy. I was so pissed at Stanton when he cut me, but now I think he did me a huge favor.
Brad poured his coffee out in the yard and slammed his cup down. Have you stopped to consider that someone might be doing you a favor again? If I thought that you'd really looked at all of this clearly, then decided to turn the job down, your career, I'd feel a lot better about this. But I don't think you have. And the fact that you have not discussed this offer with Jacqueline further compounds my worry. Go take some time alone with yourself and think, Morgan. Think hard. Morgan watched as Brad went inside and slammed the door. She set her coffee cup down and took that walk. What about the rolls, Maddie? By the time you warm all the casseroles, they'll be cold. Maddie's eyes flashed with fire as she regarded her mother.
The bread is in the cooker. I made a homemade loaf. Let me and Jacqueline worry about the dinner, and you go spend some time with your grandkids.
Well, I wanted another cup of coffee, Liz said as she reached for the pot. I'm gonna brew some fresh. Do you want some?
Maddie stepped in front of the pot before Liz could get her hands on it.
I've already set the coffee to brew, and I will serve the coffee, and I will scream and throw the coffee if you don't go into the den.
Liz wagged a finger at her.
You let yourself get worked up too easily, Madeline. You—
Mama, go!
Maddie said, her words coming out in a growl. Jacqueline smiled as she passed her mother on the way into the kitchen. Liz had plucked her last nerve and had already ripped Maddie's out. But Jacqueline could still smile because she had Morgan and Fiji on her mind.
She's scowling, so whatever you did, keep it up,
Jacqueline whispered. I swear she gets worse every year, always bitching and nitpicking. I used to think it was just us she was so unhappy with, but now I think she's just miserable with herself.
You may have something there.
Jacqueline looked in on the turkey. Give this a few more minutes and we'll be ready to warm the rest. Let me go serve the queen and king and I'll be back. Maddie walked out of the kitchen with 2 cups as Jacqueline moved to the stove to stir the gravy. A small mason jar with a milky substance in the bottom of it caught her eye. Maddie, what's this? She asked when her sister walked back into the kitchen. Maddie's eyes widened for a second as she looked at the jar in Jacqueline's hand. She snatched it away and tossed it in the trash. Seasoning. Jacqueline regarded the jar. It was the same type Clarice had when she came to the house to Dr. Morgan's ant bites. Where did you get this seasonings, and what are they used for?
It's my secret weapon, Maddie said lowly. Clarice offered it to me for Mom and Dad. She said it would calm them and take the edge off. She suggested I try it too, but the last time she made me her purification tea, it gave me the runs for a week. I put it in their coffee, so hopefully those 2 will nap the rest of the day and leave us in peace. Jacqueline's eyes bugged as she looked at the empty jar in the trash can.
Did you ask her what was in it?
Healthy stuff, chamomile, some kind of root, and some Hawaiian herbs.
Jacqueline peeked into the den. Her folks were guzzling away on the coffee as they talked to Brad and Tanya. Morgan sat on the floor playing with Legos and the kids. When Jacqueline caught her eye, she waved Morgan into the kitchen. "What's wrong?" Maddie asked when Jacqueline pulled the jar from the trash, opened the lid, and sniffed. Morgan walked into the kitchen and Jacqueline stuck the jar under her nose. "Smell this and tell me what it reminds you of." Morgan's brow furrowed as she looked at the jar. "It smells like the tea Clarice had us drink." "That's what I was afraid of," Jacqueline said in a whisper. "What's wrong?" Maddie asked again impatiently. "Clarice made me and Morgan a batch of this when Morgan was bitten by the ants. We were fucked up big time." Maddie looked genuinely confused. "It give you the runs?" "It's full of marijuana," Morgan said lowly. "Ah, bullshit. The rumors about Clarice and pot have been going around town for years. Y'all are screwing with me." Morgan and Jacqueline peeked into the room again. "Oh, it's tasty and I bet really smooth in coffee," Morgan said. Jacqueline walked in and looked at their cups. Both were empty and sitting on the coffee table. "Dinner will be ready in a few," she said as she collected them and went back into the kitchen.
"They drank it all."
"Okay, don't panic. Oh boy." Morgan looked at the empty jar and sighed. Maddie looked at them both. "You're really serious?" "Yes, Madeline, you just slipped our parents a Mickey." Chapter 43. Asking the blessing over Christmas dinner was usually a lengthy process in which their father preached mini sermons while the food grew cold. So it came as a surprise when he said,
"Lord, hey, thank you for this turkey. We are gathered here today. Amen."
Maddie's hand shook as she spooned food onto her children's plates. All the while, she stared at her folks. Jacqueline watched them, too. Her father began to eat stuffing before half the bowls were passed around while staring at the Christmas tree. Liz seemed unaffected, and Jacqueline met this with mixed emotions. It might have been kind of nice to see her a little giddy.
"It moved. The tree, it moved."
"It does that, Dad," Jacqueline said with a nervous laugh. "Every time the heater kicks on." "So, Tanya, when are you due?" Maddie asked. "April 12th is the due date. This is delicious. Thank you for having us." "You're welcome," Maddie said. "We're so glad y'all joined us, and I hope you can come back early spring because we'd like to have a baby shower for you. But if you're not up to traveling, we'll certainly come to Baton Rouge."
"Oh, baby showers,"
Liz said suddenly.
"So much fun. The silly games and the boutonnieres with the mustard in it. It looked like a poopy."
Dawn and Caleb giggled. Liz looked at them both and said, "Poopy" again, causing them to laugh harder. "Mom, less poopy at the table," Maddie said with a smile. Heath, who was sitting on the other side of Cliff, looked at him suddenly.
"Hey, man, you okay?"
Cliff was running his fingers up and down the sleeve of Heath's shirt.
"Such a nice material, Liz. You should feel this."
Liz busted out laughing and pointed at her son-in-law.
"Your name is Heath and his is Cliff. Heathcliff. Get it?"
She pounded her hand on the table. Brad raised a brow and looked at Morgan, who pointed at her wineglass and held up 5 fingers and pointed at Liz and Cliff. Brad nodded slowly and grinned. To Tanya, he whispered, "Too many Christmas spirits."
"Tanya's having a little boy, did I tell you that?"
Jacqueline said to Maddie.
"Oh, a boy!"
Liz clapped her hands together.
"Congratulations! Cliff and I wanted a boy after Jacqueline, but hard as we tried, little split tails popped out all over the place and we just finally gave up."
Morgan was the first to lose it and covered her face with her napkin. Maddie choked on her turkey, and Heath nearly had to do the Heimlich on her.
"It's way too quiet in here and hot," Liz stood. "We need Christmas music."
Things went from bad to worse as Cliff and Liz began to dance while grabbing handfuls of turkey in between songs. Jacqueline lifted her glass of wine and smiled.
"Merry Christmas, everyone." "Oh, God, I messed up my kids," Liz howled.
Jacqueline and Maddie had her hemmed up in Jacqueline's bedroom after they'd chased her around the house. Cliff was a little easier to manage since he was passed out on the couch.
"One is a Lebanese, one is uptight, and the other is a garden variety slut."
Liz threw up her hands.
"It's my fault. It's all my fault. I should have stayed at home like a good mother."
Tearfully, she looked up at Jacqueline and Maddie.
"Do you think they hate me?"
"You could be nicer to them." Maddie rapped Jacqueline on the arm.
"She's freaking out."
"I'll tell you who was freaking out. Brad and Tanya are probably packed up by now and racing out of town." Jacqueline pointed to Liz. "She might not remember a thing, but they sure as hell will."
"I like lavender,"
Liz said as she ran her hand over the comforter on Jacqueline's bed. "Why don't you kick off your shoes and take a nap? You look really tired," Jacqueline suggested. Liz continued to run her hands over the bed.
"It reminds me of saltwater taffy."
"Lay on the taffy, Daffy, and take a nap," Jacqueline said as she knelt and pulled off Liz's shoes. Liz grabbed her firmly by the ear and gazed at Jacqueline's face.
"You were always so beautiful."
She flopped backward and started laughing, nearly pulling Jacqueline's ear off as she did.
"I'm sorry,"
Maddie said as she hugged herself.
"I'm so damn sorry. I just wanted this day to go easy. I just wanted us to have a good time."
Jacqueline started to giggle as she stood and watched her mother making snow angels on the bed. "Honestly, Maddie, this is the best Christmas we've ever had." "Those people are crazy, and you're crazy, Morgan," Brad said angrily. Tanya sat on the couch looking bewildered as he packed up their stuff. "I've seen drunks before, but they take the cake. And you want to turn down a great job and stay here? Well, you've lost your damn mind, too." Morgan's shoulders sagged as Brad grabbed two of their bags and hauled them out to the truck. There was no use in explaining what had really happened. The truth was a lot worse. She closed her eyes as the image of Cliff tackling the Christmas tree wafted through her mind. "He'll calm down," Tanya said softly. "He believes a man's role is taking care of his family, and the way to do that is to have a good job. He's always longed for what you had, and to see you let it go mystifies him. Despite what we just witnessed, I think you're doing the right thing, and Brad will come to see that too." "Time to go." Brad marched back in and helped Tanya to her feet. He then grabbed Morgan by the shoulders. "I love you. Get your head on straight." He kissed her on the cheek and led Tanya out the door. With Liz in her bed and her living room full of family, Jacqueline retreated to the only safe haven she could, the lower. She pulled the bottle of bourbon from beneath the counter and fixed herself a drink. Brad's truck was gone from the cabin, and she saw no sign of Morgan as she stared out the window. Jacqueline took a drink, thinking Morgan needed time to process everything that had happened as well. A silver sedan she didn't recognize pulled up in front of the store. A black woman climbed out with a phone pressed to her ear. Jacqueline opened the door with the intention of telling her that she was closed, but the woman stepped inside. "Give me just a minute," she said, and continued to talk on her phone. "I'm telling you, Keisha, I've driven around this town all day, and I haven't seen that damn Jeep." Her eyes widened as she listened to whoever Keisha was. "Do you think this is how I wanted to spend my Christmas? I am not leaving until I find Morgan and meet the hayseed that made her turn down a position that pays quadruple my salary." The woman tossed the phone in her purse and looked at Jacqueline. "Can you tell me where I can find Morgan Chesson?" Jacqueline could only point at the door as she saw Morgan walk up. "Bitch, I've been looking for your ass all damn day." Morgan looked stunned. "Celeste, what are you doing here?" "Garrett Healy called me yesterday and suggested I get on a plane so I could talk some sense into you. Have you lost your damn mind?" "Everybody keeps asking me that, and the answer is no." "Where is the woman responsible for this wanton lapse of judgment?" "That would be me. I'm the hayseed," Jacqueline said with a wave. "But I'm a little surprised because this is the first time I'm hearing of this." "I didn't say anything because my mind was made up when Healy called me. You had enough to deal with. When everything died down, I was going to tell you what happened." Jacqueline raised a brow. "What did happen?" Menagerie offered me my boss's job, and I turned them down because I'm happy here. And I want to go to Fiji with you.
Fiji? Are you moving out of the country now?
Celeste asked. No, this is where I live, and this is where I'm going to stay. Morgan held up a hand. Now, Celeste, before you blow a gasket, hear me out. I told Healy where he could find a qualified replacement if they were determined to get rid of Stanton. If you can control that mouth of yours, you'll probably be their next choice. Morgan turned as Clarice came barreling in the door. She threw a hand of white powder in Morgan's face.
I speak clarity, devotion, and love,
Clarice said as she wiggled her fingers in front of Morgan's eyes.
This is where you belong, and here you will stay.
Step back,
Celeste said as she wrestled with her purse.
I got wasp spray in here. It'll shoot 10 feet and blind your ass.
Morgan licked her lips. Clarice, that better have been just flour. The side door opened, and Liz stormed in with Maddie on her heels.
Jacqueline, you know your father and I don't drink. How dare you and Madeline spike our coffee? Your poor father is still in there, passed out on the couch covered in pine needles. Now I want to know what it was you poisoned us with and made him attack the Christmas tree.
She snatched a bag of chips from the shelf and ripped it open.
Dear God, I'm so hungry.
The side door flew open again, and Austin raced in. Mom, Grandpa just peed on what's left of the Christmas tree, and now he's eating the pecan pie right out of the pan.
Really, Morgan?
Celeste approached her.
This is where you really want to be, surrounded by nutcases slinging flour and pissing on things? Who are you calling a nutcase?
Liz demanded. The room erupted with nearly everyone screaming at one another. Jacqueline looked at Morgan, who was still covered in flour.
Have you really thought this through? We would have gone with you.
Morgan smiled and took her hand. I couldn't imagine taking you from all of this, she said as she watched the group arguing. She looked back at Jacqueline. In my heart of hearts, I know I'm meant to be right here with you. I'm finally home. Say you'll keep me.
Always,
Jacqueline said with a smile. She kissed Morgan and in doing so, found herself covered in Clarice's clarity powder.
Would you like to see the goldenrod field in the winter? There aren't any flowers, but it's peaceful.
Morgan took Jacqueline's hand with a smile. Together, they slipped out of the store unnoticed. Epilogue. Brad grunted as he shoved in place the last of 6 new shelves into the store.
I guess now's the time to admit that I was wrong.
Morgan mopped sweat from her brow. About what?
I thought you were crazy and incredibly irresponsible for turning down that job offer to stay here. You were so resolute, and I just thought you weren't thinking clearly.
He turned to Morgan with a smile.
I've never seen you look better or happier.
It's the Fiji tan. Morgan swept a hand in front of her body. It's all over, too. We didn't wear clothes most of the time we were there.
Brad laughed and looked away. It's more than that. How did you know that this was where you truly belonged? Didn't you have doubts?
At first, yeah. Morgan looked out the window at Jacqueline, Austin, and Tanya sitting on a blanket in the backyard. Jacqueline was swatting at Austin, who was trying to get the baby from her arms. Sometimes you just know when something's right, she said with a smile. It was right. Perfect. That fact was confirmed every time she spoke with Celeste, who sounded bedraggled. The raise her friend had gotten provided for a new, much larger apartment, but with money came great responsibility. Celeste and Keisha were fighting whenever Celeste found time to be home. The long hours were taking a toll on the relationship. It made Morgan regret suggesting Celeste for the job. Morgan sighed as she looked at the new addition to the lore. She'd opened her own store on the back of the building, taking a cue from Clarice. It had been a gamble because she wasn't sure she'd find the right clientele in the backwoods of Louisiana. But surprisingly, they came in droves to buy organic produce and gluten-free breads, pastas, jams, and jellies. Her biggest seller was Clarice's magic face cream that smelled like cat shit but worked like a charm on lines and wrinkles. Morgan certainly wasn't making the money she did at Menagerie, but she was happy and content. Brad pounded the shelf with his fist.
Sturdy,
These shelves will hold anything you want to put on them."
"Good,"
Chet said as he stood in the doorway, leaning on his cane.
"I need a place to nap when this place gets quiet. And heads up, Jacqueline's folks just rolled into town."
Morgan sighed. Not all tales had happy endings, at least not where the elder Wyatts were concerned. The drama over Christmas had quieted down, but they had not even bothered to call on Jacqueline's birthday. Morgan silently mourned for Jacqueline, who didn't know what it was like to have a parent who loved her unconditionally. Morgan smiled, looked up at the ceiling, and softly said, "Thank you, Daddy."
"You still think this was all his master plan?"
Brad asked. Morgan shrugged. "He sure did me a favor." She looked out the window again at Jacqueline. "Let's call it a day and go spend time with our family." This concludes The Lore of White Oak Lake by Robin Alexander.